Hello and welcome everybody for day number 2 here at the Great Push 2023. I'm your host, Doa, and along with me, of course, as ironic, Nagura, Tettles, Dratnos, and Makes will be joining us a bit later in the day. And the gates do indeed open soon in approximately about 9 minutes or so, 9 minutes and 35 seconds or so. The teams will begin their runs here on day 2. Now, in day 1, it's ironic, we did see the Great Push eliminated. We have 5 teams remaining here. Any guesses on who's going to make it through to day number 4? I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a lot closer today.
I think the only teams that we can say for sure are locked in for Sunday right now are Perplexed and Mandatory. Both of them have been pretty much lights out in the way that they've played. Mandatory only making their first, semi-mistake on the very last dungeon run of the day when Leax had started to 180 slam them with a frontal, and they lost their last run of the day because of that. Yeah. It was in a 30 Underrot though, right? So we're not too sure if that's even like a sure thing for a team like them. So we'll have to see today if that was a dungeon that was one-shottable for them. But pretty much I think the story of today is going to be which of these 3 teams in the bottom half of the leaderboard can actually, make a run and transition some of those +2 chests to gain all of the score that they have available, because that's going to be what they need to do to avoid getting eliminated today.
Well, I mean, speaking of +2 chests, Fat Shark Yes doesn't have any of those. So Dratnos, what do you think? How do you catch up, or at least how do you kind of maintain your position? You really kind of have to get everything on the first try to catch up, because you're not going to be making leaps like some of the other squads might be doing.
Yeah, the score over on the far right here is a little bit misleading because it does show they're very close to Mandatory there, but they're sitting on 3 fewer 2 chests, which is kind of 3 fewer points if those 2 chests all actually get converted, which, depending on, Neltharian's Lair +30, for instance, that might take some attempts, that might be some work for Mandatory to actually get that down, but once they do that, they'll be effectively at 115, Perplexed 115, FSY, 4 dungeons behind as a result of that. Now, there is some hope for FSY still, potentially Underrot 28, 2 chestable, the new dungeon that comes out today, they could do well in as well. But I think most of the hope for FSY and Direwolves and Skyline is going to involve completing their dungeons in 1 attempt, while either Perplexed or Mandatory are taking multiple.
I do also think that this is just like looking forward into the rest of the weekend, right? Is kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I think that if FSY, Direwolves, or Skyline, say Mandatory or Perplexed, don't have a good dungeon, they're not able to do it at the same level as all of the other teams, say they're doing it 1 level below, that could easily put them in a position that's pretty tricky. And then we do have some dungeons that are like that, where I think that Vortex Pinnacle 29 or Vortex Pinnacle even potentially 30 could be one that we're looking at where some teams are able to do, but not all teams, and then maybe something like Nel's Lair 31.
That's right. So here's our current 4 dungeons. Are we going to see our 5th dungeon revealed right now? Is that what's about to happen? It's going to start at 23 as well. 1 key later. We have to wait. Oh, we have to wait until...
They won't show us
until
until
wait 5 minutes.
Doa not knowing how clocks work.
My internal clock has not been working very well.
You just moved 2 time zones. Cut them some slack.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Point.
For me, it still feels like it's, what would it be, 10 a.m. about? That's what I'm used to. Well, here's our format anyway, in case you forgot. We'll show it again, because it's the first weekend, of course. So we have 3 groups. 2 teams from each group will make it to the Global Finals, of course. A lot of cash on the line as well. But Nagura, it's really all about the pride, right? It's all about the prestige of being the team that pushed the greatest, isn't it?
Of course. I mean, all of these teams that are competing are actually very competitive as well. So sometimes even if the prize money between first and second would be very small, they still do everything to win. We've heard that numerous times from these competitors that they're in for the competition and that they're in there for pride and honor, of course.
Yeah. So along with that, there's a bit of pride and honor on the line among the talent, I would say today, among our casters, because I have prepared a map quiz, or a dungeon quiz, I should say. I'm too used to all the other games having maps. So a dungeon quiz. So we're going to test your knowledge on some of it. We're going to start right now with Azure Vault. So here's your question. What does Syndragosa warn you to look out for in Azure Vault? And you can play along in Twitch chat as well. I believe that question's up there. So I'm going to be tracking the answers.
A collective casters?
No. Individual answers. Individual answers. I'm going to be tracking it. Don't worry.
Okay. Dranos, can you please answer first?
I've got my answer.
But he might be wrong,
locked
though.
in. Yeah.
Okay, I need his
know.
answer to be able to formulate my own.
I don't know if that's legal, but let's have Nagura answer first. Is it A, missing
God.
books of translocation, B, unpredictable magic, C, the growth of extra appendages, or D, falling into the void between levels?
All right, so I don't know, but I'm gonna say unpredictable magic because when you click the books, something random happens with the buff, right? Which would be unpredictable
Okay.
magic, right?
Fair enough. All right, so B is Nagura's answer. We're going to go to you, Zyronic. What's it going to be?
I'm going to answer for my fellow NPCs in the chat. We're going to go with D, falling into the void between levels, even though I know that's not the right answer.
Okay, all right. Well, so do I let Tettles answer after Dratnos? I don't know. It might be a good thing. It might be a bad thing. He might lead you down the wrong path, but let's find out. Dratnos, what's your answer?
I'm gonna go with C, the growth of extra appendages. That sounds familiar.
Okay, so Tettles, does that sound familiar to you too, or do you think you're getting baited
I was
here?
never guessing that. I was always guessing B, unpredictable magic.
Imagine if it is though. Imagine if I baited
So
you.
what is your answer then? That's the
I'm
question.
gonna go with B.
All right, B, unpredictable magic. Let's see what the correct answer is. I know it lights up. It is C,
Really?
the
It's
growth
C?
of extra appendages.
All right,
there you go.
I'm never deviating from the plan again. I'm never deviating from the plan.
There you go. I mean, so that's kind of the theme of this, right? Where this is something that is on your screen literally every time you run the dungeon. So there's really no excuse not to know it, isn't it? Right? But yet, we don't pay attention. We forget these things. So this kind of question is what you'll have to face over today and tomorrow and the rest of the Great Push. We're going to do 2 more questions today, and I'm going to be tracking everything. So, good job. Of course, Dratnos getting it right. You are, I would say, the most lore aware of the casters. Is that a fair assessment?
That's me. Yeah, I've got the lore master title and everything. So I'm.
There you go.
I'm gonna win.
All right. Well, Makes didn't get to answer that one, but we'll still track it anyway as an incorrect answer because I like that. There you go. But looking forward to today. I moving on from that. What do you think is the highest key we're going to see at the end of day 2? I would think 30 is going to be kind of the upper cap for some of these, but what do the rest of you think?
Depends on which dungeon gets announced, right? I think something like Neltharis would go
True,
really
true.
high, really quickly. And then it also depends how long the dungeon is, right? Because if it's a really long dungeon, then they're going to have to spend a lot of time in there, possibly, and they don't have too much time to push the existing keys that we have already. Because Underrot technically could also go pretty high, also Nelflair. But if they have to spend a lot of time in that new dungeon that gets announced, then maybe they just don't have the time to push it all the way up. I'm going to say 30... 31. Yep, that's my answer.
I like that as well. I agree. I think 31. Pretty much no matter what the dungeon they reveal today is, I think they'll have time to go back and push up, the Underrot, the Lair, the Vault. I doubt we're going to see Vortex Pinnacle get that high, but I think the other 3, there's all a chance that they'll
What's the new
get
map
to
gonna
or above
be?
30. Oh, here it comes, though. Spiteful Volcanic Fortified.
And
Freehold.
Freehold. All right.
Wow.
Liberty
okay.
Town.
Cool.
We get the
Load the cannon.
3 affixes too. Wait a second.
Well,
All right.
Yeah.
Spiteful.
Is it-
Yeah, okay, all right. I like this combination for this dungeon. Yeah, this could go fairly high as well. Of course, Freehold's gotten a little bit of a change from the Proving Grounds, where you could use the cannon barrage to great effect to kill much of the dungeon. That no longer works. Those cannons are only going to kill you, not the enemies anymore. So the teams will have to adjust it from their Proving Ground strategies, but it's going to be exciting to see what they've got in that place, especially with Fortified active. I do think the level will go pretty high, but it's going to get pretty lethal. So seeing how they plan to survive, those shouts from the Enforcers is going to be pretty fun too.
Yeah. All right. Well, how high do you think this key's going to go?
Today? Or just in general?
Ooh.
Today.
It's hard to say.
31?
Do people focus on it today, or do you kind of like get a few runs done, get it to like 28 or so, and then leave it for tomorrow?
So my general thought process is like this dungeon was much. So Tyrannical makes this dungeon really hard versus Fortified, just in general, and so I think that teams have already practiced like the hardest parts of this dungeon typically end up being like the bosses one-shotting you. That's like a large limiting factor. And so I don't see a reason that it couldn't be done on like a 31 today. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Ooh.
Well, here we go. Ooh, the runs are beginning. Vortex Pinnacle getting chosen here. I do see a Freehold getting loaded up as well. And I just want to shout out real quick, too, that chat did get the question right, by the way. So it was chat and Dratnos nailing the dungeon quiz. There you go. Well,
all right,
the runs
chat.
are underway.
We're tied for now,
So,
but I'm coming for you in the next question. It looks like there's a zone out happening up in the top left of that Vortex Pinnacle.
Oh, yeah.
We have one team heading to Azure Vault as well. That looks like the Wolves, perhaps, in the top center screen. And then everybody else is looking freeholdy. And these big pulls getting started here. It's going to be pretty important to 3-chest this 23, right, Nagura?
Yeah, for sure. And I did see something interesting here in the bottom left side on mandatory. So usually in Freehold, when you play this key on live servers, everyone does this big pull at the start, using all of their offensive CDs and just nuking it down. But what mandatory did here is that they actually just walked past that first couple of trash pack there and just did a pull upstairs with the enforcers to make sure that the boss spawns instantly. So very, very interesting choice here. Not wasting any time on that trash pull, just immediately killing that enforcer pack to spawn the boss and going to Skycap Crack immediately. Very interesting to see. They still did last the trash pack though, but because they killed it so quickly, it was still up for when the boss spawned at the start.
Yeah, rolling a little bit of lust in there. Also pulling in some of those pack mules. There are 3 neutral pack mules that give a little bit of count each that don't do very much at all. So if you're ever looking for a good thing to add to your freehold path, grabbing those little donkeys is a good idea. You'll see a lot of teams will do that. Skyline having their tank go down. There's going to be a quick reset in this 23 freehold that they were doing a very big pull as well with lust at the start for them. Meanwhile, the Direwolves are indeed in that Azure Vault up in the top right, a plus 29 for them, and Perplexed in a 28 Vortex Pinnacle up in the top left. They've got this massive first pull going on as well. Pretty scary one, although it is tyrannical, so a little bit less danger than the trash of those fortified freeholds we've got at the bottom.
Yeah, as you said, still scary though, because you have all of these casts going through, and you do have limited interrupts when you play with those with that triple ranged comp. Of course, your Holy Paladin does have a good interrupt, and your tank, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem when you see everything as well. In addition, with those Inca Boars, DBs, and so on. And then on top of that, you have the soldier charges. This is usually what prevents these teams to do any like insane pulls in this area, because the soldiers charge players and then leave behind a pretty nasty magic dot, and the healer can only dispel 1 every 8 seconds. You do have a master spell in addition to that, but master spell, of course, having a little bit of a longer cooldown. If you have 3 soldiers, you wouldn't be able to dispel the 3rd debuff, and it can become pretty dangerous very quickly. So Perplexed not doing that, especially on that 28 key level that they're doing, where the trash hurts a lot, even if it's not fortified.
Yeah, there are some dwarves in the groups. You're going to see a lot of dwarves as kind of the default race that people will pick if they don't have a reason to do something else, and the stone form definitely gets some value on this and several other pulls in the dungeon, but even still, it is very dangerous to be fighting a lot of soldiers for a prolonged period of time. So Perplexed going to take this area, I don't want to say slowly, but yeah, they're not pulling it all at once, which makes sense. I mean, that is very scary. Ooh, Swag going to go down nonetheless for Perplexed there. Looked like maybe caught by one of those pressurized blasts. They are going to use the battle res here as well, so deciding that time is what's important here.
Yeah, 28 Tyrannical Vortex Pinnacle is actually pretty close on the timer, I guess, even for a team like this. But yeah, committing the battle rush so early on, I guess they're just super confident that nothing's going to go wrong from here on out for the rest of the 7 minutes that they have to wait for the battle rush to come up, which just makes sense, because the next boss is not really something where anyone should be dying to, and then the trash afterwards, a little bit dangerous, but they can for sure handle that. As Mandatory on the bottom right side now in their 23 freehold is in front of Eudora. They are gathering some trash here, making sure they deal with everything pretty nicely. Now, none of the affixes are actually very dangerous for freehold, right? You have Volcanic, which kind of does nothing. And then you have Spiteful, which can be annoying because there's such big trash pulls that you're doing. But with that triple range DPS comp, you should not really have any problems. The only one that really has to watch out is Skylark, I guess, the tank, and then Mode. If he ever wants to go in melee, has to be a little bit careful with those Spiteful Shades, but yeah, it shouldn't be a big problem.
Yeah, those Spiteful Shades, they were changed this patch to cap out at like plus 20, so they don't actually one-shot you in these super high keys anymore, which makes it a little bit less lethal. They are going to go into boss here, and it's going to be important that they get this boss killed. You want to focus down Eudora. Now, at this key level, they might just do a little bit more even cleave, but as they start getting higher, even on Fortified, Eudora is going to start being the prio. Mode's actually going to end up going down here, though, for Mandatory. Does get the battle res. One nice thing about this comp as well, if you're ever playing with a Paladin, Blessing of Freedom is really, really nice for this boss, because this Blackout Barrel that Raoul casts on somebody, if you just freedom the target, and that person is still the closest person when the barrel actually lands, the barrel just stays on the ground. It doesn't do anything because it can't go on the person with freedom. So really makes this fight a lot easier than if you happen to be zoning in here without a Paladin.
Yeah, and then the reason why you focus Eudora is, of course, because of these pistol powder shots that do a lot of damage to the players. Plus, she jumps into corners and does the grape shot, which is a huge frontal cone that goes around the room, does a lot of damage. But then another reason why you want to focus Eudora is because Raoul actually throws these barrels on the ground. You can see them standing in it right now. It can give you a crit buff or a haste buff, or it can give a nasty dot if you stand in it, which also hits the mobs. So once Eudora is that, they can just chain a bunch of trash into Raoul, which is exactly what Mandatory is doing right here, because Raoul gives them this buff and they can utilize the buff to deal with some extra trash.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe time to do this. You do have to watch out for a Harpooner into the Barrel Smash combo. That's something that will be a little bit dangerous if you're not careful, but depending on when you pull the mobs, you can sync their Harpoon casts so that it won't go in the Barrel Smash like we see here. Skylark actually going to do a little bit of a bear grip there, the Ursul's Vortex plus Typhoon combo to get all the mobs nice and stacked up. Mode sending that trinket from the last boss from Sarkarath, that cosmic beacon, Beacon of the Beyond, into all these mobs as well. Holy Paladin damage also looking pretty good there for Mandatory. Mode over 100k on this boss pull. Pretty impressive stuff. Meanwhile, up in the top left, Perplexed working their way through the first boss of this Vortex Pinnacle 28. And like you said, the timer in that dungeon is going to be even on plus 28, like we've seen some of these other dungeons already going up in that 29-30 range, but even on 28, I think that the timer in Vortex Pinnacle is going to be it's going to be close for Perplexed. They can't afford for even like not even a full wipe, but just like a slow pull might cost them.
Yeah, I think Vortex is probably the most difficult dungeon to do a high key level on from the dungeons that have been announced so far for this group. So that's probably going to stay the lowest key, which simultaneously means that it's also not as important for the teams to go super high, because the first tiebreaker, of course, is the highest key level. So considering that VP is not going to go as high as something like Freehold, Asher Vault, Underrot, some teams might just not even try to do some of these higher key levels there, but I would love to see at least a 29. But yeah, that is definitely very difficult. We'll see how much time Perplexed has left if they time this 28 on the top left side. We'll see about that, as Direwolf's Stone, the top right side, is in that 29 Asher Vault. And we do know that is a timeable key for sure, but it's also somewhat close. Like, you do have to play clean. You cannot have any major mistakes, otherwise the timer is also going to be difficult for Direwolves there.
Yeah, that Azure Vault dungeon, of course, returning. We have one Season 1 dungeon in each of our weekends here. Keep things fresh and spiced up, and slightly different dungeons each weekend. The teams did know that Azure Vault was going to be this weekend's Season 1 dungeon, though, so they had the opportunity to prepare for it, and because we didn't want to have them practice, 2 full dungeon pools, so that's why we've seen a lot of the teams already early on yesterday going into Azure Vault as the first thing that they did. I think we're still going to see a lot of teams improving their vault times this weekend, though, and today in particular. Perplexed are sitting on a plus 30 Azure Vault. They may not go back there today. I think most other teams are going to be interested in going back, especially Direwolves and Mandatory, who are both sitting on 2 chests in that dungeon. The only way to actually earn those 2 points is to do the key that the 2 chests gave you, which for Direwolves is a 29. For Mandatory, that would actually be a 30. And FSY and Skyline have already timed 29s in Azure Vault, so it may be a lower priority for them as well to go back to that dungeon today.
Yeah, we will see. As Perplex is now gathering up some of these squalls and the assassins on the top left side of the screen. Actually, only the squalls. They are just gathering them up all the way up the stairs where the assassins and the dragon is. Let's see what kind of pull they're doing. Shine is maybe looking to pull the dragon. Yeah, there we go. The dragon being added with these squalls. Now the squalls, they don't actually do that much as long as you interrupt them and mass spell them. So not too big of an issue. You do definitely not want to pull assassins on top of the dragon though, because if you do get any of those jumps on you, which is an insane amount of damage, plus the dot from the dragon that also ticks for a high amount, as you can see on the group frame right there. But I like the squall into dragon pull. This is actually pretty efficient and not too dangerous at all.
Yeah, you're seeing the mage casting Flame Strike rather than doing single target into the boss, but it's not really a huge single target loss on the dragon. Like the Shadow Priest, for instance, is just doing pretty much full single target rotation into the dragon here. And this works out reasonably well for Perplex. It's going to save them some time. We'll see what they decide to do with those assassins, though. Yeah,
that was a bit scary there, because they had the debuff plus bursting, but yeah, they're fine.
They do have the healing well as well, though, like the green circle that the dragon creates, so that kind of helps against the bursting as long as you don't kill the dragon first, right? You get a little bit of that healing zone. They are going to take 2 assassins into this 5-pack, it looks like, which is a little bit dangerous. These assassins, you can see they're doing a good job of spreading out. They do a little bit of a cleave when they actually jump to their target, so that's a good reason to spread out. But if the same person gets targeted by a Gust Soldier and an assassin at the same time, that's going to be a little bit lethal, so you can see they're trying very hard to use defensives or quickly top themselves after any damage gets taken here.
And their Bloodlust just came up as well, so we'll see what they want to commit that to. But Vortex Pinnacle, of course, being a 30-minute dungeon flat, that means you don't get like an extra Bloodlust if you use them on cooldown or anything. So they have a long time to use their Bloodlust, and they're still going to get the same amount over the course of the whole dungeon. So I don't think that they're going to necessarily use it very quickly. They might just save it for one of the bosses that they're afraid of, or maybe one of the bigger trash bosses that they're gonna do with those assassins in just a second. Direwolves, on the top right side in their 29 Azure Vault, are now gathering up some of these ring pulls that can be pretty dangerous. Lots and lots of interrupts actually that need to be done here. If you guys remember from Season 1, these elementals, they cast that sleep ability that, if not interrupted, will randomly sleep a person. It is a magic debuff, so it can be dispelled by both the Paladin and also by Mass Dispel. And of course, actually, Dwarf does not work for that, right? If you're Succeed, you can't use Dwarf.
That's
correctly?
I think that's accurate. Yeah, it's not like Bop where you can cast it to cancel something that it would get you out of. Yeah. So definitely Healer Dispels. I mean, you have Healer Dispel, you have Mass Dispel. You also just want them to be interrupted. But actually, we did see one of those casts go off. Equibus there was asleep. Does end up securing that Dispel, though. And yeah, at least didn't dwarf it. So presumably if it was dwarfable, Equibus would have pressed it there. They're going to keep these mobs mostly taken care of. We also have some of our freeholds almost finishing up now. Our 23 freeholds mandatory pulling onto the last boss here. You can see those Spitefuls of most of this pull already. Almost done with their count, and they still have an officer and an enforcer that they are cleaving down with Harlan Sweet here. A little bit of a dangerous situation once Harlan gets below 60% health and starts targeting everybody. Ooh, Crims ends up getting knocked up as well by a Volcanic during the cannon barrage. A little bit dangerous, but ends up being okay here. And yeah, almost 23 keystone level.
Volcanic is an easy fix.
Well, I mean, the thing about Volcanic is it scales with the number of enemies you're fighting, right? Like, the more enemies you're fighting, the more Volcanics you're going to be dealing with. So, for this full ranged comp, Crims and RX are actually going to have a lot to deal with on several of these freehold pulls, a lot of those Volcanoes. Sometimes what you can do to play against that is actually just go into melee, because they won't spawn under you if you're in melee with all the mobs. But obviously on this boss, that comes with its own host of problems, where now you're going to be putting the cannons in melee, and you're going to have to dodge the sabers and stuff. So, there's not an easy answer for this.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to see how much damage this boss actually does to them. Even though it's quote-unquote only at 23 and it's fortified, but still that Wicked Dagger, like the bleed plus the Cannon Barrage, actually doing quite a lot of damage. Maybe Moat is also focusing a lot on doing damage himself and just letting them drop a little bit lower than he would if it was a higher key level. But yeah, definitely looking very good under 3 chest timer, of course. All they have to do is finish off this boss. And yeah, another thing that we did talk about earlier as well is that Cannon Barrage, of course, was changed. So it does not do any damage anymore to anything. In the past, it was a pretty common strategy on live key servers as well to just pull the trash into the boss to make sure that Cannon Barrage hits the trash and actually kills it for you. But yeah, none of the mobs or the bosses are taking damage from the Cannon Barrage anymore because we did see some abusing of that in the time trials. So none of that is going to be happening anymore for these teams.
Yeah, the time trials featured a strat where you would use 2 tanks. One tank would just stay with the boss, and then the rest of the group would go and just do the rest of the dungeon and get the cannon barrages on them and just, one-shot the packs basically with them. So that's been changed. That's no longer operational here, which means you have to do the dungeon the old-fashioned way, actually do all the mobs. Even still, though, we're seeing these 3 chests start to roll in at this 23 keystone level. And the question's going to be what speed is possible in the 26 as well. I think the 2 chest is going to be more what they're aiming for at the 26 keystone level once we see the team zone in there. I think doing it under 18 minutes with the extra health and damage of the 26 is going to be awfully sketchy. But we'll have to see. Obviously, Perplexed will be able to get back in there very soon. Or not Perplexed, but Mandatory will be able to get back in there very soon, so that probably is the next order of business for them, is coming back to Freehold.
Yeah, and the top right side Direwolves on Asherblade right now. Look how much damage this intermission is doing on its 29 Tyrannical. Did manage to survive though, of course. Holo healing a lot on that Holy Paladin with the help of the Augmentation Evoker providing survivability as well. So they did survive, but yeah, that definitely looked a little bit sketchy in that intermission. They also have 2 battle rests left in case something does go wrong. Very, very clean run by Direwolves so far. Really no issues whatsoever. While Perplexed did have this 1 death at the very start of their 28 VP on Swag. But they have a battle rest back up now, so in case something does go wrong, they do have that safety net. But yeah, their boss looking good. Altaris is on 7%. And the timer also looking pretty good now. Yeah,
this is good.
I think they're definitely on pace.
I think if you kill Altaris before 1830, I want to say, you're probably in good shape, and they're definitely a couple minutes even ahead of that pace. So definitely a timeable dungeon. Honestly, not that far away from 2 chestable either for Perplexed, but I think it's probably not going to be that way for them. The 27 that they did was a 1 chest at 25:46. Although I believe that run was a little bit less clean even than this run, as they are now getting started. They're going to be taking this pack up the stairs. Dominate Mind coming out on that Adept, stopping its heals and smites while they're running up. And this strat is actually pretty cool that Perplexed and all the other teams basically are doing here. When you take these mobs upstairs, you can fight them with the pack that's in front of that kind of grounding pyramid. And you can actually just run in there and dodge the Holy Smites from the extra mob that is currently Dominate Minded, so it doesn't actually add all that much danger to be fighting this pack with that pack up there. You can see Divine running up here and starting this combination. The only thing you got to make sure is you're careful whenever that Minister of Air starts overloading the grounding field. You got to make sure that everybody gets out, but for the most part, they're going to be playing inside this grounding field or very close to it.
I also really like where Swag is putting that Adept. You see the mind-controlled Adept with the X. He's putting it onto the side because the way Control Mind works, that if the mob comes out of the mind control, if it gets hit by any kind of AoE CC or like a stun or anything like that, then there's actually a DR on it and he cannot mind control it again. So if you have the Adept in the middle of the pack and it gets out and then at the same time there's like a stun coming in or like a disorient or whatever, then you cannot mind control the mob again, which can cause some issues. So that's why Swag is pulling it away, making sure none of that happens. So I really like to see that by Perplex here, making sure that nothing goes wrong with that mind control.
Yeah, another important thing about mind control is that threat gets a little bit weird after the mind control. Whenever you mind control a mob, they get very mad at you when it's done. And you actually need like 2 taunts to get it off of that person. They build so much threat over the few seconds after the mind control breaks. So making sure that it's parked far away from the priest, that's going to stop an accidental melee landing on your Clothy there. Perplexed finishing this pull up, and now we're going to be seeing them head up into these stars. This is a little bit of an annoying area of the dungeon for this particular comp, because you really want these mobs to all be grouped up nicely. So let's see how they do that. It's going to be an early Typhoon into an Ursul's Vortex, into a Drakthir Racial knock as well, and that's going to group up most of these stars. They're going to focus on AoEing down all the ones that are close, and then they're going to run forward, and there are still a few stars in the back, but they can just leave those ones. They've gotten all the count that they need. And now they're heading into this pull at the bottom of the stairs. Sometimes you'll see teams skip past this and do it later, but Perplexed just starting off with this one. You can again sort of do a similar thing where if you pull the next pack first, then this pull you can fight with the grounding field and just dodge all the Holy Smites. But Perplexed say, you know what, we don't care about that. We'll just CC and kick those instead and not worry about it.
There's a lot of damage coming in from that stump though, and yeah, those smites, they just cast so quickly. Like, that cast is really, really fast. And they even nerfed them, right? A few weeks ago, and they're still pretty crazy to handle. Any of those smites go through, then it can be super dangerous. Of course, you also want to kick the rallying cry, making sure the mobs don't have that extra health. And then you have those stumps coming in as well. That just does a lot of AoE damage to your group. Plus the bursting that they have in this key as well. But yeah, I did want to take a look at Mandatory, because they did a little bit of a different pull in their Freehold 26 now. It's interesting to see. So in the 23, they kind of just pulled everything with the Enforcer up the stairs. And in this 26, they pulled it a little bit closer to the entrance. They still did a similar pull, but just like had a different position. And we already had the Cauterize proc from Crims there at the very first trash pull. So not having that available for a little while. But on a 26 fortified, they're still going to be fine for Sky Captain Crag. That boss can be super dangerous on higher key levels, because in the first phase, the pistol shot does magic damage, fire damage, and it's not telegraphed, so you don't know who it's going to hit, so you cannot prepare yourself by, let's say, pre-using a barrier or pre-using any kind of defensives. You just have to kind of use them just in case you do get hit, right? So you have to stagger your defensives. You probably want to start with something like AM, go with Rallying Cry from the Augmentation Evoker afterwards, and then use your defensives, making sure you don't get one-shot. Because if you don't have anything up, no defensive whatsoever, then you're very likely going to get one-shot from 100 to 0, even though it is fortified. And at 28, 29, you're probably going to get one-shot by those pistol shots.
Do you think it's going to end up being important to put Bloodlust on this boss so that you can phase it out of phase 1 before you run out of defensives, even on Fortified? Or do you think to time the key, they're just going to have to keep lusting trash at the start of this dungeon? I have no idea.
I mean, it's a 30-minute dungeon, right? So I don't think, it is faster to lust the trash, but it's not necessarily that you would, get another Bloodlust if you lust the boss. If you lust the trash. So I do think they are going to lust the boss. I think so. But then on the other hand, Enforcers on a fortified high key are also super dangerous, right? Getting that bellowing shout. Now, they can outrange it, and I guess Moat is pretty tanky, so you can probably just survive it. So maybe it's fine to not have less for the Enforcers. We will see, though. Because on a 30-31, I do think that pistol shot is going to be pretty dangerous for them.
All right, look at this pull that they're doing now. They're running over to the left. This is a pretty good pull because you get a bunch of mobs that don't do all that much over on this side. You have to watch out for the Duelist Dash, and you have to dodge the Sea Squalls when they come out. But otherwise, you can deal with very little other nastiness on this pull. Those Padfoots aren't super dangerous. Other than that, you're looking at, there are a lot of neutral mobs that you get in this pull to give you a little bit of extra count. The most important thing is just stopping those duelist charges from randomly killing people, making sure not to jump, because of course there are 3 different of the mobs that put the don't jump debuff on you here, which is actually surprisingly easy to accidentally jump, not during this pull, but right afterwards. You're going to see them walk over here, and this is the part. If you ever do this pull on live, it's always in about 5 seconds you'll end up jumping, is because you run past here, and now you're trying to get around this next pull to the side, and let's see if anybody stuns themselves here, because they still can't jump, and if you try and jump around this little pillar here. Yeah, okay, now the debuff has fallen off, but that's always where I stun myself whenever I do this pull, is walking around this next pack.
Yeah, I was thrown off when the weaker didn't work anymore, because there was a weaker functionality that will literally just disable your jump button.
Oh.
So I didn't worry about it at all, because like, oh, I can't jump even if I pressed it. But then they actually disabled it, they hotfixed it, and I was not aware of that. And then I got stunned like 3 times in a row, just not being used to having to not jump.
This is what happens when these players carried by weak auras have to play the real game, you know? That's
right?
That's really good, I think.
Perplexed on the top right now. They are on the last boss in their 28 Vortex Pinnacle. We haven't seen any other team do the 28 yet, so this will be a first for this weekend. And they are looking very good. Of course, the 2 chest timer is over already, so that's not going to happen. But this boss actually pretty dangerous. They are holding on to their Bloodlust here, presumably for all cooldowns to come up. Yeah, there we go. PI is ready, Bloodlust is running, Combust coming up in a second as well. So they're going to be nuking the boss here. But this boss can be super dangerous when it comes to the damage that the Skyfall Nova does, plus this chain lightning that is coming through as well. But looking really good for now for Perplexed.
Yeah, the biggest danger on this fight is those Skyfall Novas sort of starting... If you don't put enough damage into them, then you're going to have them for a long time. Your healer's going to start running out of stuff, and you're going to start having these overlaps with the chain lightning as well. You can see Wolf Disco's Cauterize ends up just being taken by that chain lightning while the Skyfall Nova is out. So if they continue having that happen, they're going to run out of defensives eventually. But the other problem is, if you start just saving all your cooldowns and nuking all the Skyfall Novas, the boss takes like 7 minutes if you do that. So they've got to make sure that they do a good prioritization here and still also kill this boss in a reasonable amount of time, because you're also going to lose if you don't have any defensives because the fight took too long. So that's going to be an important thing to track for Perplexed up in the top right. The good news for them, though, is that their timer is actually looking really solid here. Like, with the pace that they've been on in this dungeon, I think the 29 is certainly possible in Vortex Pinnacle as well, which I wasn't initially convinced of from how all the 27s looked, but Perplexed's 28 is looking really, really solid.
Yeah, definitely looking very good. I was actually a little bit surprised that they used all of their offensives for boss damage. Like, we saw them pop PI, Combust, and Bloodlust all at once, just making sure they get the boss damage in, while sometimes on hierarchies, especially on this boss and on the last boss in Brackenhide with the totems, sometimes you see DPS players kind of stagger their offensives to make sure they do have enough damage for those sparks. But Skyline having some issues on the bottom left side on their 26 freehold, as their Shadow Priest does go down on one of these trash balls here. They don't have a Battle Rush available as they've already used it before, so they have to finish this off without their Shadow Priest. Technically, the Shadow Priest could release... is it a Night Elf? Oh no, he cannot. He's a dwarf, actually. So the enforcer that they skipped at the start of the bridge, and that is something that the Shadow Priest cannot get past unless he can get past with Mindsooth and Fade. I'm not really sure. Either way, he is just waiting until the rest of the team is finishing off Trash Pack, and it's looking pretty solid, so they can recover and still +2 this key for sure, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 chests, I think, is reasonably safe here as long as you don't have any big time losses. And a player death here, in addition to the 5 seconds of death timer and the 10 seconds of casting res, probably costs another 10 or 15 seconds of lost DPS and of kind of panic, making sure that you have all of your kicks and stuff, maybe overusing some CC. So I think Skyline are going to be just fine there. Speaking of just fine as well, Perplexed up in the top right. It's going to be a 27-20 or so as they finish off Assad here. Definitely a nice time in a 28 Vortex Pinnacle. Very close to the timer that says they could do a 29. It means that if you added 10% health to those mobs, it would be very close to the 30 minutes. So we'll see if they decide to go back there or if they're happy to leave Vortex Pinnacle on a 28 for now, because of course they do also need to go and get their points from Freehold at some point today, and they also have a lot of other dungeons where they can still make improvements as well.
Yeah, their Shadow Priest for FSY going down on the bottom left side in that 26 fortified freehold. Probably getting a few powder shots sent onto the Shadow Priest there. Because that one actually does physical damage, so any kind of cloth person is going to take a little bit more damage compared to the pistol shots just going on to the Paladin or the Evoker. So, yeah, probably a little bit unlucky there, getting multiple shots onto the Priest, running out of defensives. and just getting shot down. But still, they had the battle rest available, so they are recovering just fine. And now that Eudora is dead, they can pull more trash into that boss as well. Looking at the boss splits here, because we do have 3 teams in that 26 freehold. So mandatory 435 for Sky Captain Craig. FSY and Skyline both equal at 431. So actually super, super close between those teams. But I think it's going to split a little bit once we see the second boss go down here, Eudora and Raul. Because there's a little bit of a difference in routing between those 2 teams. They play different amounts of trash between the first and the second boss.
Look at this skip that Lofus is doing here in the bottom left as well. Ends up using Evoker, Hover, and Double Jump Glide to get around and get into this ring without having pulled the trash. Now he can walk back and potentially activate a Wernstone as well and get back to the group if they've talented into that, at least if FSY are using that. Looks like they're maybe just going to be setting up a pull, though, and meeting Lofus at the arena here. That looks like exactly what they're up to. Ooh, Stampeding Roar. All right, here we go. Here the pull starts for FSY. Let's see how much they've got. Doesn't look like too much. Maybe 2 packs here, or just the 1, perhaps. Yeah, not all that dangerous for them, but it is into the turtle, so that is where the danger is going to come from here. You don't want to get too much with this turtle. Harpoons plus turtle shells is another lethal combo.
Yeah, one thing about Freehold is there's so many big trash pulls you can do in this dungeon, and I always want my tanks to pull like triple pull, quadra pull, right? Like I just want to do AoE damage. But technically speaking, the fastest way to do this dungeon is by just pulling a lot of trash with bosses, because the bosses are the thing that really holds you back. So if you can pull a lot of stuff onto Ludwig, onto even the Shark boss, and onto the last boss and Eudora as well, then that's going to be the most efficient thing for sure. And I think that's exactly what we'll see all of these teams doing as they pulled this one trash back onto Ludwig, and now they have to wait because there's going to be a little bit of an RP before the next boss spawns, and that's where they're going to be playing more trash. So it does make sense to maybe do a little bit of a smaller pool just to make sure that you have enough damage on Ludwig so you don't have to focus full out on the AoE. And now they're getting the rest of the trash while they wait for the next boss.
Yeah, that's a very important thing in Freehold, is just it's efficiency. It's making sure that you're doing trash with whatever bosses are possible, like you said, and also just making sure that you're not ever sitting around and waiting for RP or doing something really inefficient because you're waiting for RP. So these routes are largely built with that in mind. That's why we saw Lofus running ahead and starting that RP, doing that pig, while the rest of the group was finishing off the previous boss. I just want to make sure that they don't spend any time sitting around and waiting when they could send somebody ahead, start that RP, and save 20, 30 seconds, even though it doesn't feel like it. Because like you said, it feels fun to be just doing your big AoE damage. Speaking of big AoE damage, 29 Azure Vault has just gotten timed as well, now off of our screen, but that was a Dire Wolves success story. Not only was there 29 Azure Vault timed, it was also timed faster than FSY or Skyline as well, by almost a minute and a half faster than Skyline, 45 seconds faster than FSY in that 29 Azure Vault. So even though Dire Wolves are at the bottom of our leaderboard right now, they are definitely still in contention here, and they have some really fast times in some of these dungeons. They just need the day to go on long enough that they can actually catch up across the leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. We do see Perplexed on the bottom left side now in that plus 30 tyrannical Underrot. Apparently they did wipe on a trash pull and they had to reset the key already once. It was, of course, really early on, so they didn't lose too much time. But yeah, this is the key level where we're going to see these teams struggle a little bit, right? On a 30, it's definitely very dangerous. We still saw a pretty insane pool coming in by Perplexed. Swag does go down and does immediately release. But yeah, we do see the double matron pull plus the ticks. So that's actually so much damage going out. You have all of these ticks exploding, which is AoE damage. Then you have the double matron charge going out. And then on top of that, you have 3 huntsmen that are shooting spears and also throwing nets, which is a lot of damage. Plus you have to deal with the priest, making sure all of those interrupts are going out. So definitely a very, very dangerous pull. And that's why they are committing the Bloodlust on this first pull, even though it is not fortified.
Yeah, it's another one of those dungeons where you're going to get a lot of value out of those dwarf racials. You can see Wolf Disco and Swag both having sent those to survive that first pull. Sack being used here on a Shine as well, even though this is a pretty small pull. And yeah, like you said, at that plus 30 key level, the lust on the trash is still very good early on. The other nice thing about lusting the trash early is it means that your second lust is going to come up sooner, which means you're more likely to have it on pull for Kragmaw without having to do any kind of weird backtracky stuff in order to set that up. On a plus 30 key level, maybe you could get away with lusting Liaxa and also getting it on Kragmaw, but there would start to be very little flexibility for then getting it on pull on the last boss, which is also something that they're going to want for time efficiency.
Yeah, definitely. Mandatory and FSY in their 26 freehold are now done with Ring of Booty and are moving on to Harlan Suite. And still a little bit of trash they have to do. Mandatory a little bit higher in percentage compared to FSY. But looking at the boss split, Mandatory has killed Ring of Booty quicker and has more trash than FSY. So it does look like Mandatory's route here is a little bit more efficient. But then at the same time, FSY did have some issues. They have those 2 deaths on the board, so that means that they did lose a little bit of time just from the deaths, of course, and having to rest the people back up.
Yeah, little time losses of 10 or 15 seconds. This is probably the key level where it matters the least, right? Because you're probably never going to 3-chest, and you're probably pretty safely going to 2-chest. So later on in the day, a 30-second time loss is going to mean the difference between timing or depleting a key. And in some key levels, it means the difference between 2-chesting and 3-chesting. But if you could pick any dungeon to have a 30-second loss in, it would probably be that 26 freehold, I think, because I don't think it's likely to affect that 2-chest or 3-chest breakpoint at all.
Yeah, I also don't think so. Skyline now on Trothek as well on the top right side. It looks like they have similar amounts of trash than what Mandatory had when they were on Trothek. So the boss split can actually be compared pretty nicely. 1622 for Mandatory. Skyline is definitely going to be a little bit slower. They're already over that 1622 mark. But yeah, as you said, the 2-chest is not going to be really in danger for them. They do have those 4 deaths. So definitely not that super clean run by Skyline, but as long as nothing goes wrong in the rest of the dungeon, they should still be able to get that 2-chest, which is pretty important, because if you miss the 2-chest in a 26 freehold, that is a pretty big time loss. So they do have to hurry up a little bit, making sure they still get that in. Mandatory in the top left now, engaging Harlan Suite into this corner. They're done with trash, so all they have to do is finish the boss, and they get their 2-chest and can attempt the 28 freehold if they want to do that.
It looks like they may have skipped the trash at the start of this boss fight as well. Maybe we could just turn around and look and see if that's all, because I don't see any other reason to be here at this part of the dungeon. So yeah, they use the mage invis, or the mage invis, I guess, to make that skip possible. That trash, unlike in BFA, it pulls when you pull the boss now, but you can pull it first and then invis once you've pulled the boss, and then it'll go and reset as long as nobody except for the mage was in combat with it. So that's what they're doing here, and that means that they're going to have to have a very small amount of room to deal with this boss fight. We're used to doing this boss in this space from BFA, although it's a little bit sketchier with how much damage you're taking from the whirling daggers. I feel like players are in a little bit more danger on this boss than we used to be before that mechanic was added to this fight. So they're going to have to be very careful with their positioning and also using their defensives cleverly against those mechanics.
Yeah, definitely. There's the markers down, right, making sure that they, as soon as the cannon barrage hits everyone, they're going to be following those markers. And
Moat goes down. So that was the Swiftwind Saber, that ended up getting him. They're able to get the res, and they're able to move into position number 2 here.
Skyline having some issues as well. Their 2-chest timer might be a little bit in danger now with another death coming in.
And they still need trash as well. They still need to get 14% trash, so they have a little bit of time that they're going to need to spend here. 5 minutes until that 2-chest expires. I think they'll still be okay, but they are starting off that big trash pull now as well. This pull is a lot of danger for the tank. You can see Barkskin, Survival Instincts, and Rage of the Sleeper all being used on pull by Skyline's tank to try and survive here. It looks like it's all working out, although now all of those defensives are gone, and most of the trash is still alive, so Skyline in a little bit of danger here for a while. You can see that tank health bar starting to move a little bit more than than they'd like, but now it's just a bunch of Spiteful Shades. They've made it through the poll. Everything is all right for Team Skyline. Mandatory also up in the top left. Now have Harlan below 30%. Harlan taking double damage at this point. Will be very quick to die, even on this 26 Keystone level.
Yeah, interesting. The tank from Skyline, their Guardian Druid, is actually playing Mass Root instead of Vortex. There's a choice now for Druids. And most tanks, or most Druids, usually just play Vortex because it seems more useful. But Mass Root actually pretty nice for Spiteful Shades. So after a pull, you can just press Mass Root and you just move on, and they're not gonna accidentally like pull anything or like chase you around anywhere. So that is actually a pretty nice thing. Also on the last boss here, whenever the at spawns that starts fixating players and explodes if it reaches you, you can use that Mass Root. Because for a tank, it's actually really annoying to cast the normal route, Entangling Route, because of course it's a cast time, and I think you also have to switch out of Bear form to cast it. So not very feasible to cast for a Guardian Druid.
Yeah, actually one of the things I'd recommend for Guardian Druids is get yourself a Entangling Roots macro that won't let you cast it if you're in combat, because you do not want to press that button and shift out of Bear form almost ever. You can give yourself that keybind if you want, but just know that, in my opinion, the chances that you're going to die to shifting out of Bear form by having that be something you could accidentally click are more than the value you'll get out of casting an Entangling Roots in combat ever. So yeah, the Master definitely gets a lot of value for like you said, the dungeon and the affix here. I like that choice a lot. Ursul's Vortex also pretty good, though. I mean, you can also get good value from Ursul's Vortex against both Spiteful and the mobs on this boss, so it's a little bit less good, especially against those Bombardiers, but it's still also fine. You definitely don't need Mass Root. Skyline still definitely on pace here to secure this 2 chest as well. We can see those splits at the bottom left from the different teams. Skyline are going to be the closest to that 2 chest barrier, but they are not going to go over it, so that is good news for them. They will be able to recover this, and depending on how the 28 goes, all may well be forgiven.
Yeah, definitely still looking good for them, as they do have Bloodlust coming up as well. So all cooldowns are going to be deployed by Skyline, and they're going to be just fine. As Perplexed on the bottom right, though, are now in that Cragmaw area in their 30 Underrot. They're looking pretty good. They did have this one death at the start of the dungeon, but other than that, they are looking fine. They did not have to commit a battle rest for the death because they were at the start of the dungeon, so they just released and were right there. But yeah, this area can be pretty dangerous on such a high key level. The mobs are actually super dangerous on a plus 30, even if it's not fortified. The Bloodswarmers are doing an insane amount of damage with their Fixate, and they have to, of course, interrupt every dangerous cast here. If any of the Maggot frontals are going through, you for sure are going to get one-shot by those casts. You also have to worry about the Screech from the Bloodswarmers. You have to interrupt the Lasher cast as well, making sure no one is going to get disoriented by that disease. And yeah, can be pretty dangerous, and you have to go somewhat slow in this area. At least you cannot pull multiple Bloodswarmers at the same time. You can pull everything else as long as you have enough CC to handle it. But yeah, Bloodswarmers is something that you do not want to stack up on.
The CC question as well is a little bit complicated by the fact that you want to save some Nox to get mobs out of Sanguine, so you're in a little bit of danger of Sanguine healing if you pull too much, and it's one of those cases where maybe it's faster to go a little bit slower, although Perplexed have done a very big pull, and they've managed to only get 21 million Sanguine healing over the time of combat, which they're in right now, and this has been a very long combat for them too. So honestly, I would count that as a success. I think they've done a good job there as Divine actually ends up getting hit by that charge. Yeah,
did no damage to him.
Oh, goodness.
I hate tanks.
Yeah, that's actually one of the problems with playing tank.
Well.
The amount of times that you just like, oh, that one-shots you when you actually play a different role is... you build some bad habits sometimes. As Direwolves actually having a death in their 23 shouldn't jeopardize their 3 chest, but a little bit worrying. There's a B-res gone for them.
Yeah, interesting to see Perplex is also holding on to that Bloodlust because they did not have PI available, and Evoker cooldowns were also not ready at the start of the pool here in Cragmaw. So that means they're just holding on to their Bloodlust for after the first Tantrum, I presume, so they can stack up all of their offensive cooldowns when Cragmaw is there. Bloodlust, I would say, is pretty efficient on Cragmaw, just because the less tantrums you get, you save so much time, right? If you can skip one single tantrum that you don't have to run around soaking everywhere, that's going to be a huge time save. Other than that, Kragma is actually not very hard anymore. In BFA, Kragma was one of the most difficult bosses because the Tantrum just did so much damage. But now in Dragonflight, it was nerfed quite a lot in comparison. So the Tantrum, not too dangerous anymore for these teams. But the fact that you have to run around and soak all of these maggots is actually just such a big time loss that committing Bloodlust for this boss is still almost always the correct idea on a high key.
Yeah, I remember back then, every single one of the ticks of that Tantrum would do like 80% of my HP on my mage. It was very scary. But, you know, it's a little bit less dangerous now, like you mentioned here. Just got to make sure you don't let too many of those ticks spawn so they don't get those stacking debuffs on the players in your group. And, of course, the exploding damage when they die is pretty lethal on this high of a key level as well. Probably only like 2 or 3 of them would end up one-shotting your group. But yeah, I mean, the Bloodlust committed in combat with the boss for probably about a minute and a half here, and the boss is still only at 50% here. They're definitely in for a marathon here. This boss is going to take probably another at least minute and a half to 2 minutes.
I did think Dreadnought sounds weird all of a sudden, but yeah, hello, Sarah. As mandatory on the top left is now, on Skype Captain Craig doing the 28 freehold. And I did talk to Dreadnought earlier about the Bloodlust. Like, we were discussing if they maybe switch their Bloodlust to the boss rather than the trash. But doesn't look like mandatory were doing that. So they were still committing Bloodlust on the very first trash pull with the Enforcers and did not last the boss. But do you think that'll change on like a 30? Certainly, right?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. Like, the thing is, the freehold is we're kind of seeing teams figure things out on the fly here, right? Because the last time that they practiced this dungeon was in time trials when they had the access of the cannon barrage to pretty much clear the entire dungeon for them. Now, of course, that was on Tyrannical instead of Fortified, right? So the danger of the Enforcers wasn't as high. I would say, though, on Fortified, the key is probably... Shoot, I don't know if it's actually harder than Tyrannical or not. Like, Freehold's such an interesting dungeon in that, like, Fortified and Tyrannical both have their own interesting difficulties that you have to work around, right? Like, for instance, on Tyrannical, the pistol shots on the very first boss can literally one-shot you within one rotation. Like, in 3 seconds, you can just go from 100 to 0 very quickly. But, of course, like you mentioned, the Enforcers, their AoE shouts on Fortified start scaling to the point where they could potentially one-shot you at higher key levels. So, yeah, well, it remains to be seen, like, you know, what kind of route-changing strategies they'll have to make when they do get into the higher key levels. But I think, yeah, you're right. We probably won't see any like major changes until we get to like the 30 level, I think.
Yeah, we will see. As Perplexed on the bottom right is now almost done with Kragma. This boss obviously took them quite a long time. Mandatory, though, having a death on the top left as mode does go down on one of these trash pulls here right after Sky Captain Crag. This is the pull with the Duelists and the Oarsman, so this can be pretty dangerous if you don't have enough disrupts for the Duelist charge. Then it's really, really easy for melee players to get stunned, because the way the charge works is that you see a tiny little brown swirly on the impact where the charge is going to go, which spawns under like a ranged player. And as a melee, you don't see it. Like, it's behind you somewhere at 40 yards range. You have no idea where it is. So if you don't interrupt it, it's very, very easy for the Duelist to charge through you and stun you. So maybe that's what mode died to there. But they decided to not battle rest. They were really confident that they don't need the healer for that pull. So they can save the battle rest and use a normal rest afterwards, which is really nice for them. Do you think that 28 is something that they can two-chest? Technically, yeah.
So with the comp that they're running, I think it's actually possible if they have a literal perfect run with 0 deaths on their DPS players and they go for all of the same style of pulls. I mean, one of the biggest inhibitors to a fast freehold is usually having melee players in the group on Trothak, right? That's such a big time loss. But they're running a triple range comp, right? And they can pretty much have maximum DPS the entire time. I think it's within the realm of possibility. I mean, if any team's going to be able to pull it off, it's mandatory. They have some of the fastest splits in this dungeon of any of the teams we've seen so far. That was a healer death, so it wasn't the worst like time loss style of death. But we'll have to see how it actually ends up inhibiting them here. So far, so good for them. And one of the things I wanted to mention as well is I like this strategy that a lot of the teams are pulling off. I think it might be just for Spiteful Shade management, where they're pulling a lot of the trash behind that building on the left when you go over the bridge. We're seeing FSY walk away from it right now. One of the biggest mistakes I see a lot of pug keys make in Freehold is pulling a lot of these trash mobs, either over a bridge or into tight corridors. That sea sprout mechanic is so deadly when you're in a tiny, narrow, corridor. I see so many people, pulling things across bridges and pugs, and it's like, oh, this is a mistake. Someone's going to die here to either a frontal or that AoE on the ground underneath you. And of course, the teams are giving themselves as much room as possible, so they have plenty of room to kite mobs around and not really cut down on their area of effect.
That's also something that I feel like a lot of people don't don't worry about it too much. Just when they see it, right? They see the swirlies on the ground. When it happens, like, oh, where do I go? Instead of preemptively actually playing around it. Sometimes when I do freehold and we pull these oarsmen, I will try to stack up with somebody else to make sure that our swirlies spawn at the same location, so we don't have that much area of denial. And people will always run away from me, and I'm like, stay with me. I'm trying to stack them up.
I'm trying to make your life easier.
Yeah. Mandatory now engaged in the boss. This can be a pretty dangerous boss if some of the cloth people are getting shot multiple times in a row by Eudora, because of course the physical damage doing a little bit more damage to them. Mason actually even taking a lot of damage too, even though he's of course wearing mail armor. But yeah, look at that shot on Crims, damn. Even though it is not tyrannical, actually just doing so much damage to these players.
I remember, powder shot was such a big deal back in BFA that you would have your entire team cooped up on the right side behind that tiny little pillar just to line of sight every single powder shot, and your melee were just, all right, good luck, hope you live through it, buds. That was all you could do on that. Now, it's definitely not nearly as bad as it was before, and of course it's unfortified instead of tyrannical, so it's not going to get to that point, I don't think. But still, I mean, it's very dangerous if you get hit by any other abilities, especially the frontal cannon barrage that Eudora does. If you get hit by one of those and then get powder shot, you're not long for this world.
Yeah, definitely not. So we did see some deaths already on Eudora earlier, even on the 26th. So yeah, this boss can be dangerous, especially afterwards when they're pulling trash on top of Raoul as well. There can be some harpooners gripping you into AoE, into lots of things, into fixates from the scrappers as well. Ooh, Perplex actually losing Divine Field on the top right side. As they're doing Sunshine, he does go down again immediately after accepting the rest. So they have to commit another battle rest. Now Divine Field is looking alright, and somehow they managed to not lose anyone else there. That was actually so well done by Perplex. It would have been a nightmare if they ended up depleting the key after spending 20 minutes in this dungeon. So really good for them that they managed to recover this one here.
Well, of course, they're able to barely pull through here, but the problem is for the rest of the dungeon here, they only have that one battle rest. It's going to be coming up in about 20 seconds here, and that means, any mistakes anywhere in the last section of the dungeon where we know the trash is still relatively difficult, right? You have to dodge the frontals from the corruptors, as well as make sure you're dodging those void slashes as well from the tentacles that spawn around you. And then in addition to that, you have to make sure you don't get JB Sport on the last boss more than once. I mean, it's going to be difficult to finish this off here, and remember, we're on the 30 key level, so even just incidental damage on the group is a lot of damage. That explosion, when he reaches 100 energy, is hitting everyone for 80% of their HP bar, and I'm sure that's through some of their AoE damage reduction abilities, too, that they have, so gotta keep an eye on Perplexed here. This would be a very nice one to get on the board, but it's not going to be easy for them.
Definitely not. And they do, of course, have to play the rest of the Sancha boss fight here pretty well as well. They do have no immunities available right now, so that means they cannot necessarily soak all of these mushrooms in case some of the upheavals or shockwaves are not placed correctly. But it's looking pretty nice. I think I saw one mushroom there at the back. Somebody maybe has to soak. We see a marker being placed right there, purple marker, so somebody might have to run into that, soak it, and then get the dispel out from the paladin, or possibly from the shadow priest as well. If he has skilled it. Sometimes you don't go with that disease dispel if you're very confident in your team being able to only need one, but I do assume that Swag has picked it up, and yeah, they're looking good. That was very scary. Like, I don't know how they survived and how whoever tanked the boss there for a little while, but yeah, really well done by Perplexed. The rest of the dungeon should not be too big of a problem technically, but you have these corruptors with the frontals and the tentacles that can be somewhat dangerous. And then, as you said, on the last boss, if you get any rogue spores spawning on top of your character, then that might be pretty dangerous too.
Well, also the other thing with Perplexed as well, if we look at the timer here, they have 8 minutes left in the dungeon here. This timer is the opposite of Omega Fine here. They're going to be brushing up very, very close to the end of the dungeon. And actually, I think there's the possibility that even if they're clean from this point out, they might not even time the key if they aren't clean with these trash pulls here. Any extra sanguine healing here could be a disaster for them. So they need to make sure they deal with this worm first. They don't want to sanguine heal that worm up at all. I mean, this is a 30 key level. The amount of the HP pool on these mobs is massive, and it's going to take them forever to get through that last boss. That last boss on 30 Tyrannical probably is going to be like anywhere from 4.5 to 5 minutes alone. So they need to make absolute use of every single second, every single damaging ability they have in this group to get through that. We'll have to keep an eye on them in the top left-hand corner here, but let's check in with our other teams here. Direwolf starting their 26 freehold after getting their 3 chest. I also want to point out something I noticed that Direwolves was doing that no other team has done so far. They were still using the same routing from Time Trials when, you know, where teams would go up to kill Harlan Sweet and then they would finish off at Trothak. They were still doing that in their run here, of course. Not using the cannon barrages because that's not something that the teams have available to them anymore. I wonder if that's going to be something that they continue to do going forward, or maybe it's just that's the strat that they used in Time Trials, so they're comfortable with it, even though they don't have the cannon barrages, and then, you know, maybe they'll revisit their strategy later on whenever they, you know, take a break and they have time to go over their MDT or something like that.
Yeah, very interesting to see. Yeah, maybe it has something to do with their bloodlust timers as well, or something like that. But yeah, there's a little bit of extra walking because you have to walk towards the boss and then back from the bridge, so not ideal necessarily when it comes to time waste on walking. But Perplexed, I did want to point out that pull they did earlier, they actually pulled a Defiler on top of the skeleton pull plus horror plus corruptor, which is actually pretty dangerous to execute. So many interrupts you need to coordinate. And now we saw Wolf Disco skipping one of these horrors that they added in Dragonflight that is between the skeleton pool and the last 2 corruptors. So he did just engage the corruptor by walking through, then using in greater invisibility to drop the aggro, and then everyone else can walk past as well if it is CC'd. So really well done by Perplexed. Basically just having to do one less pool. Because these horrors, they don't
need the
move.
horror. They need an extra horror. They pulled it on purpose. They need the count. Yeah, they need the count. This is really unfortunate. They were 2 count off, I believe.
That's fine because they have to finish off the corruptors anyway, right? Like, I think they're doing this on purpose.
They do. But I mean, Zasevi goes down 2. They have to use the battle res here. They have to. I mean, they need the extra damage. They can't afford to waste any extra time here. Remember that last boss, like I was saying earlier, probably going to be 4.5 to 5 minutes. And look at where their timer is right now. They only have a little over 5 minutes left in the dungeon here. Nigger, I don't think they have enough time to finish the dungeon off.
I am not sure either. Yeah, they do have Bloodlust available, of course, but the PI just has been used there at the very end of this fight, so they're not going to have perfect PI uptime here on the boss as soon as they come down, which does mean that the boss might take around, as you said, yeah, I think 5 minutes, probably. I mean, they look confident, though. Like, they're not teleporting out of the dungeon, and I assume they have somewhat of an idea how long this boss fight is going to take them. So I feel like they are confident that they can still do it. But yeah, I think it is going to be really close for them. Yeah, you got to definitely try as they spend 25 minutes here.
So let's look at the cooldowns here. They're going to have 2 sets of 2 minutes that they'll be able to use in the next 4.5 minutes, right? That power infusion's coming up in 45 seconds, so they'll only get 2 more usages of that. They would like to line that up with combustion. They're probably going to save the bloodlust for the next power infusion as well. Actually, the other thing as well is the mage doesn't even need to pop the combust right away, right? Because he's just in Firestarter for the entire first part of this fight, too. So, I don't know, maybe they can pull this off. I mean, it's going to be very, very close. It's going to be a flat-out 4-minute DPS race for Perplex to see if they can get this +1 score here. And if they don't, that's an entire half an hour. That is essentially just wasted for them.
Yeah, and of course they can have no deaths whatsoever as they're completely out of battle rest at this point. They are now using their bloodlust a little bit before PI was ready, actually. Breath of Ian's also not yet being used. There we go, PI and Breath of Ian's being used by the Evoker and the Shadow Priest. And now they're going to be nuking the boss quite a lot. You can see the Rage bar, below the Ambient Abomination, 100%. HP bar is moving up quite fast, so there's definitely a lot of damage coming into the boss here, but this is bloodlust and cooldowns, right? So, yeah, I mean, looking at the timer, A little bit over 3 minutes left. Definitely going to be close for them here.
It's going to be rough for them. 3 minutes left. They're a third of the way through the boss, but like you mentioned, this was their major cooldown lineup. That was their breath, that was their PI, that was their combust, that was their bloodlust. If that's the burst that they do with all of that, I'm not sure they have what it takes to get through this boss here. We'll have to find out. It's going to be a slog for them. And of course, remember, 0 mistakes can happen. They have to be ready at any moment. If one of those spores drifts into their group and takes a person out, that's the end of the run. That's half an hour gone for them. And their chances of winning this weekend go down drastically compared to mandatory. So, needs to be perfect play from here on out. We're a little bit over halfway through the fight here. Of course, that blood bar at the bottom here is what determines each of the individual 3 phases. Once that blood bar gets to 100%, 2 blood visages will spawn, and when they die, a third of the boss's HP will be taken out here. They might just barely be on pace, but it's so hard to tell with the damage profile of the group. Of course, every 2 minutes, that damage spikes insanely high for them, so we'll have to keep an eye on Perplexed in the top left corner.
Yeah, definitely looking close for him. Another thing is that it's a 30 tyrannical, and even though this boss usually does not do too much damage to the group, if you have a master spell that helps you out with the debuffs here, it is a 30, right? So I do think Sastavi actually does have to put quite a little bit of effort into healing the group here whenever those debuffs come out. So doing a little bit less damage than he might be able to do otherwise. So that is also going to cost him a little bit. The bar is slowly filling. But yeah, I mean...
Next set of 2 minutes coming. Wait, they just popped Combust, so they're going to have to save this PI for when the Combust comes up too. That's fine. It'll come up in the next probably 50 seconds or so. They're going to save the Breath of Eons for that as well. And they're going to get one last pop of damage in about 45 seconds here. This is going to be close. I'm not quite sure if this is possible. Now, something that would have been really nice is, you know, if they had a Demon Hunter in the group somehow, the boss would be below 30% here. When this next Blood Visage dies, it'd be at 28% because the boss takes 5% increased magic damage. So they would have the Execute available to them, but for the Fire Mage, but they just don't without that in the group, of course. But here we go. I mean, that Blood Bar is filling up nicely here. Here comes the Power Infusion. Yeah. That's going to be on top of the Combust and the Breath of Eons here. This is their last final push of burst damage here. 45 seconds left on the clock. And remember, when that blood bar fills up, they have to burn down those last 2 blood visages as well. But look at the damage on the group here as they try to push out as much damage as possible to push this boss as quickly as possible. This is going to come down to the wire here. They need to swap to those visages the second they spawn here. But they haven't quite spawned them yet. That blood bar is not quite full yet. It's only at 70%, Nagura.
I don't think they'll make it. 20 seconds is not enough. Because they have to finish off this visage as well as soon as it spawns. As you said, 15 seconds. I don't think they're quite gonna make it, which is a bit scary considering that their run actually looks pretty clean. Of course, they had those 5 deaths, and yeah, you can see they know they're not gonna make it. They have to reset the key, and that is actually a really big time loss for Perplexed, losing the full 30 minutes of that Underrot, and they're gonna have to go again, try again to see if they can execute it. But at least they know this time that they need around 5 minutes is what they need, right? 4:30 definitely not enough for them. They need 5 minutes for that 30 tyrannical last boss, which is crazy to think about. But yeah, mandatory now on that 28 freehold. Looking at the 2 chest timer, nah. Maybe.
Well,
they have
the boss is actually
and everything available, right?
The boss is actually at about like 60%, right? If you factor in the fact that the last 30% is double damage taken. They still have the Bloodlust. They've got the overall damage buff coming in, what, 45 seconds, I think that is when the Breath of Eon comes up cooldown. So, I mean, maybe. I wonder if there's some really finicky stuff you can do here where, like, you pop all of your cooldowns plus the Breath, plus the Bloodlust, and then the damage pops on the double damage portion of the boss and just, like, one-shots it? Is that something that would actually work? Is it dynamic? Oh, they just sent everything. Okay.
No, they sent everything before Breath of Eons was ready. Very weird. I don't know why they did that, considering that they only get one. Like, all of these cooldowns are going to be used one more time for the rest of the 2 chest timer, at least. So interesting that they decided to just pop that last before all cooldowns were available. But it's still looking... Yeah, I'm not sure. They do have, of course, all of the trash already, so they don't have to do any more of that. 40% of the boss HP. Yeah, they're not going to make it. It's interesting to see that it's doable though, right? Because Mandatory has those 5 deaths on the board. So if those 5 deaths did not happen, and if they maybe do something else a little bit more efficiently, they can 2-chest this 28. Like, it's definitely doable looking at this.
Yeah, a perfect run, definitely 2-chestable. Question is, are there any teams that are on a perfect run in the 28 freehold right now? I don't believe there are right now. Skyline, definitely not on a perfect run. 8 deaths on the board for them. Only 2.5 minutes left on the 2-chest timer as they walk towards Harlan Suite. They haven't even gotten all their trash done yet, so not going to be the case for them. FSY attempting it in their poll too here. The Bloodlust will be coming up in about a minute here. Harlan Suite at 70%. I believe they're going a little bit faster in terms of boss HP than Mandatory was, but they still have that trash that they have to deal with as well, so it's not going to be a 2-chest for them either. I don't think we're going to see being 2 chests on the 28 from any of the teams currently running this 28 freehold.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that would be a little bit of an advantage for Perplexed, I guess, because of course they just depleted that 30 Underrot. But if they look at the times from the other teams in the 28 freehold and they see just how close it was for them, they know it's doable and they can really focus on 2-chesting that freehold to get the 30 key, which would give them a little bit of an advantage if they can do that. But that is something we're going to have to see. Patrick is actually dropping really low on that bleed that gets applied to everyone in the group, plus the Cannon Barrage combo. Definitely can be very deadly, even on a 45 key. So yeah, this boss is pretty dangerous as they're also fighting the trash. The rest of the trash they still have to do to get the 100% enemy forces. So have to be a little bit careful with those sea sprouts on the ground and have to be careful with the barrages as they're coming out.
This should be very safe for them, though. They had the Power Infusion plus Breath of Eons combo here on top of the Mage combusting. This trash pack should die relatively quickly, and they should be safe. They've even got the Bloodlust that they can pop right around now if they really want to just keep it safe and make sure they have no issues whatsoever. And it probably will be popped. Yep, there it is. As long as they dodge these Sea Sprouts and don't take too much damage from the boss, don't overlap those Cannon Barrages at all, they should be totally fine here. And we'll be timing this 28 and moving their way towards a 29. Yeah, interesting. No 2 chests of the 28. Even though we know with a clean run and the right routing, it's definitely possible. We'll have to see if, potentially Perplexed, whenever they get to that, can pull it off. They're definitely the team that's been on pace with Mandatory this weekend. Of course, they're going to be reattempting that 30 Underrot that they were oh so close to finishing off earlier on. Hopefully this time, a little bit less sanguine healing, a little bit fewer personal death mistakes. Because, they had to play that last section of the dungeon very safe. They had no battle reses, right? From just individual mistakes, individual deaths. So just got to play this a little bit cleaner and they should be able to pull it off.
Yeah, Mandatory did have to reset their plus 29 freehold that they just attempted because they had 2 deaths on the very first trash pull. So Mandatory is going to have to go again. Didn't lose too much time because, of course, they did the big pull at the very start of the dungeon. So didn't lose too much. And Perplexed on that 30 again. We'll see if they can execute it this time. But yeah, very close, that key.
So, of course, the question for Mandatory now, I think 2-chesting the 29 is completely out of that question, right? Like, I don't know, unless they can find, 10% damage out of nowhere, and then also have a 0 death run on this 29, 2-chesting seems like it's something that's not really within the realm of possibility for them. So, you're really just trying to play safe in this 29, collect your +1 so that you can go up to the 30, which is probably going to be, where we start to see teams run into a little bit of a wall in terms of difficulty, right? It's still something that they can definitely do. I'd say, at least 50% of the time. But of course, at that point, the damage of the mechanics in the dungeon just become to the point where you need to be prepared for everything, right? That AoE shout from the enforcers, need to have a personal up for that, need to have something prepared for that. Any extra damage events on top of that need to be ready for them or they could easily one-shot you. Looks like Mandatory actually... What are we doing here, Mandatory? Okay, we're just back-pulling a little bit. Interesting. Haven't seen that from any other team yet, but I guess it makes sense while you wait for the boss OP to spawn.
They're doing this for Bloodlust, right? Because they want to last the double enforcer pull. And then they go back to this earlier trash here. It's a very interesting strategy. I like it a lot, but earlier I was wondering if they maybe switch this up and save their Bloodlust for the boss, but yeah, even on a 29, they still decide to last the enforcers, which as you said, it does make sense considering just how much damage the Bellowing Shout does. But then at the same time, they are playing triple range and they can just outrange it. But then as an evoker going on to 40 yards range is a little bit annoying. So just using the Bloodlust, making sure he can kill them really quickly and using their defensives to survive that does make sense, I think, for efficiency.
Yeah, I don't think you would need the Bloodlust on the boss to for safety until you get to maybe the 31 level, right? I think with the amount of group utility and group damage reductions they have, you should be able to live through a double shot from the first boss most of the time up to that key level, right? They have so many buttons that they can use to help their teammates live between the augmentation evoker, the mass barrier from the mage, all of the different tools that the Holy Paladin has to keep somebody alive. They have so many interesting buttons that can help them out and keep them alive that I think Bloodlusting the Double Enforcer makes a lot of sense, probably just for the entire weekend.
Yeah, it does make sense for sure. That wolf's on the top right corner now, also in Freehold, of course, at the 26. It does look really, really good on their 2-chest timer, so it shouldn't be a problem for them, even though they do have those 4 deaths on the board. But yeah, interesting to see that everyone's deciding to just stay in that Freehold until they're probably at a 29. I don't think they're going to try the 30 because there's a lot of other keys that they can still do that will give them more points. So I do think 29 is probably going to be the highest they do for now. Except Mandatory, maybe. I mean, Mandatory definitely has all the other dungeons on pretty high key levels already. If you look at the leaderboard right here. But still, they have a lot of 2 chests. They can do the 29 BP, the 30 Nell Flare, and the 30 Asher Vault. So I would assume they go there before they try and do the 30 Freehold.
Yeah, Mandatory suffering from success here. The lowest key that they can do in any of their dungeons is a 29 right now to gain extra score, so
yeah.
They don't have too many great options here. Of course, Freehold is Freehold. It's a pretty nice dungeon to run, and we've given them some pretty easy affixes in the grand scheme of things, so I would assume that they would push this up to a point where they start feeling a little bit of contention before they start moving on to the other dungeons. Of course, I would imagine they would probably go back to that 30 Underrot next, because that's what they were planning on doing, yesterday at the end of our broadcast before they had their unfortunate occurrence on the first boss. That should be something that they can do, but we've also seen from Perplex that, this 30 Underrot it's not a walk in the park, right? Sanguine Affix, it does throw a little bit of resistance in your face, right? If you're not clean, especially in this Cragmaw section of the dungeon here, you could lose a lot of time to that Sanguine Healing, just giving extra HP to the mobs. Look at the healing meters for Perplexed up there in the top left right now. Already 15 million Sanguine Healing that's added HP to these mobs. I mean, and that's probably just from a couple ticks on a few mobs. I mean, the amount of health these mobs have on this key level is ridiculous.
And look how much damage Swag is taking from that fixate on that Bloodswarmer. Pretty crazy, especially, of course, being that cloth person, taking a little bit extra damage as now they are pulling those Guardians on top of the last Bloodswarmer that they have to do. I would assume they're gathering up the rest of this trash here. Yeah, does look like it. Now, of course, they do have to drop those Lashers, the Bloodswarmers, plus the Death Speaker as well, whenever he tries to enrage the trash pack. And their last is coming up in 50 seconds. They want to kind of line it up with their CDs, but they just used 2 minutes. PI just has been used. So technically they want to delay their Bloodlust for after that is ready again. And also their Breath of Eons too. So we'll see if they maybe decide to use it for... still use it for Kragma, but just maybe use it for after the first Tantrum or something.
Yeah, that could make sense here. Although we did just pop it right now too. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's definitely a little weird to use the cooldowns on this pack and then go into the boss without any cooldowns. But maybe that's just, early and often pop the cooldowns on cooldown. Maybe in the last time around they did end up saving a little bit and that costs them, 1 or 2 cooldown uses here and there, and they just want to make sure they get as much damage out as possible. Actually, as a matter of fact, I want to go back and look at our VOD from their previous run and see when they pulled Kragmaw in the other run, just so we can get a little bit of a comparison as to how close they are to the other run. Because, I mean, that run last time, that 30 Underrot that Perplex ran before, they were maybe, you think like 15 seconds off of timing it? Any errant deaths here and there could have easily been the difference maker for them. So let's see. I'm gonna tab back through our VOD here and see if I can find when that was, so we can get a comparison.
Yeah, I think they had how many deaths? 3 or 4, right? So yeah, those deaths. Then they could have definitely made it. I mean, they know they can do this key, otherwise they wouldn't be in here, right? So they know for a fact that if things go correctly, they can do it. But yeah, it's just a very, very close timer for that 30 Underrot. It's interesting to see, though, because we were kind of thinking that maybe it's possible to do a 31 Underrot. But yeah, it doesn't really seem to be doable, especially because of Sanguine. Sanguine is really an affix that is holding you back. Even if you don't get any Sanguine healing on the trash, you still lose damage because of the kiting that your tank has to do, right? Because the mobs are going to spread out. They're not standing in the AoE anymore for the whole duration. So yeah, Sanguine is just probably one of the biggest time losses when it comes to affixes that we have nowadays in this season. So yeah, 31 maybe not so doable after seeing that Perplex plus 30 run. But yeah, there we go. The Bloodlust has been used for Kragma on Perplex side, while the other teams are all fighting it out in Freehold.
So looking back at the previous run that Perplex had in that 30 Underrot that they just barely were out of time on, they killed Kragma off at 14:48. So that's the timer we would like to see them beat. Now, of course, they did have 5 deaths at the end of that Underrot, so that timer difference, I mean, the deaths alone would have timed the key for them if they didn't have any deaths, right? So that's how close this dungeon is on the 30. And yeah, I mean, there's definitely an interesting conversation to be had about safe play versus max DPS in this group. You know, something that all of the players are definitely doing right now in these key levels, you know, the 29s and the 30s. I guarantee you they all have at least a Spore Cloak on, and potentially even a Choker of Shielding, right, to help them just stay alive through mechanics. At super high key levels, if you live through mechanics but you don't have the DPS to actually complete the dungeon in time, at what point do you say, okay, let's take off these defensive embellishments, put on DPS embellishments, which, you know, give you a few % damage here and there, and just try to live through things without the embellishments, right? Because you need the damage to time the key. I mean, there's just not enough time in the dungeon to chew through those massive HP bars you get when you get into the super high key levels.
Yeah, I mean, I think Underrot is definitely one of those keys where the bosses are not necessarily the big of a problem anyway, right? Like, there's nothing that really... I mean, of course, the Tantrum you just saw doing a lot of damage just as I said that, just so I look bad. But yeah, I do think that if you compare it to other keys, it's definitely one of the dungeons that does the least amount of damage. So I do think going full out AoE in this dungeon does make a lot of sense. Maybe not for Divine Field, because the tank damage is still pretty high on some of these bosses here. But for everyone else, I do think it would make sense to go full out DPS. While in other dungeons like Freehold, I think that is a little bit more questionable. I think the Freehold timer is for sure easier in comparison to Underrot. So I do think that in Freehold, it's also doable to go a little bit more survivability. But I mean, at that point, you just have to do that. So you survive the bosses, especially the last boss and the first boss, with those pistol shots and Harlan Sweet with all of those bleeds and cannon barrages just doing so much damage to your group. Yeah, the 29's looking pretty good so far for Mandatory, Skyline, and Fatriarch Yes. We do see the one death on Fatriarch Yes's side. They did also use that Battle Rest to get that person back up, so they don't have a Battle Rest available for a little while, but it is coming back up very soon. And looking at the splits, the boss splits, looks like Mandatory is the fastest, and Skyline, 6 minutes for the first boss seems a little bit slow considering that they didn't have the death. But they should still technically be fine to just time the dungeon generally, right? There's no 2-chesting happening on a 29.
Alright, well, I've got bad news, Nagura. Looking at this run from Perplex, with that death from Swag at the very end of Kragmaw here, first of all, before the death, their Kragmaw kill time was 2 seconds slower than their previous Underrot run. Now, of course, they did have 5 deaths in the previous Underrot instead of the 1 that we have right now, so if they are perfectly clean throughout the rest of this key, there's still a chance. But we cannot have any more mistakes, any more hiccups if they want this 30 Underrot to happen right here in this run here. I mean, if it doesn't happen in this run, you have to think about this. This is a disaster for Perplex, right? That'd be an hour gone where they didn't get any score when other teams were pushing up keys, getting their score, and prepping themselves to run higher keys. This is a very difficult dungeon, and they really need to get this score on the board to give themselves that advantage over everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, that is actually very worrying that their split is so close to the last round that they did end up depleting. And Sancha is coming up as well, and that is where they had issues earlier, right? Divine Field going down twice on that boss. So they need to make sure none of that is happening again this time around. With the timer being so close, they cannot afford any death penalties at all, even though they do have the battle rest available, but just the pure timer is going to be a problem. And yeah, it did look like that sanguine healing on some of these trash pools in the Kragma area is what cost them so much time. So even though they only have this one death, that sanguine healing really, really holding them back a little bit here. As yeah, we'll see. We'll take a look at the split after Sancha is dead and see if they maybe manage to caught up a little bit of time here in comparison to their previous run. While Mandatory on the top right side is now fighting Captain Raoul and Eudora. Eudora is already dead. They're just finishing off the trash here with Raoul's barrel buffs. And yeah, they're doing really good. They did commit Bloodlust here. They have the 2 battle rests available in case something does go wrong. And yeah, I mean, Freehold... The most difficult trash pulls in Freehold, I feel like, are the Enforcer pulls, where you have to deal with the Bellowing Shout. And then you have these big pulls that are coming up for Mandatory here, where you have these, the casters that have to be interrupted, all of these water bolts going through, plus the big frontal cast that has to be interrupted. And then on top of that, you have the Scrapper Fixate, plus the Banana Whirlwind that has to be interrupted, that you can get gripped into by a Harpooner as well. So yeah, these pulls here can be pretty dangerous if you get RNG down or if you run out of disrupts and interrupts.
All right, so I'll give you another split here for Perplexed as we keep an eye on them in that 30 Underrot in the top left here. The Spore Caller Zancha kill we're looking at for them in the previous run was a 21-32. At that point, they had 3 deaths on their board, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So we would like to see them kill this boss off by around the 21-20 mark in this run. If they do that, they are on pace to complete the dungeon in time. So just something to keep an eye on. 21-20 is when we will see this boss go down for them.
Oh.
Another death, though.
Wolf
That's Wolf Disco going down. They do have the battle res for him. Then they still have that 1 extra battle res ready. They didn't have that on this boss last time around. If you'll remember, Divine Field went down. They had to kite it around a little bit using, interesting things like Fade and Viz Bop just to make sure people could stay alive. And then they got the res off, but that was their final battle res before. They still do have the 1 extra battle res compared to the previous run. So... not necessarily the worst case scenario, although it is pretty bad for the tempo of the Fire Mage, right? He loses his combustion, he lost all of his SKB stacks as well, so his damage is going to suffer a little bit until he gets that combustion back off cooldown, and that's definitely going to eat into their timer here. We'll have to see just how much it did, though, when they get this boss down.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Perplex. I mean, they still can do it, but yeah. We'll see how the split looks like after Spore Caller Zancha does go down. As Mandatory also having some issues on the top right side, as RX goes down on that Shadow Priest. They do commit a battle rest, making sure they get that Shadow Priest back up, because the boss is about to spawn. And Ring of Booty is usually an area where dying or releasing is not a good idea. Because if you're in combat with Ludwig or you're in combat with Trothak, then if you're outside of the arena, you get thrown rotten food at, and that one-shots you for sure on that 29. So you cannot come back unless you have some sort of immunity to not die to that rotten food. So yeah, just committing the battle rest does make a lot of sense if you're in this area. And of course, they also skipped a lot of trash on top of that, getting to this place. So dying here is never a good idea. Yeah, no issues for Mandatory, as they do have another battle rest available in case something does happen. And they're still fighting Ludwig here with some of these Crushers, plus the rest of the trash that they have to deal with. Crushers, also a mob that you can only really pull, or you only want to pull them if you don't have a melee comp, because Crushers create this huge circle around them that you have to walk out of, and for melee players that is just such a big time loss to walk out and back in, but for ranged players, of course, not that big of an issue.
Yeah, and again, these 29 free heals should be business as usual for these teams, right? I mean, we saw Mandatory brushing up with the 2-chest timer on the 28, so as long as they don't have some catastrophic wipe, like sub 50% on a boss here, this should be a very easy time especially for mandatory, but also for both FSY and Skyline, right? This shouldn't be something that it poses too much of an issue for the teams. I don't think we're going to start seeing problems from them until maybe the 30 key level on just timing the key alone. But here we go, Perplex in the top left, killing off Sporecollar's Enter. Remember the time that we wanted them to beat was a 21-20. They look very far ahead of that here. They should be going down at almost 21 flat, which means they're about 15 to 20 seconds faster than their previous run. Very, very good news for them. As long as they can keep it clean in this last section of the dungeon here, we should see this 30 Underrot get timed for them.
Do you think 15 to 20 seconds is enough, though?
I think so.
Faster than the last run?
When you factor in the extra death timer as well, right? Because they had 5 deaths in the previous
extra
run.
10 seconds. Or
So,
extra 15, yeah.
They should barely be able to time it. Now, it's also going to come down to the Sanguine management, right? Like, a couple extra ticks of Sanguine could easily just erase that 15, 20-second advantage that you gain for yourself here. So you have to be extremely diligent on especially this pull, but also on the corruptors after this, right? There's so much that can go wrong with just one spellcast from one of these abilities, right? One of those thrashes goes on for a little bit too long, somebody gets clipped by this maddening gaze here. Gotta keep an eye on the evoker as he breath of eons across the group. Don't want to accidentally breath into that maddening gaze and get feared into some other trash off in the corner, but that doesn't happen for a Shine. He's too experienced, he's too much of a veteran for that to happen to him. And the poll's going well, making sure they focus down that horror as well so it doesn't accidentally Sanguine heal up to full here. And of course, they can move things out of the trash. And something we don't really talk about too much in this Underrot, Nagura, is this Sanguine affix is kind of annoying to deal with when you're a tank who's playing with a Fire Mage, right? Because your Fire Mage really wants you to keep that trash in their flame patches as long as possible. But if you have to kite out a Sanguine, that means your flame patch uptime isn't going to necessarily be as high. So there's a lot of pressure on the tank to put mobs in exactly the right spot so that they can take as much damage as possible from the flame patches, but also not heal at all to the Sanguine.
Yeah, definitely not ideal for the Fire Mage damage at all. So we do see another skip come in here by Wolf Disco with that Sleepwalk combo and Invis. And now they have to deal with this horror plus another one. So they have to kill 2 horrors here plus 2 corruptors. And then they're on to the last boss. Now they do have 7 minutes left, but it is cutting it close. They have to deal with this trash in around 2 minutes. So they can... I personally think to be safe they need like 5 minutes. The last boss. So they do have to kill this trash pretty quickly to make sure they do have those full 5 minutes for the last one.
Let me see, and I think they still do need to pull these 2 corruptors over to that final horror as well, like they did last time around, just to finish off their trash count. So they're definitely looking a lot better than last time around here, but you cannot let up at all with these corruptors. They are so dangerous. One Void Slash, one Maddening Gaze could be the end of the run right here. So everyone needs to be diligent, no mistakes. Make sure you dodge those tendrils. Okay, here's the Maddening Gazes. Everyone's baiting together too, which is really nice. Also, the 2 corruptors are perfectly synced up as well, which makes them so much easier to dodge. This is going really, really well for them.
Yeah, definitely looking good. They are approaching the 24-minute marker, which means that they have another 6 minutes left. And if we think they need 5 minutes for the last boss, they still have a whole minute to deal with this trash, which they don't need. So this time around, they definitely do have enough time. They have around 5 minutes and, let's say, 30 seconds when they reach the bottom of this RP, or once this door opens. So they're definitely fine. But of course, there's still things that can go wrong on this boss fight. On a 30, this does a lot of damage. There's spores that can assassinate some players. They have battle rusts available, but they cannot necessarily afford the death penalty here, and they cannot afford to use any kind of damage from anyone dying. So things have to go perfect here on Unbound Abomination for them to time this key. And yeah, they have Bloodlust available. They're waiting with it for PI and Breath of Eons to come up and combust, so they can send everything simultaneously. But it is looking good.
This is a formality for them, right? They've done this before. They have an entire extra minute compared to the previous run. They pulled this boss with 4.5 minutes left last time around. They pulled it with 5.5 minutes this time around. I mean, they just need to make sure they don't get JB spored. They need to make sure they don't place a frontal in the wrong spot. They need to make sure that they're staying diligent about their stacks, right? One of the most dangerous parts of this fight that people really don't pay attention to is whenever those blood visages spawn in the intermission phases, right, when the boss reaches 100 energy, that protector in the middle of the room, because it's channeling its ability on the blood visages, it's not putting these cleansing AoE circles on your group. So that means that your stacks tend to go a little bit higher there. That's something that Swag's going to need to keep an eye on, and he can mass dispel those debuffs off for his group. if that does happen. That's something that can very easily, on this key level, just take your group out. If you get a 3-stack of that debuff on this fight, that could really, really easily just take someone out. So we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they're paying attention to that. But here we go, we're off to the races. Bloodlust is popped. They had the Summer as well for the extra damage as well. Breath of Eons is popped. No combustion just yet, but it'll be coming up very shortly. And of course, he's in that SKB anyway, so he's essentially got the combustion too. Should be a good burst of damage for them here.
Yeah, definitely looking great. But yeah, they are the first Visages spawning, as you mentioned. Now we're probably going to see some of these master spells coming in by Swag, as they're up to 2 stacks right now. They do have Dwarf Racials as well, at least 3 of their players. They can technically get rid of that by just using the Dwarf Racial, but so far everyone is holding on to that. As, of course, Bloodlust is running. You're not going to think of Dwarf Racial when Bloodlust is running. You have to press your damage buttons. So we might see that a little bit later. But yeah, the second bar already halfway filled. So looking very, very good on their timer. They do have a little bit over 3 minutes left. So definitely looking so much better this time around for Perplex. And that's such a breather for them if they time this now, because yeah, having those 2 deaths earlier and having so much sanguine healing, they maybe were a little bit worried, because if they would have depleted this key too, it would have been so bad for their motivation as well. It doesn't necessarily mean that they would have getting eliminated today, but yeah, their motivation would have been pretty low after depleting 2 30s so early on in the day. So I do think they really need to time this key here.
Yeah, 100% they do need to time this key here. I mean, the other question as well is how much time is going to be left when they complete the key, right? Because that'll give you a good indication of whether or not 31 is even possible as something for them to go to. Now, I think they're obviously going to be going to every other dungeon first and probably pushing this up to 30 before they even consider doing this on the 31. But if they finish this dungeon off at, say 28, 40 or something, you could potentially think about having the damage to complete this dungeon with a Spore Cloak swap. Maybe if they have an extra minute and a half going from 30 to 31. Not 100% sure how it's going to work out, but here we go. We're in that first intermission where your Protector, that final intermission where the Protector is channeling on the Visages. There's a little bit of extra damage on the group, but Swag pops the Master Spell, make sure everyone's nice and safe here, and all they have to do is fill up that blood bar one final time, and the Protector will finish off the fight for them. Looks like they're nice and clean. Sevi doing a good job keeping everyone nice and topped. Very, very safe here. Everyone's stacking up to make sure they bait the frontals in the right spot here, keeping themselves away from the Rotting Spores. Even a nice little rescue on the Shadow Priest to make sure he's keeping as much uptime as possible. And only a tiny bit of damage to go here at the last second for Perplexed here. Plenty of time on the board. This should be a very easily timed key for them at this point.
Yeah, definitely looking very good. One more thing. You did mention the timer here, and I think not only is it important to see if they can do the 31, but if the 30 stays the highest key for them for the rest of the weekend, then the timer also might matter for a tiebreaker, right? So finishing this boss off as quickly as possible is going to be somewhat important for them in case a tiebreaker does happen, because that is something we're going to be looking at as well at the end of tomorrow, possibly, or even at the end of today, if they would be in danger of getting eliminated, which is pretty unlikely, but it could happen. There we go, the last 2 Visages did spawn. They're gonna switch to the Blood Visage that the Titan is not focusing, and there we go. We do have the plus 30 timed by Perplex. Really well done.
Looks like Mandatory about to finish this run as well, and it looks like it's about time for a caster swap as we watch this 29 get pretty comfortably timed, it looks like. But before we swap completely, I do have a dungeon quiz question. Here we go. From Freehold, which is appropriate because it's all over our screen. Harlan Sweet's treasure features a prominent portrait of what? A fancy gnome, a fancy dwarf, a fancy goblin, or a fancy orc? I'm trusting you all not to screen look. It's in his treasure. It's in his treasure in the background somewhere. So which is it? I think
I know this one.
Get the answer as well. Well then, well have you answer. Well, should we have Tettle's answer last or first? Because he may know, but he might not know, too. We'll see.
I have absolutely no idea, and I would answer first.
Go.
Okay, go for it.
I'm gonna say it's a fancy orc.
Okay.
I'll go
Goblin
goblin.
says a fancy orc.
Goblin
from
as well.
Zyronic.
Changed my mind last second though.
Do you actually change your mind, or do you stick with orc? It's dangerous. They always say
Hold on.
stick with your first guess.
Whoever the observer is on FSY, turn to the right just a little
No,
bit.
no, no. Don't
to the right
turn.
just a
That's
little
cheating.
Hold on.
No.
Yeah,
So,
we're
okay,
going
so
with
turn
Orc
to the right
after
just a
all.
little bit.
Orc.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zyronic says Goblin. Negro says Orc. Dratnos. Tettles, I know you're out there. What's the answer?
I'm gonna go with Goblin as well. I don't know. It seems like the most likely for there to be fancy paintings of.
Okay. And Tettles?
Also Goblin.
Goblin. All right. And Makes can just let us know in chat or something like that. But let's find out what the answer is. What is it?
Oh.
See, it is a fancy goblin. There he is. Yeah, very fancy. He's got the thing around his neck. I don't know what that is. Lacy kind of thing.
I'm just saying it would have looked better if it wasn't an orc.
Yeah, it could be a very short orc. Are we sure here?
Wow.
Hang on.
I mean, it could be. It could be a short,
There's-
malnourished orc, I suppose, too. But yeah. But I think we're gonna call that a goblin. So that's hey, 3 out of the 4 of you got it right. That's pretty good. I saw mostly C's in chat as well, so I'm gonna give that one to chat as well. But we'll swap people out now as we see Perplexed now jumping into this Neltharian's lair.
Yeah, Perplexed have got this very big first pull going. Even though it's a plus 30, they are still interested in just all of the trash at the start of the dungeon, even though it's plus 30 fortified. But you can see, even though Divine is feeling pretty tanky, he's still doing quite a bit of backpedaling. That is a pretty good strategy, because just by backpedaling a little bit like this, you take like half as many auto attacks when you're doing this. He's even going to use his Typhoon there, and this is basically like a huge defensive that you get whenever you're kind of doing this sort of half kite. It's in a controlled fashion, very powerful tool. You'll see good tanks using a lot.
I think that for a lot of people, like you look at a pull of that size and you think, oh yeah, the Hulk is the biggest mob here. It's going to be doing the most amount of damage to me. Oh, the Drudges are going to be owning me because they're also larger mobs. In reality, the Skitters do like 75% of the damage that the Hulk does for each Skitter that is up. So, and that is a lot of Skitters that like Divine was tanking there. So it's super scary on a 30 fortified to be able to even get that pull dealt with. Well, how do you feel about the strategy that Perplexed is deploying here, where they're going to all of the dungeons that they saw yesterday first, and then they're going to have to backtrack to Freehold later?
I think it's fine. So there's a little bit of a risk of... Technically, they're in 5th place right now. If the tournament were to, if the day were to end right now, they would get eliminated, despite the fact that they have the best Azure Vault, the best Underrot, tied for the best Neltslayer, and the best Vortex Pinnacle. Despite all of that, because they don't have a single dungeon run up in Freehold, they have a 0 instead of a 22 or a 25 or something. Even completing just the 23 in Freehold would put them back away from being eliminated, at least. But it's a little bit worrying. On the other hand, there's no universe in which they need more than, one run to time the 23, right? There's no universe where they need more than one run to probably 3 chest the 23, and then at least time and probably 2 chest the 26. So they can pick up those points later. Psychologically, it would be maybe a little bit good to go there early, just to make sure that you don't have it hanging over you and end up choking. But
Yeah.
these are the dungeons that they could have come in today practiced for, right? The Freehold, they didn't know the affixes, they didn't know the dungeon, so they couldn't have been prepped for. So maybe it makes a lot of sense, and I actually like this out of Perplexed, because they can come after their break and actually look at what the other teams are doing in Freehold and come in with a full plan, whereas they've started the day off in the dungeons where they already could do that.
What I'm kind of interested in is why was Neltslayer 30 selected here? This makes me think that they probably had to have insane practice for this dungeon just in general, where
Well, I mean, they're sitting on a 2 chest of 28, right? If
Yes.
their scoreboard is all 1 chests except for the Neltslayer, so this is an important one for them to actually time at some point today.
At some point
to collect
today,
those
but
2 points.
I'm just surprised that they are not. I would have probably allocated maybe the last hour of the day to doing it, as opposed to this hour. But it makes me think that they maybe have timed something that is quite high in this dungeon during practice, right? Maybe even a 31 on fortified or something like that, to where they're so confident in here. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna one shot this 30 and get out of here almost immediately.
I mean, even the Underrot wasn't a 1-shot, but it was still probably a good use
close.
of time for them, right?
Yeah.
They don't have an awful lot of other dungeons they need to do after this. Yes, they need to go to Freehold, and they need to do 23, 26, 28, right? Like they need to do some freeholds, but that's only that's only like an hour and a half or 2 hours of freeholds that they need to do today. So I don't know. I mean, I think this makes some sense, getting these dungeons that they could have known about beforehand, before their break, then taking their break, figuring out exactly what their plan is in freehold, exactly whether they think they can two chest the 28, for instance, and if so, how exactly they're going to try and make that happen.
Yeah. So just looking around at the rest of the teams, we have Mandatory using a very interesting strategy for their Bloodlust inside of freehold. It's maybe a little bit less time efficient, but it does allow them to Bloodlust the double Enforcer pull, which once you start to get to this level that they are at, it makes a lot of sense. And then, again, just looking around the rest of the board, Direwolves here trying to time a 28 freehold. They only have to kill Trothak off, and that's the final boss that they're going to be dealing with before being able to finish off this key. I don't think they're two chest though. Well,
they need a little bit of trash is the problem as well. So not only do they need to do 2/3 of a 28 Trothak, but they do need to get a little bit count. Well, they have one Crusher in, but they need to get 22 count. That's Crushers aren't that much, right?
No, they're not that much.
Maybe they can pull some more in once the Crusher dies. Maybe there's another Crusher that they can tag or something. We'll see. Either way, though.
I still don't think they're two chesting.
Yeah, the two chest is in 15 seconds here, so I believe that the boss is going to last a little bit longer than that. That's okay, though. I mean, that's still a pretty impressive run out of Direwolves, and this is joining their kind of tradition of having some really fast runs in these keys. They just need to go and get some of the high keys done now after this, but they're in some danger of being the team eliminated at the end of the day, but if they can keep up runs like this, I think they actually have a lot of strength available to them, and they can maybe maneuver so that Skyline gets eliminated instead.
I heard some lore that this team was actually really good at freehold during time trials. Now, this was a little bit of a different texture of freehold, but allegedly they got their 29 freehold done in 2 attempts. So I think there's precedence for this team to be pretty good at this dungeon in particular.
Yeah, this is a nice dungeon for people that played back in BFA as well, because a lot of the knowledge built up back then is still transferable. A lot has changed about the dungeon. The last boss, pretty different with that whirling dagger now as well. But there's a lot of transferable knowledge. So and a lot of people on actually several of these teams were playing back in BFA as well.
So currently the fastest time we have for freehold is 24:40. That was FSY. Mandatory had a 25:35. I mean, and then Skyline had a 26:08. So it looks like Direwolves are going to be mostly in line with that. They have to get a little bit of count here. Where's it going to be from, though?
Looks like it's this patrol, and this should be enough here for them.
3 mobs here?
3,
it's not even all the mobs.
3 mobs. So some mobs give 4 count, and some give 3. So they got to pick the ones that give 4 if they want to kill it in 3 mobs. I think the brine scales only give 3, though, so they're probably going to have to kill 4 total mobs.
Lowest amount of HP.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the route? What do you think? What do you think about the Direwolves route here?
I'm not sure I like this bit at the end of killing some trash right after the last boss to stop the clock. This feels like maybe there's a way they could pull this with RP or with trash or with boss at some point. But I like the general idea of it. I think it's going to scale nicely into the higher keys. I think it's going to give them a good final lust onto that Ring of Booty boss. There is a little bit more backtracking inherent to the path if you are going over to Harlan Suite and then coming back versus just having to go over and then stop the clock. So that is worrying a little bit.
I've seen some teams on live sometimes do a weird route where they actually go Ring of Booty second because it lines up with your lust a little bit better. I don't know if that's going to be something that teams are going to.
I like that on Tyrannical, I think. But I don't think it's worth the backtrack on Fortified. I think you just pull the bosses and save because trash is what you're kind of worried about anyways.
The Direwolves time is a bit slow, but we'll see. It's interesting because even though their strat was slow for the 28, nobody else did 2 chests of the 28. There's a question as to how their strat's going to scale up into higher levels. I think it's really yet to be seen.
Yeah, they're sitting now at 139 points, which is 2 ahead of Skyline, but Skyline are sitting on 2 extra points worth of 3 chest equity in their Nelslayer, so really a tied game between Direwolves and Skyline right now, I would say.
Okay, how are you feeling about eliminations at the end of the day? So one team gets eliminated at the end of the day, the team with the lowest score. I'm kind of still thinking that it's going to be Skyline, just watching their play today.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Skyline in some of the higher keys as well, but I mean, it's right now it is tied basically between Direwolves and Skyline for which team is most likely to get eliminated at the end of the day, in my mind. FSY are also not out of the woods yet either. They're a little bit ahead of Direwolves and Skyline, but they're only, one bad hour away from last place as well. So it's going to be a really, really close finish to the end of the day. FSY are in this weird middle position where if things go really well for them, they could actually be challenging for the top 2 spots here. But if things go badly for them, they could also get eliminated at the end of the day. It's going to be really exciting to watch. Very high stakes positioning. And of course, it's not just about, not getting eliminated at the end of the day. You need to finish in the top 2 at the end of the weekend to qualify through to the global finals. Perplexed having a death there. Zasevi going down. That's going to be one of their battle reses. And Bloodlust has now faded off of him early as well. So a little bit of danger here in their plus 30 Neltslayer with Fortified. This area is very dangerous. You can see the damage of any of those abilities is any 2 things that hit you are going to kill you.
One thing I've actually... Oh my gosh, a Shine dropping so low there. Able to stay alive. One of the things I actually really liked about Perplexed in this dungeon was their route. So, and it's something that I think is going to actually scale pretty well up in the higher keys, is skipping the Dominators at the end. So it seemed like it was about 50-50 as to whether or not teams were pulling the Dominators and playing them or skipping them. And I think that once you start to get up to these higher levels like this 30, those Scorpion Dominators at the very end of the dungeon are just going to become problematic, right? I think that those are going to be harder than the bosses themselves. There could even be like a case to maybe even lust them.
Well, Perplexed had a path where they weren't pulling either of them, right?
Exactly. And so their route without pulling either of them, I think that it's going to make a lot30 once we start to see.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to scale really nicely into these very, very high keys. They do still have to get there. I mean, and like you said, those mobs are maybe more dangerous than the bosses, but the bosses are also still on a plus 30, even with Fortified active. Neuraxis is going to be a really challenging encounter. The last boss is going to be really challenging as well.
Do you ever expect comp swap in here? So, Warrior in particular is maybe what I'm looking at. Maybe like Fury or Prot Warrior at some point in this dungeon, because they can spell reflect Neuraxis, and it actually does. They can also spell reflect the last boss. Or do you think it's just Bear Druid Central?
I don't think that you would make the swap because that very first pull of the dungeon I imagine would just be very hard to survive on any other tank, and I'm not sure the time gain is going to be worth it. Maybe if it makes a boss go from impossible to possible, then it could be worth.
I will say Plague of Prot Warrior might make a Hulk go from possible to impossible rather quickly as well.
I mean, Warrior's actually, it's not a bad tank by any stretch. It definitely could work out.
Really
I just don't think it's going to save you time over the bear, but I think
it's
you could
really good in here, right?
Yeah, this is a good dungeon for it, and even the Hulks are livable. It's nastier than being on a bear, but it's definitely doable.
DPS Warrior?
Yeah, you could play DPS Warrior, but then what are you replacing, right? You're probably replacing the mage because you don't want to replace the priest or the evoker.
We need Soothe. So yeah, I don't think you're replacing a mage. Okay, so it's probably not right.
I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. The spell reflect is definitely really nice. The Neuraxis spell reflect in particular is high value. Warrior's damage profile works out pretty nicely on a lot of these pulls as well. It is kind of annoying to go from 0 melee to 1 melee in here as well because the pelters are a little bit fun. They will jump away from you if they're being hit by melee DPS or by melee abilities, but they don't actually jump away if they're only being hit by ranged abilities. So those double pelter pulls in particular get much more annoying if you have a melee DPS.
Do you think we're ever amending the route to not pull double pelter pulls?
Yeah, I mean, already you can see that they aren't pulling this double pelter over to the side here.
They pull the other one though, right?
Yeah, it's hard though because how do you amend that? I mean, your route already has so much inflexibility because of the skipping the scorpions at the end as well. Yeah. I'm sure there's something you could do, but again, if you're trying to do that to time a higher key, the timer is also going to become a problem, and you can't afford all that much inefficiency.
I think I'm
not
really
sure.
Close.
Is the 31 going to be possible in here? I think this is maybe the most likely dungeon to see go to 31. This and maybe Azure Vault are the ones where it's possible.
Azure Vault felt really swift.
Yeah, but I mean, the 30 that was done was not that much under the theoretical 31 timer. So I'm. Here comes a Shine grabbing an extra friend from inside the cave there with Mind Soothe.
Well, it's bonus count.
Yeah, nice. extra Shaper.
It's
Big
really not
move.
that dangerous on this fight either. Like it's just a little bit of tank damage. You need to coordinate your kicks a little bit, but you have more than enough interrupts for this point at bringing in the Shaper.
Yeah, I love this out of Perplexed. Easy way to get a little bit of extra count. The Mind Soothe on the Pelter is definitely nice for making this possible. You're going to see a pretty high uptime on Mind Soothe on both that Pelter and the 3-pack behind a Shine right now. Whenever they need to go near those parts of the room, they're going to have Mind Soothe up on them, which is a couple of globals lost from Swag, but not a big deal. They now pull the boss back over to this area, and over here they don't need to worry about soothing anything.
I don't think they're beating this, by the way.
Yeah, Ularog, they need to get it to 0% health before 100% energy. I don't like their chances either. I think this is just I think this is a chill. They don't have their cooldowns up for a little bit. Maybe they'll press when their cooldowns come up here.
I think the number you're looking for, especially on like Fortified, is probably like it's
okay, they're
probably
pressing
30 at the most coming out of the phase.
Here come their CDs. There's a Breath of Ian's as well. Is the breath going to pop before Ulorok goes down? It looks like it probably will, but I don't think it's going to pop for enough to take this boss down to 0.
Yeah, I think the percent we're looking for is like 30 if you have all of your CDs up. It
Yeah,
seems like 40 something, right?
I mean, Power Infusion and Void Eruption, or I guess Power Infusion ended a little bit after the boss went immune there. Void Form is also going to be losing some value there too, so it's possible if they'd had CDs at the start, they could have done a little bit more on this, but it's... I agree, they were not particularly close to beating this phase. Still makes sense to press the cooldowns there, though, because if you're sitting on them, then you're sitting on them for so long.
Are they deploying a 4-lust strat? That's what it looks like. I think they're
so in a 33-minute dungeon, if you want to lust 4 times, you have to press it basically on cooldown. You get 2 total minutes throughout the dungeon that your lust can be off cooldown and not pressed. And the first, 20 seconds, you're walking anyways, so that already takes away some of that. So yeah, you basically just have to press it on cooldown. That means that their 3rd lust is going to land probably on Neuraxis here, maybe on the trash pull just before it. And then the 4th lust is going to land at the end of Dargurl. Is that better than just 3 good lusts? I think so, yeah. I think that's good for time. I like it.
1728. I mean I think we're within range, right? I think that whenever you're looking to come off this boss, it's around the 17-minute mark. I feel like 1728 is actually, I mean, it's gonna be close, but the way that Perplex pulls the back half of this dungeon, plus the fact that they don't have to mess with the Dominators, I think that their timer's gonna be fine. If they're running a different route, I'd be a little bit more concerned though.
All right, they're setting up another big pull here. This is the first Grub Master, plus the 4 Crocodiles, plus this Breaker Pelter nonsense over here.
Yeah, it's
pretty scary.
Oh, Ashine also notably does not have his cheat death because he got hit by the hands on the boss. So any damage that is dealt to him can be very, very dangerous. So he needs to be really paying attention here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of defensive tools, but that passive one is gone. I believe wearing a Spore Cloak as well, so a little bit of passive defense available from that, but that's not going to protect you from a 100-0, which there are a few there, such as that one. That's going to take him... I guess that was maybe a 90-0, but still, down goes the Shine. Yeah, they're going to send the Bureaus here, and I think that means that they know that their timer is going to be tight here.
That's kind of what I'm thinking
Swag
too.
goes down,
Swag going down, releasing, and he's going to be able to run back. They have... So now they have minus 15 seconds on the timer, and like you were saying, I am concerned about their timer still. Like, I think it's doable because of this pull in particular. They're going to be able to get this finished off here in just a couple more seconds, but it's going to be a nail-biter at the very end. All right, so...
Landing those good lusts is going to be important, right? Making sure that when they actually press their lust, they're doing good damage is going to be it's actually very important that they can get somewhere good to press this lust when it comes off cooldown.
So the last 2 lusts, just generally with the strat, are on Neuraxis at some point and 4th ad.
Yeah.
4th ad on Darkroll, because that ad is like pretty difficult to deal with.
It's the one that you only get 2 spikes for, right?
Yes.
So you need, and you only can use one of those spikes usually, so...
Correct. So you lust it.
Yeah, you use the lust. You can even use Bop so that somebody can stand and tank the ad for a bit without having to move it or break a spike. And you try and kill it without needing that second spike usage. Very
Mandatory,
scary.
okay, so just looking around at the rest of the teams here, Mandatory in the top right, in this 30 freehold, they probably had to reset 30 freehold the very beginning of it, like 3 or 4 times, but now they're on a pretty good run, nearly 20 minutes into this dungeon. Gonna get Trothak pulled here in a little bit.
Yeah, only 1 death here for Mandatory. It looks like it did use their battle res whenever it did happen, though. They are also going to get 1 more total lust in this dungeon. We'll see where they decide to use it. Maybe it'll be on the trash before Harlan.
Sure.
Or maybe it'll be on Harlan himself.
FSY, bottom right, being silent assassins here. Nearly 20 minutes into an Underrot. It's kind of unfortunate that they're in the 28, right? Because they weren't able to two-chest the 27. But they're making a great pace in this Underrot 28. Going to be killing this off here in a bit. They have a decent amount of wiggle room for any mistakes as well.
Yeah, FSY looking very good in this 28. And is the two-chest on the table here? Yeah, hang on.
Yeah.
They need probably 4.5 for the last boss. So they have 1 minute to get to the last boss. I think this is a no.
I think 4 is like... Okay, we're sanguine healing some mobs. I think 4 is like bare minimum for killing that boss. Ooh, they have a death now too. They're just sending the battle res. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm ruling it not happening.
Because you also have to wait for the RP, right? For the door to open and whatnot.
Ooh, they're sleepwalking the worm.
Yeah.
And Krona's going to grab it and then invis it off.
Exactly.
Yeah, they do need to do this pull down here, though. Yeah, there's no way. It's not possible. It can't be done.
Sleepwalk is, by the way, like one of the only CCs that really works on those worms. Like there's other things such as paralysis and whatnot. But those mobs are apparitions, so it's like kind of hard to press anything on them except for Sleepwalk.
Yeah, you can actually dominate mind them as well, which is...
Well, that would leave the priest in combat.
Yeah, that's the problem. That is the problem with doing that. But you could dominate mind the one here, for instance. If you're ever overcount, you can just dominate mind this worm that's in the last pull and just leave it. And then by the time you go downstairs, you'll release it or whatever. It'll be mad at you, but it can't do anything because you're, way far away. So that's one piece of tech that you may, if you end up like me overpulling this dungeon sometimes, that can be a little tool at the end of it.
I've definitely been there.
All right, Perplexed are working on Neuraxis now up in the top left.
Yeah.
They have sent that lust. And they are going to get it at the end of Dark Rule as well. They do need to get there in time. I think their clock is looking good, but it's not looking great.
This is the strat where you're like doing a key on live and you're like, well, it's doable, but we're not really thrilled with our timer. But it's lining up to where they're going to get that lust on the 4th ad, and then they're going to have to burn the boss because they're not going to have much more time after the 4th ad. So, it's gonna be tight. I think it's possible. If they lose this run, I think it's going to end up be due to the 4 deaths. So.
Yeah, those 4 deaths, it's not just the 20 seconds they cost, right? But it's the time, like, that pull that they did after the Ularog took so much longer because players were going down.
That pull owns, but that pull, if your Shadow Priest is dead. So think about an Augmentation Evoker. Whenever you lose the Shadow Priest, you're effectively losing 50% of your DPS, right? As opposed to 33% with how Aug works. And so,
yeah,
it's really bad to be losing DPS there.
That is the big problem with the Augmentation Evoker, is you are very much at the mercy of your other 2 DPS using their cooldowns and then not dying, right? Like, if that happens, like you said, it is much more costly than a regular DPS death. Actually, by far the best person to die in the group is the Augmentation Evoker, whenever you're playing with one. Anything else is going to be catastrophic.
Well, Augmentation can't die, bro. They have a cheat death.
That's true. Defy fate. That's a good button, or a good passive.
Good passive, yeah. Okay, so bottom right, FSY onto Unbound Abomination. They have Lust popped. I think it's safe to rule that this is not going to be a 2-chest.
Yeah, the first set of ads are dying now. They're approaching the halfway point to the fight. They'll have 2 minutes left for it, but their cooldowns are fading now. I mean, it's going to actually be quite close, but I think it's not happening. But yeah, it was definitely possible to 2-chest this.
Mm-hmm.
It's, it's really hard. This is a 1 death run. There's a little bit of sanguine healing, but it's very hard to avoid that.
I mean, that's just the nature of Sanguine Underrot, I think, in general, is like you're going to have some Sanguine healing, whether it be the Faceless. I think the Faceless Corruptors are by far the hardest mobs to not Sanguine heal, but even things such as like the Matrons in the very beginning and whatnot. We haven't seen it too often, but TGP teams have actually adapted their strat for how they're doing the beginning of Underrot to be kind of interesting. They're doing double Matron pull, like right off the rip, and it is really easy to Sanguine heal double Matron.
Yeah, those Matrons are very uncooperative. They're not CCable. They charge around at players. You need your whole group, not just your tank, to be thinking about Sanguine when you're doing that pull if you want to avoid Sanguine healing. Perplex now starting their pull. This is the extra count that they need because they're skipping both of the Scorpions later. So a little bit of a scary pull, though. We can see Swag going down.
Do we B-res this? Oh, dude. Okay, so Intercession's been cast. We do battle res this, but this means now that
we'll have one res coming up in the middle of Dargrul at this point, but it is not going to be pretty.
Yeah, we hate that.
We're going to have like 6. We're going to have. Oh, goodness, we're going to have 5.5 or 5 for Dargrul. It's going to be right down to the wire for Perplex up in the top left.
We were counting our blessings as not Tyran, because I think I'd be rolling it out if it was Tyran here. But I think
certainly.
We're going to be right up against the
Swag
wire.
Goes down
Swag
again.
Going down again. What are we projecting this boss is? 435?
Yeah, I think 5 would be my guess. Yeah, 5, maybe 430. Maybe 430.
430, just with like how the timing works out. Wolf Disco going down too. Now they have no DPS left alive.
I believe this is a town portal. I think at this point.
I think we're dead here, dude. Maybe Swag can get back in time. The problem is the run back on this area is still at Ularog. So you probably have a minute-long run back or something.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not close.
I think so. They should be about to get back, right? You can have a Shine rescue Swag forward. Swag can life grip Wolf Disco forward, although Wolf Disco is probably just going to be ahead of Swag because he's got more movement. I guess Swag died first.
We're having this Trapper break out of the poly here.
There's only 5 minutes left in the dungeon at this point. I would be pressing Town Portal if I was Perplexed here. Maybe you just want to practice the boss, though. Maybe there's some value in that. Maybe it's still possible. I don't know. I mean, maybe you can tunnel boss early. You can just go on the Swag again.
I mean, now we're losing our lust. Like our lust is gone now too because of
Divine's gonna take now. They're gonna send it and and Town Portal out of here. So that is minus 30 minutes for Perplexed with nothing to show for it.
Proof of concept, timeable even with like 4 deaths.
Yes. That last pull, I mean, we talked about how hard those Scorpions hit, but if you're replacing Scorpions with Pelters, it's not that much of an improvement in terms of your DPS not getting one-shot. Like, that's still going to happen, unfortunately.
Those are breakers in like a... So technically that's a double Trapper pull, but they're leaving one of them polymorphed off to the side, right? So it's like it's basically like one Pelter, as opposed to a Dominator. I think Dominators are sketch.
All right, we tune in now to Mandatory's plus 30 freehold. This would actually be the highest freehold key to be done ever this season.
Patty.
Nobody's done it yet on the live servers above the 29 keystone level. So if Mandatory cannot choke the Harlan Sweet encounter, they've got 4 minutes. It's a 30 fortified boss here.
I'm already updating my split spreadsheet. I'm feeling it.
No way they could wipe from here. They are playing in the corner, though, so you got to be careful, right? They actually don't have that much space. This is a slightly harder version of Harlan Sweet than the one that if you're fighting in the middle of the room. Everybody has to be grouping up soon. There's a rescue you just saw come out from Maystein, not to move RX, but to apply the Twin Guardian Shield to both of them.
Yeah, I think it's actually super interesting that they're not electing to play any of this trash in this final area. So a lot of teams on live play the trash in this last area with their by hand and just kill it manually. But Mandatory don't want anything to do with particularly the Enforcers. The Enforcers are really, really sketchy, especially on top of this boss. Whenever you have the dagger going out on people. But I think it's just a super interesting strategy that they decided that this was not for them, that they would rather play more Harpooners, because the Harpooners are also pretty dangerous.
Yeah, Harpooners are it's sort of RNG deadliness as well, because who they target is a big
So-
deal in terms of whether or not that person's going to die, right?
It's not RNG. Basically, the harpooners have a chance to pick a player at ranged. So technically,
Okay.
you could bait it onto like Maestein, who's wearing mail armor, right? Or just
Okay.
like funnel him things like bop or sack or whatever.
Then you're having your mage and your priest play in melee, though, right? Which is like it comes with its own host of concerns on a lot of those pulls, right? You've got a lot of those whirlwinding mobs. You've got those
Getting melee to
fixating
death
mobs.
getting melee to death by a fixate. Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, that does remove the RNG, but it does add its own problems doing it that way.
I mean, playing the end, I don't know. There are probably 2 or 3 bad packs of trash that you have to fight in Freehold. Mandatory has decided that the trash in front of Harlan is the one that they're going to be skipping, and that they would rather play some of the other stuff.
Yeah, they are going to start the final phase of this boss here for Mandatory.
This is where
I wonder if the 31 is feasible in here. Looking at the timer, it would be they would need to find some time increases. There are, of course, those 2 deaths that are obvious points of potential improvement, but I wonder if there's actually a couple of minutes worth of time they could save here, because they're only going to have a minute to spare at the end of this dungeon, and going up a key level costs more than a minute.
I think it's doable. I think that it's going to. I think this is one of those things that you do day 3 whenever you have no other easy like roads to upgrades, because so a minute at 5. I think that Mandatory like 3 or 4 shot this dungeon, but a lot of their resets happened at the very beginning, so I think it's probably possible if they have like a super good run, but I don't think it's free to get that 31. And then especially like you and I did some research into like what gear they were wearing, and they weren't really wearing that defensive gear, right? They were already wearing pretty offensive gear.
Yeah, there's a lot of lariats being used. There are a few people using Spore Cloak, but not everybody that could be wearing. And in fact, there are some specs across these different groups where some players are wearing the Spore Cloaks and some players aren't. And it's pretty cool to see, actually. It may change between the dungeons, but the thing that actually is most different from the live servers, there are a lot of elemental lariats on a lot of these characters, largely because they have full sockets on Tournament Realm. I suspect over the next couple of weeks we're going to start seeing that on live as well, as players start rounding out their, they start getting an extra spark to craft a lariat with, and they also start having all of their gear socketed. That lariat starts to become really compelling again.
Oh man, I'm a bit concerned. I don't know. Mandatory just timed that dungeon on a 30, and Skyline had a very similar time at a 29 in Freehold, by the way. That's not great. That's not great for them.
Yeah, Skyline are going to need to. I mean, they're probably going to need to put up a 30 in at least one dungeon to survive the day, depending on what Direwolves can do. Direwolves, though, if you look at Direwolves' board, they actually they have a lot of work ahead of them, right? Like they have a lot of 28s and 27s they have to improve before they can even get to 30s, right?
FSY has been like, okay, so FSY, while they haven't been too chesting a lot of dungeons, their consistency I felt like has been really good. Like so they don't have the 2 chests that Mandatory has that is currently 1 point ahead of them, but I feel like FSY's consistency and like their ability to be able to time all the keys has been really good. Where are they in that Underrot right now?
They're on break apparently. They're taking one of their so for those who are unfamiliar with our TGP rules, it's 5 hours of competition every day. We want the players to not just be sitting down and blasting for the full 5 hours, though. We want to encourage a little bit of break taking. So we require 20 minutes of break to be taken throughout the day, which the teams can split up into 2 10-minute breaks, and FSY are on one of those right now.
Are you going back to Underrot if you're a Fat Shark? I feel like you could do Underrot 29.
I think so. Yeah, I think I would start there. I don't know. Maybe you just want to stay in one dungeon and also keep the familiarity and stay warmed up in a certain dungeon as well. So always another thing to consider whenever you don't have any like obvious points that you need. And FSY, they don't have any super obvious weak points on their scorecard anymore. It
looks like Perplex is on break after that Null Slayer too.
Yeah, that makes some sense. I mean, you got to take that break at some point. Obviously, they would really have preferred to have put the Null Slayer on the board. But I think once they come back from their break, I bet we're going to see them in the freehold. I don't think you want to leave that freehold to the last hour. I think leaving it to the last third or to the third last hour is fine, but leaving it to the last hour would be sketchy.
So there is a significant advantage though of them slamming the Nell Slayer over and over again back to back to back, right? Just
That's
in terms
true.
of familiarity, you feel more comfortable in the dungeon just in general. Like,
Yeah.
it's always easier to time a key if you're able to run it a few times back to back, right?
That is fair, but then you start running the risk of like, if you only have 2 hours left in the day and you get to freehold and something happens. I mean, I
Yes.
guess 2 hours is still more than enough to get at least some of your points out of freehold, but it would be really unfortunate if Perplexed were to get eliminated at the end of the day, because right now, if the tournament ended if the day ended right now, they would be getting eliminated, despite the fact that they have the best or tied for the best run in every of the 4 dungeons they have done. They haven't done a freehold yet. They have to get in there at some point. I wouldn't want to leave it till the last hour. I just wouldn't want to leave that to chance.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it's interesting. All right, so Skyline here in this Nell Slayer, they really need to make sure that they have some big victories, and I think that starting out with this 28 Nell Slayer, if they're able to time this key, which they're on easily timeable pace here, this would be a great starting point. We saw Direwolves time this key yesterday with 20 deaths, so Skyline with 0 should pretty comfortably get this one done.
Yeah, this is looking quite good for Skyline, and this is very good for their chances in the higher levels of this keystone as well. This key has been two-chested as well by Mandatory and Perplexed at the 28 level. Skyline certainly still have that possibility open to them as well.
I got some numbers for you for times, and it's for 2 different strats. Mandatory killed off Neuraxis at 1754, but they did have a little bit more trash to play than Perplexed towards the end of the dungeon. Perplexed killed off Neuraxis at 2041. But I think that the 1754 looking at Skyline's count is the number that we were looking for. So I'm not huge in the camp that I think it's 2-chestable, but I mean, Mandatory was really far under the 2-chest timer, because 2-chest timer is 26-24, yeah?
Yeah, so they have another 6.5 minutes from here to end this dungeon. Neuraxis is almost dead, so let's say they have 6 minutes after Neuraxis dies to do the last bit of the dungeon. They have like 1 trash pull, right? They have a Scorpion plus some stuff over on the side.
Yeah, it's the Scorpion, the Trapper, plus the double breakers off to the side, which is done in 1 pull, but because you MC the Trapper, yeah?
I think this is possible for Skyline. It's going to be close, yeah. But this 2-chest, it would be really big for them. Again, this is a team that is on the potential brink of elimination, depending on how Direwolves and FSY perform over the next few hours. So picking up the 2-chest here, it would be big if they could then come back and actually do the 30 today. If they're not going to do the 30 today, then it doesn't matter, actually, right? It doesn't change their chances of being eliminated at the end of the day, except for tiebreakers, where time may help them.
It seems like for some of the other teams, the timer on this boss was a hair under 4, like 350 something.
At the 28 keystone level? Okay.
Yeah, at the 28 keystone level.
Yeah, so then they have another minute to get this trash pull done then?
I mean, it's
another minute and a half.
It's gonna be
even?
close.
It's going to be very close. We'll have to follow along with Skyline up there.
It's a big deal if they 2-chest it. Like it is. That might save them from elimination by itself if they are able to 2-chest this key.
Well, they would have to come back and actually time the 30, which we've just seen Perplexed fail to do. So
Perplexed back in the lab though, and Nell Slayer out of the break.
Yeah, there they go. They are starting up this massive first pull once again. Looks very scary. 30% count from this pull. So
Our
many
observers
mobs.
are
You can see even our observer frames are getting a little bit cooked by that fire mage. That's okay though. They're getting through it,
Dude,
nonetheless.
That's my favorite part is when the observers start lagging.
Oh yeah, this pull is this pull does not mess around. But you can see they are already dealt with the skitters now, and they just have most of the rest here. Wolf Disco doing a humble 1.6 million DPS. Swag at a healthy 900k. Divine at 550k. And Giuseppe at 300 as well. Shine really got to pick it up, though. He's sitting only at 140k DPS, and he's supposed to be a DPS player in this group as well. So we'll have to talk to Perplexed about that at some point.
Okay, so again, looking at Skyline in the top left, the 2-chest timer is 26-24, and we were projecting around the 4-minute mark is how long you needed for this boss. So it's I don't know. It's going to be really close. I don't think it's going to happen. But they do have Lust available. They're going to be getting the boss pulled here in just a couple of seconds once these double breakers die. But the breakers have to be dead for us to be out of combat before we can meld off the pack or invis off the pack.
Knowing how close they are to the potential 2-chest timer here as well, we may see them commit more damage to boss and try and cleave a little bit more greedily onto the ads.
I could be down for that. I think that it makes a lot more sense. They're also lusting for boss damage efficiency as opposed to ad efficiency, because if you're lusting for like completing the dungeon, you're never lusting this ad. You're either lusting ad 2 or ad 4. But this ad right here and just where they're pressing this lust, look, like basically none of their damage is going into the boss or into the ad. All of it's going into the boss, and the ad just dies incidentally to ignite and just like spree stats.
Get to where they actually start having to run up against that 4th of the ads on this fight, because that's where it kind of gets to be a little bit dangerous, right? I mean,
30?
The timing of the spikes is really nasty.
Yeah, I think it's maybe 30 Dratnos, yeah?
Dratnos is gone. It's only me now.
It's there is no
Who's
Dratnos.
me?
There's
Is that
only
not
Zyronic. I mean, that is Dratnos. Don't you recognize his voice?
Can you give me
I
your
thought
best
you'd
hello,
worked with him
everybody?
long enough. You'd think you'd know
Hello,
it.
everybody. My name is Dratnos.
Yes, Dratnos.
Yeah, sound just like him.
I'm here with the weekly route.
Okay, so
How's your vault?
How are you feeling about the Skyline 2-chest? Do you think it's doable?
26:48, I think, is the timer they need, right? So they should be on pace for it.
Wait, is it 48? I thought it was 24. Oh snap.
I think it's 48.
Okay, well, if it's 48, then that's different. That's very different.
Yeah, they should be totally fine on the 2-chest here. We've seen a lot of teams actually get the 2-chest in this 28 Elf Slayer, right? The question is, how doable is the 30? I mean, I believe it was yesterday, right, that we saw Direwolves really, really struggle in this Neltharian's lair. I think it was on the 28th that they were struggling. So the fact that Skyline's able to really put this run together and even potentially get the 2-chest on it, now with the boss below 30%, is actually really impressive.
30 from Perplex looked doable but hard is how I would describe it. Looks like they're having to
24.
Okay.
And Math knows was right, sorry.
What? Well, I said 24.
Okay, you were right. Mathnos was wrong.
I'm not allowed to do math on broadcast anymore. After the incident of yesterday. But the math won't lie here. Skyline's able to 2-chest this dungeon. That's +2.
Yeah, not even close, actually, beating the 26 mark altogether, so we don't even have to worry about the seconds here. Very impressive run from them, and they needed this too, right? They're in the lower section of that scoreboard.
Yes.
They were kind of in the 5th place spot, because even though Perplexed is there right now, they just haven't done a freehold at all today, so they're going to careen up the leaderboards there the second they start even attempting those freeholds, right? You look at that 30 that Mandatory has done. We would assume that that's something Perplexed can pull off too and easily finish around the 146 mark at the end of the day. So
Skyline is in a really good
that.
position if they're able to do 30 Nelth Slayer like one shot. I think that's what they needed to 2-chest that dungeon. If they didn't 2-chest that Nelth Slayer 28, I would have been very concerned for them. Their ability to not get eliminated today. But now they're, I think, putting Direwolves in a really scary position, especially if they're able to actually time the 30 Nelth Slayer, which again, from seeing Perplexed, it was doable, but it wasn't going to be like super easy, such as the lower levels of this dungeon, because this dungeon's timer is relatively lenient, but especially once you start to get to like higher levels, there's just like a lot of ways that you can die, like pelters. No pulling dominators is maybe a strat that everybody's going to have to adapt to. Like, what is that going to look like in the future?
Yeah, I mean, we're reaching that level where at some point you're going to have to start making adaptations to your route because things just become not so easily doable on the higher key levels. And the Nelslayer on the fortified, like you mentioned, the dominators, they're definitely a pain point, right? 2 of your range players are just going to get pelted for 90% of their HP bar every, 4 or 5 seconds. So stuff like that's really annoying. The enforcers and freehold on the super high fortified keys are going to be something that the teams have to figure out how to live through. I actually really like Mandatory's routing, right? Where they actually just skip past everything and bloodless the first double enforcer pull just so they can get through them as quickly as possible and kind of make the most dangerous part of the early part of the dungeon go as quickly as possible. And also it's resettable too, right? If you mess up on that pull, who cares? It's the first pull. You just reset and go again. I kind of like that idea from them to make that swap.
other strats that we can talk about. How do you feel about the Direwolves Trothak last, then do a trash pull kind of strategy that we see in the top left? It's unique
interesting.
routing.
They're the only team that's doing that, and I wonder if it's because they haven't taken time to take a break and look and see if there's something faster to do, or if this is just a faster strat in general.
I mean, they're slow.
I don't know.
Their strat wasn't slow. I don't think it's like insane or anything.
Well, I wonder if it's just this is what they did in time trials, and they're just doing it because they're used to the routing of the pull.
Lust timings look really good on this too, but like there is a decent amount of backtracking with having to go to Harlan and then back to Trothak.
Mm-hmm. You have to go across the bridge. And
I think it's like
back,
slightly more backtracking. It's actually not that much more, but it's a little bit more. Now that I'm really thinking about it, because you have to backtrack after Trothak anyways.
Well, something also to mention about this dungeon, because this is probably one of the most heavily featured dungeons we've had in the MDI in general in the past several years, right? The routing of this dungeon has been figured out to a point where we assume that there's a certain thing that's really fast. Now, something that this comp really doesn't lend itself to very easily is having one of your DPS players skip ahead and start the RP for the Trothak area. Looking at the group comp they have right now, it would have to be the mage that does it, right? They're the only one that can really invis past everything, right?
It's the Evoker.
Does the Evoker do it? Okay.
You can use Wormstone and like jump over walls and then port back.
Interesting. Okay.
Which is ideal, but I mean you would never do it in this comp, right? Or you would never do it with this routing, like because of how you're making a beeline towards this area. But I think for a lot of groups it's going to be the Evoker.
Okay. So I remember back when we had this featured in our regular MDI, way back in BFA, teams were dead set on using Rogue in this dungeon, not only because it was like really strong back then, but also because it was one of those classes that could just, okay, I'm going to go start the RP and be back with the group in 15 seconds, and then it's going to be ready for us when we get there, but that's not something that's really feasible with the group comp that we have right now. But if they have someone that can do it anyways, it's not that big of a deal.
I'd like to shout out BFA Outlaw Rogue. Very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's really running into the dungeons that are going to be too difficult. The only thing that's really we're really just starting to peek into those areas where mistakes will cost you the run here. Of course, we saw that earlier today with the 30 Underrot from Perplexed, where they almost spent an hour and just barely were able to time it in their second attempt there. Mandatory going for that run in the bottom right there. Couple of like breakpoints for us to look at if they want to be on the same pace as Perplexed was in their 30 Underrot. Perplexed killed their Kragmaw off at about the 1440 mark or so. So we'll see if Mandatory's on pace for that. Of course, a lot of that comes down to how good their Sanguine management is in this section of the dungeon. And of course, those death timers really do come into play. The first Underrot attempt from Perplexed actually was thwarted by death timers. If they had 0 deaths in that dungeon, they would have timed it versus the 5 they had. So every second matters when you get to this key level.
I mean, coming off the first boss, Mandatory looked like they had a much cleaner Sanguine management, where like Perplexed came off the first boss at like 531, so Mandatory already being 10 seconds ahead there in a dungeon that seems like you have maybe 30 seconds of wiggle room at the most. I mean, that's really good, right?
Yeah, definitely on pace here. But again, like we were talking about, the biggest section of the dungeon is going to be right here. This trash area in Kragmaw's room is so dangerous. These Blood Swarmers, if they're actually allowed to melee you for a few seconds in a row, they can just kill you. That's what happened to Maystine just then. Just took a couple too many melees, didn't quite kite it out enough, and that's their one current battle res they have available gone. They have another one coming up in 15 seconds. They'll have that for Kragmaw, but that's an extra 5 seconds of death timers, which, as we previously mentioned, can cause a problem for your timer. Huh. Direwolves really pushing this 29 freehold to the edge up here on the top left here, just barely getting the last bit of trash with less than a minute left on the dungeon here.
So
they need to go back to the drawing boards. I don't think this routing is the best that they can do in this dungeon.
Skyline had a similar time to them in this key, but it's not fast. Like it's something that we've seen. We saw Mandatory time of 30. A minute 5 under, and there was a question as to whether or not a 31 is timeable, and we kind of concluded that it probably was. And so, like, with them finishing this dungeon in 29:23, with Skyline finishing the other 29 and 29:06, it's like that could be a problem later on in the weekend, especially if FSY, Perplexed, or Mandatory are able to time the 30, because FSY had a really fast 29.
Yeah, they were blazing fast in their run. And, I mean, the important thing is that they could definitely extrapolate that out to a 30, right? Whereas Direwolves, with that time, only 40 seconds left on the 29, they have to figure something else out to do a 30. That route is not, like, the way they played it in that run, that's not going to work in a 30. They don't have enough time, they don't have enough, overall damage to make that work in a 30. So I'd assume they're probably not going to go back to that dungeon until they've maybe taken a break and looked at what other teams have done to try to, change their strategy up, go a little bit faster in that dungeon. Although, speaking of breaks, Fat Shark, yes, did take all 20 minutes of their break, and now they're back in this 29 Underrot here, looking to gain that +1 score. Should be good for them. I mean, we haven't seen the 29 pose too much of an issue for teams. It's been the 30 where teams really start to have an issue, so we'll see if they're able to come back fresh from that break and get a nice little score boost here.
Our producer types in our chat, Perplex is playing with Fire Lamau, and I don't think he's talking about the spec. How do you feel about them being in Nelth Slayer still?
I don't know. I mean, the question for me with Perplexed is, have they taken the break timers yet, right? There's a really interesting strategy sort of deal going on here where they're the one team that we have left in the competition so far that hasn't gone into the new dungeon for the day yet. They haven't
look at their score. Yeah, they're 116 still.
They've spent their time going for those harder keys, getting those 30s done in other key levels, which, if they can get them all down, would set them up extremely nicely for tomorrow. Now, the question is, can they get through to tomorrow? Now, of course, I think they'll have no problems going in and one-shotting like the 3-chest freehold, and then maybe even 2-chest in the 26, no problem. And they have the added benefit of, when they take the break timer, they can have somebody go and look at the VODs for the other teams, figure out which of those strategies they like the best, come up with a route for it, and then be all set and prepared to go back into the freehold when they come back from the break. I think it's actually a really, really solid strategy. And even if they don't push it up to the 30s that we're seeing from some of the other teams, the fact that they put those higher dungeons on time in the other keys should put them in a spot where their score is going to be high enough to make it through to tomorrow anyways.
All right, give me your prediction. We're 2.5 hours out. Who do you think it gets eliminated today?
Let me see. I need to take a look at the scoreboard to really iron out what I think.
I think it's between Skyline and Direwolves most likely.
Yeah, I think you're right. The only thing that's preventing me from outright denying Skyline completely is that they do have 2 chests that they can capitalize on. One of them is this 2-chest Underrot. They can get the 29. That'd be a +2 score boost for them.
Yeah, okay.
And then they also have the 30 Nelth Slayer that they could potentially go to as well, which we're seeing Perplexed run on the top left. If Perplexed can finish this 30 Nelth Slayer off without too much of a hiccup, I think that bodes really well for Skyline to potentially go in there and collect that +2 as well, which would put them way, way ahead of Direwolves. Direwolves only has the Underrot to collect the +2 in, right? They don't have the benefit of being able to go to that Nelth Slayer 30, which happened at the end of yesterday.
Bottom right hand side, we do have Skyline in that 29 Underrot that you were talking about. I mean, that is 2 points. That they're doing exactly what we think we need to see from them for them to be able to avoid elimination. For Direwolves, kind of a similar situation where I think timing the 29 Underrot. Then where are you going after that? Probably like 29 Nelth Slayer, maybe 28 Vortex Pinnacle, depending on how you're feeling. It's kind of
for Skyline.
No, for Direwolves.
Oh, for Direwolves. I mean,
because the 29 Underrot that they're in right now is the last 2 chests they have on their board.
Right. I don't know. They're in a rough spot. They really can't afford to make any mistakes for the rest of the day, right? And with a little over 2.5 hours left, I mean, we're halfway through the day already, right?
Sure.
They really need to time every single key because they are on the back foot. I think they are the team that is in that 5th place slot right now. Theoretically, if every single team didn't wipe for the rest of the day, Direwolves would be the team that'd be out. So, yeah,
I do think that fate is still in their hands, right? Like if you said,
sure.
if they time every single key, if they don't have any more depletes for the rest of the day, I'm pretty sure they're going to make it through, right? I think that it's just one of those situations that if they do start to run into any issues or struggles, it's gonna be pretty challenging. I was talking to the Direwolves guys a bit today. They were saying that at the end of the day yesterday they were getting a little bit tired, which makes sense.
Well, you could see it as well, right? They were definitely not playing their best for sure. And, that's not trying to take anything away from them, but they were making a lot of mistakes in that 28 Neltharion. Sorry. Yeah, that was a 28 Neltharion's lair, right?
Yeah.
Which is something that we've seen multiple other teams two-chest, right? Perplexed, Mandatory, and Skyline all got the two-chest in that key. And it was actually really unfortunate for them. If you remember what happened at the end of yesterday, they started off, I think, with like about 30 minutes left in the day. They went into the Nelth's lair. About 20 minutes into the key, they realized, oh, we're not going to two-chest this. There's no point in one-chesting this, because then we'll have to do a 29, so let's just go ahead and reset and go again and go for the two-chest so that we can go into the 30 tomorrow. And then in their second run, they also didn't two-chest it, so they ended up having to just take the L and one-chest it. It was really unfortunate, and yeah, I mean, now they're in a position where they have to go into the 29, time that, and then, they'll also presumably have to do the 30 if that's something that's doable. So, yeah, it's just an extra run that they're going to have to complete.
Funnily enough, I think they've timed a 28 on live of Nelth's lair too. This is like a team that a lot of teams haven't been playing live keys a lot lately, and neither has Direwolves, but like they did, like right as the patch came out, like a 28 on live because they're just like that skilled. They're really good.
I mean, they are insane players, right? It's just unfortunate that it didn't really translate at the very tail end of the competition yesterday for them, and they're on their back foot now because of it.
They're still definitely in this.
Oh, of course.
They just have to have like a really good last like 2.5 hours.
Let's keep up here though, as we've been talking for a little bit. Let's see what the potential is for Mandatory to complete this Underrot in the top right here. We do have, I have it on my screen here, that the time splits for this Underrot, and it actually looks like Mandatory is pretty significantly behind where Perplexed was in their run. Perplexed was able to deal with Kragmaw at the 14:44 mark in their run. Look at Mandatory split there on Kragmaw, 15:45, an entire minute behind. Now the question is, did they backpull a little bit of trash? Did they go and pull those skeletons in? I didn't quite see if they were doing that, but if they didn't, they are not on pace for this dungeon at all.
Oh yeah, jeez. Yeah, 1450 is what I had it at.
The next split, as well as we can see here, is when they kill Sporecaller Zancha, we're looking at around like a 21:30. Unfortunately, Skylark does go down here trying to soak the mushrooms up here. That's going to be a full team wipe for Mandatory, so they're going to have to reset and go again. Oh, wow.
Something that it's not actually super common to see, but it does happen, is once you start to get to the high enough level, the mushrooms themselves, just soaking them intentionally can kill you like 100-0. So only very specific people can soak them. In that case, Skylark, if he ate 2 at once, he can just die. It's something that, like, whenever you do like low level keys, you just like soak them and you're like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. But like those things scale really hard once you get to high levels of keys.
And like even if the initial damage doesn't one-shot you, the dot damage afterwards would definitely tick you down too, right? So
look at Perplex top left. So Dreadnought and I were talking about this earlier. Is it possible to actually beat this phase? And it was close.
They were really close. As a matter of fact, doesn't the boss also tick to dot damage after the fact too? So they could potentially finish him off while he's down. It's really unfortunate they just didn't quite have the damage for it. And it looks like they also didn't have the lust for it either, right? That was used 5 minutes ago. So
they go for the they're going for the 4 lust strat. So yeah, they don't have lust there, but they effectively just lost 40 seconds probably having to do an extra shell game, maybe a little bit longer. So maybe it's better to just bite the bullet and move the lust. I'm not 100% sure because it's a question. Yeah, I don't know. It's really difficult to tell. Like what's better with your lust there.
Definitely a big question. Now, of course, we don't actually know exactly what the timer's going to look like here. I think the big thing that you do have to play into is you need the lust for the last boss, right? You really don't want to get too far into that fight because, like we were talking about, we've been talking about this all weekend. Once you get to like the 3:30 to 4 minute mark, the lineups of the mechanics just get so desynced that it's really, really difficult to deal with the mechanics of the fight, especially when you have yourself cooped up in the corner there trying not to pull the dominators that you have, still active when you're in the corner of the room. So We'll have to see how they do end up dealing with that should they get there in this run. This is a pull, though. This is the pull, actually, yesterday that was causing so many problems for Direwolves. So many things can go wrong here. You get slammed by the Stone Shapers. You get bitten by one of these grubs out here. If any one of those gets their Metamorphosis cast off, that's just the end of the pull right there. But Perplex doing a good job of it.
A Shine and Swag died on this pull last time whenever they were in the 30. They ended up having a couple of deaths. And a lot of it just came from the Breaker. Because it's easy to, like you were saying, there's so much going on here with like interrupts, making sure that you're stopping these maggots and whatnot, that you're not always like super attentive to the avalanche that's coming out of the Breaker. And if you actually lose focus for like half a second, it's pretty easy to die. So just making really sure that you were paying attention. Dr. Wolf Disco, Prox is cauterized there, but again, it's made to be used. This is totally fine.
What's their pacing like compared to last run? Do you know what the time was for their Ularog kill in the other 30?
I don't have it, but I can pull it up. Just keep talking, I'll find it for you.
All right, I'll keep talking. I am talking more. Yeah, I actually... So one of the interesting things about coming back to these dungeons from Legion is I actually like that I just still have my weak auras from back then. So I can walk into a Neltharian's lair, and the second one of the breakers starts casting Avalanche, I get a giant red text box on my screen that says Avalanche is going to kill you, and I just know to move. I'm really bad about deleting old weak auras, but, you know, it helps out.
How far back does your add-ons folder go? I have to know now.
You want to hold on? I'll actually look right now. Let me pull it up. I am really, really bad about deleting add-ons.
Why don't you delete Legion?
I'm surprised this doesn't like. Shouldn't this have like bricked your client by now?
So I still have this. This is a blast from the past. I still have the Skyline Mythic Dungeon Tools folder in my add-ons folder from back in Legion. Remember the Helm titles?
What? Yeah, that was from the MDI qualifier. Why do you have that? Anyways, okay.
We need a Hoarder's WoW episode now, apparently.
I'm going to lose my mind listening to the conversation. So the splits are 6-17 Rockmore, 17-28 Ularog, 25-26 Neuraxis. And we think it was timeable, is what we think. That last run, if they didn't have any deaths, or if they didn't have the deaths that wiped the group, we thought that the dungeon was timeable, and they are, 35 or 40 seconds ahead of where they were coming off of Ularog. So Perplex is making great pace.
Okay, cool. That's really good. Now, of course, the third lust is coming up here, and they have a little bit of time here, a little bit of wiggle room to pop this lust, but I imagine they'll just slam it right on pull here so that they have as much time as possible to pop the fourth one later on, right?
Yeah, so it gets sent on CD, but this is actually perfect timing because looking at all of our offensive cooldowns, we have Spree CDs, we have Combustion, we have Breath of Eons. Literally everything is right here. So this is perfect lust timing. So this is the advantage of the 4 lust strategy, is you get it right on pull of Neuraxis, and then you get it on like the 4th ad on Dark Rule. Wolf Disco dying to a circle plus a rock because he didn't have his cauterize does really suck, though. We just lost our combustion and our lust.
That is a lot. That's the PI lust combust plus all of his SKB sex gone.
It might have been the second. It might have been the double lust. Even we might have lost everything.
He lost everything. That is awful.
We might have been foreclosed on our home.
He's gonna get taken out back after this key.
Everything is
die
gone
when you have all your cooldowns up.
He's still doing 350 KDPS, even while dying. So I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that bad.
But look at the spot that Perplexed actually has himself in here. 90% trash count. They don't have to do almost anything in this next section. We already know they're skipping all the Dominators, right? What is actually going to be this 9% count that they have? Are they going to pull... Is it the 3-pack double breaker?
It's the double trapper, double breaker pull.
Okay.
And so they leave one of the trappers polymorphed, and yeah, they just leave one of the trappers polymorphed, and then they kill the first trapper off, and then they kill the second trapper off. It's the only thing that you have to really worry about is the mob that can transform into the char skin. But if you CC that, once it hits 50%, it doesn't transform into the char skin anyways. It's significantly less dangerous than the Dominators. I think that Perplex devised a strategy that scales really well into high keys, because the Dominators I think would probably wipe you if you pulled them.
Oh, those are unpullable on this key level. Like, you just can't. There's no way.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
All right, well, we'll have to see if it works out for them here. Of course, it's nice that this is fortified instead of tyrannical, because some of the damage on this boss would be completely unhealable if they were running a 30 tyrannical. I actually remember back in Legion, this was like the hardest key on tyrannical, maybe outside of Maw of Souls, to be pushed up. Like, the damage on this boss and the last boss in particular were just way out of control when it came to damage scaling, but of course, don't have to worry about that here. It's just a massive chunk of HP to work themselves through. They've probably been in combat with the boss alone here for probably 2.5 or 3 minutes, and they still have another 30% of the HP bar to chew through.
Yeah, and last time they were in here, again, the time that they had was 25-26, and we thought that was timeable. And so they're going to be probably a minute faster than that, so... I think that Perplex is looking really good here, assuming that they don't have any deaths and they don't end up wiping Dark Girl.
Yep, I agree. I mean, yeah, that's the big question mark, is do they know the tech to live through, you know, 4th ad and beyond on
I don't know
Dark
if it's
Girl. That's
tech,
something...
I think it's just hope.
Yeah. Well, just to talk more about that, we've covered it already a couple times this weekend, but essentially what we're covering with Darkroll, right? Everyone knows how Darkroll works, right? He spawns an ad, you have to stun it with the spikes. The spikes
Yes.
make it so he doesn't do AoE damage, and he takes double damage, so you can burn him down quickly. As you get further and further into that Darkroll fight, he pushes back his mechanics. So after the first magma wave, he spawns the ad almost instantly. After the second magma wave, he spawns it, a few seconds later. By the time you get to the 4th ad spawn, it spawns when the boss has like 50% of his energy bar full already, which means you really only have one spike combo to burst the ad down, and by the time the second spike spawns, the boss is about to magma wave, so you can't waste that spike on stunning the ad a second time. So you really need to either burn the ad down to make sure it doesn't get spiked, kite it around, which is not what you want to do because that's a lot of group damage, and you don't really have the room to kite anyways. Yeah, or you can stand there with a bop as well for a little while, right? But
That's true.
it's just something we haven't really seen the teams have to deal with yet because nobody's gotten to the point where they've had to deal with that 4th ad.
So taking a look at the other teams, we have FSY in the bottom right-hand corner. They had a tank death, but they were able to recover that. I was really surprised with how fast they were able to recover a tank death on this fight. It looks like they're in a really good position to be able to time this 29. I think that FSY, it was a team that we didn't necessarily know how well they were going to perform because they didn't have a bunch of people who had done high keys or had high key experience. But I feel like they've exceeded my expectations for what we've been expecting out of this team, and I think that they've been playing great this weekend, and they're continuing to play great in this Underrot.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're on good pace here too. I mean, Sport Caller dying before the 21-minute mark should be a very easily timed key for them, and we'll definitely set them up to get the 30 done later on as well. Same thing's going well for FSY. They're even going on an even faster clip here. Look at that Sport Caller time, 19 minutes flat for them. They are crushing this 29 Underrot. No issues whatsoever for them. We'll have to see what Mandatory is doing in their run, see if they're on pace. Remember, last time around, they were like a minute off the Kragma split they needed in order to time the key, which, maybe led to them forcefully wiping it. Skylar kind of just randomly walked into a mushroom. Not sure if that was on purpose or not. But issues for Direwolves in their 29. Set a death on Chaz, had to use a battle res. They're actually using their second lust on this Sport Caller pull with a bunch of trash, too. This is something we're not seeing any other team really go for.
It's a good way to save a lot of time.
Yeah, no, it's really smart.
So, typically with this pull, the only thing you're really worried about are like the interrupts, right? But so if you have like this composition, especially with like Evoker interrupting or talenting into short quell, so like 20-second interrupt, you have enough kicks to be able to get every single Defiler kick. Just rotating through mate, it's like the Druid and the Paladin kick, and then it's the Mage and then the Evoker kick, and you're just rotating that, and then you just have to CC. You have to CC the skeleton. But if you're able to get that dealt with, it's a great way to save a ton of time from Direwolves. You have to watch out for Sanguine, though. Any Sanguine healing on this boss would have been pretty much a catastrophe, I would say.
Yeah, and also you have to think about it, right? In a 30-minute dungeon, you're only ever getting 3 lusts off anyways, so if you can deal with Kragma without using that second lust there, it technically, like you said, would be a little bit more efficient to do this, but it's definitely a lot more difficult to pull off, especially with the burst AoE damage coming out from this boss, right? On that higher key level, on Tyrannical. Every one of these Festering Harvests almost one-shots. Look at the AoE damage coming out. Bang, right there. But we've got more important things going on. Perplexed is on to Dargirl in the top left corner here. See how they're able to deal with this. They have plenty of time, man. They've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're thinking this like a 4:30 fight. So I think we are in play safe big IO mode where there's no point in prioritizing boss damage. So sometimes we talked about how you have to like manage the amount of damage that you're dealing to the boss versus dealing to the ad. We are in the mode right now for Perplexed where they are trying to deal as much damage to the ad as possible every single time it is summoned, because just the ad living for anything longer than just dying inside the first crystal can become a problem. Now, they are through one of the harder parts of this, and we do have Lust in 4 minutes, but this is a situation that Perplexed, if they're able to play safe and get through this fight, at least live about 4 minutes, Dargul should die on time, and we're great here for Perplexed.
So that was Magma Wave number 1. We're getting into Ad Spawn Magma Sculptor number 2 in a short second here, and you can see spawns a little bit later every single time here. 30% energy on the boss here when it spawns, instantly stunning it into the spikes here. Gonna swap to it, burst it down quickly. Get a second spike too here as well.
Yeah, we're baiting the next spike right on top of them as well. Ideally, you don't want it like completely on top of him. You want him to have to take like a couple of steps before he gets stunned, and that's more important for like the third one than it is for the second one, because like you don't want to overlap the vulnerability windows. You want to optimize the time of killing the ad as much as possible. But Perplexed, oh my gosh, they absolutely just smoked that ad. It wasn't even close for them.
Yep, that was really well done, but they're going to have to do it a couple more times at least here. The boss is only at 60% here. They do have their next set of 2 minutes coming up here, and the Bloodlust will be up in about a minute as well. Probably for the fourth ad, that'd be a really nice lineup for them here.
So yeah, 2s typically get sent straight into the third ad, and then like you were saying, Lust plus all of the beacons get sent into both the first and the fourth ad. That's generally the lineup that you see for how to optimize like defense or like killing the fourth ad.
Here we go, third ad spawning very shortly here. Of course, it keeps getting pushed back more and more and more as the fight goes on here. This one's not going to spawn until right about now, if I remember correctly. There it is. This needs to get bursted down. There's the Breath of Eons instantly as it comes out. They're going to be bursting this down as quickly as they possibly can. This is Combust plus PI as well. Second spike's just being baited on top of it. They're not worried too much about the vulnerability overlap because that ad is getting absolutely nuked. Already dead coming up here in a short second. There it is, the pop from the breath, dealing with it very easily here. And we're into our third magma wave, and this is where things get a little bit dangerous. They really need to burst the next ad down. But look, the boss is still at 40%. They have to do so much more.
We have Lust too, so we're really fine here. Like it's going to line up perfectly. I suspect Zisevi and Divine both are going to have their beacons up for it, and so I think it's going to be like double beacons sent plus the Lust on top of it. Wolf Disco's even going to have his combustion back available for him, so this is something that you just don't pull the Dominators. Do not pull those Scorpions.
Do not pull the Dominators. Yeah, but here's the question as well: is are they going to get a third spike?
Sometimes you queue into the third spike. It doesn't always happen. I would say that in my personal experience, and this is completely anecdotal, you get it maybe like 10% of the time you get the third spike.
You would really like to burst this ad down before
Here's Lust.
Using the second spike, though. Here's the Lust here. Gonna start burning this ad down.
We're going to come out from behind the pillar because we don't want to bait the Charskin into this pillar, and whoever it fixates on is going to get bop, and he's just going to stand there for a second and fully tank the Charskin. They may even sack themselves and take it far away.
No, they got the third spike. They got the third spike. This is fine. They need to get behind it instantly, though.
It got broken.
Wait, it got instantly exploded.
The Dominator got pulled. The Dominator got pulled.
Oh no! Perplexed.
Man, this is exactly what we couldn't do. We couldn't pull the Dominator.
See, that's the thing, though. That everything gets pushed back at that point. I think they would have wiped anyways, though, Tettles. They would have wiped anyways. Here's the thing, right? The spikes came out, but he started instantly queuing the magma wave. I don't think the spike would have spawned for them to be able to actually get behind it by the time the magma wave started pulsing damage on the group. That's the thing. You have to burst that ad down before it gets stunned a second time.
Do they have to go to freehold now? This is so bad.
Do they have? Okay, I don't think they do. I think they should.
For one more. I think they have time for one more run here. But they are really playing with fire by not going to freehold. I think they have time for one more Neltharian's Lair to be okay. Because if they time the Nelth's Lair and then they get like even like a 27 freehold, they're safe. Like they don't need like they don't need a 29 freehold. They need to like not have a 0.
They need the 28, yeah. They need the 28 for sure.
Dude, I'm so sad they wiped, by the way. I hate that.
So
I
not
guess you
only
could
did
say they were caught between a rock and a charred place.
No.
Who let this guy in?
He
I'll be
just so
going
you
now.
guys know at home, Doa has full autonomy to chime in whenever he wants the entire day, and he chose that exact moment to chime in and say that. And now he's going to mute himself again and go back to doing whatever he was doing before.
Can somebody call
true.
security, man? Why
I'll
are you
be back
back
later.
here?
Carry on. You're doing great.
Yeah, I think that was just everything going wrong. Not enough burst damage on that last ad. Even though they had the lust, they just didn't have the burst damage to pull through it. I think in order to make that 100% safe, to make sure you don't pop the third spikes accidentally, you need to burn that ad down.
They
pretty
killed
much
the
instantly.
spike, right? Like they killed the spike with the char skin after they
Yeah, they
realized
did.
that it was. I feel like that's why I was saying that. Like I really want you to like not be behind the spike that you're trying to save, and instead the person just like eats the bop, right, and just stands on top of the char skin with it. It just makes it so much safer. I don't know. It sucks.
It's just so dangerous, though, right? Because like
it's the spell queuing, right? It's spell queuing of the boss that makes it really jank.
the spell queuing, well, the delay on the spell queuing as well as you go later into the fight. And on top of that, like the Charskin has so much HP. If it's not stunned to taking double damage, like it's really hard to chew through that HP bar. So they do need to actually make sure they're saving a little bit more for them. Maybe they didn't have the beacon saved up for it that time around, or maybe they didn't get a beacon crit or something, which is just, if that's what they wiped to, then that would be really unfortunate. But we can only speculate right now. Perplexed is gearing up to go back into that Neltharian's Lair 30 again, still opting not to go for the freehold. Absolutely playing with fire here. This is a gamble, but if it pays off, they'll set themselves really, really nicely to at least finish top 2 for the weekend tier. I do want to check in really quick again, though. Top right mandatory.
Okay.
This is their third attempt on this Underrot 30. Remember, they had the one attempt yesterday, the one attempt about 20 minutes ago. And their split timers are looking a lot better this time around. That Kragmaw split about 45 seconds faster than it was last time around. And if they want to be on pace for a completion of the dungeon here, I'd say their Sport Caller's Anxious split needs to be somewhere around the realm of like 2120, 2130. So they look like they're on really good pace here, actually, and especially only with one death.
Okay, so Perplexed back in the Nelth Slayer. We know easily timeable. Easily timeable if we play it clean. The clean part is the hardest part by far, though.
Oh, yeah. That's just...
Skyline wiped! No, dude! Wait,
No, what's the
Skyline
last
is
second
up!
Skyline?
Oh my gosh, dude! They were
What?
depleting the key. No. Okay, it wasn't. I couldn't tell if it was an intentional or unintentional wipe, but so they had Unbound Abomination down at 29 minutes. It was like 40% energy. Maybe they thought they couldn't do it, so they just like sacked and they decided to save the minute.
We could already see by the death timers.
They had a ton
were
of deaths,
so far
right?
behind. They had 9
They had like
deaths.
9 deaths. Yeah.
I guess you could say they were caught between a bop and a dark place. That was even worse, wasn't it?
I don't even want to react to the Skylark death. I want to just let Dead Air just stay there for a little while longer. But unfortunately, we do have to do our job as casters. Good job,
why we
the
rest
Tittles.
him.
I liked the Dead Air. That was
Rest
really
him.
good.
Yeah, I had nothing
Solidarity
to say about that. Yeah,
Solidarity
how do you feel about? Okay, so looking at the timer for mandatory, so we have seen a 30 Underrot get timed earlier. Perplex killed Kragmaw off at 1450, and they were about 45 seconds under the timer. Now that means mandatory, and so Perplex had a deathless run, and so that means that mandatory is within the realm of being able to time this, but it's going to be quite close. Perplexed notably did kill Spore Caller's Ansha at that 21:06 mark, so I think that mandatory is looking fine here. They need to make sure that they're continuing to be clean. Sanguine is probably the hardest part and the most difficult challenge that remains for them. The last boss isn't like too dangerous. It's like not free, but it's not too dangerous. But if they have like a large amount of Sanguine healing to the Faceless Corruptors, that's going to be an issue. And then at the bottom right, I think we saw Perplex resetting their Nelth Slayer again, which is really bad.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's only 4 minutes in, but like every single time one of these mistakes happens for them, you have to think they've got that freehold to go to. Freehold's looking pretty juicy. You can pick up a bunch of score there. And I mean, I guess they know they can pick up that score pretty much at any point. Honestly, they could probably put it off to the last hour of the day and then go do 3 quick runs there at the last second. But like,
I think teams are taking about an hour 15 to an hour 30 to put up all of their freeholds.
Yeah, I mean, you're just putting so much undue pressure on yourself if you wait to the last second to do it. I think if I was them, if I was in this competition, I would definitely be thinking, okay, we really need to go to the freehold here. And also on top of that, do we have any updated information on how much breaks people have left to take in the day? The only one that I know of off the top of my head that's taken all 20 minutes of their break timer is FSY. They're good to go for the rest of the day.
That was also the only one I do. I don't know. So can we all see the scoreboard at some point? So what does Perplex have to do to be able to be safe? Is it just a 27?
It would be. Oh, I mean, they only have to do a 24 technically to be safe right now because they've got those 230s. Nobody else has that yet. That would put them in a tiebreaker with Skyline and Direwolves. But I mean, if they 3-chest the 23 and then just time the 26, they're more than in a safe spot to where our scoreboard is right now, and that would only take 40 minutes for them to do. So they're still in a very, very safe spot right now. But of course, they're not looking to just be in a safe spot. They want to win the weekend.
Which I mean, they're the number 1 seed coming into the weekend, right? They had the best time in the time trials, and they were looking really good. I think that they're still in a really good spot, but again, like we were talking about earlier, they've definitely been playing with fire. Direwolves, hey, top right, keeping their dreams alive. I think that the Underrot, we were saying earlier that we think for Direwolves, their path to not getting eliminated today requires them to not really have many more mistakes, no more real depletes. If they're able to time all of the keys that they zone into, they should be more than okay. Them and Skyline are kind of in a back and forth, it seems, between who is going to be up for elimination today. But I think that Direwolves at 142, if they're continuing to play clean, play consistent, they should be okay. Where for Skyline, they have to be able to time this 29 Underrot. Losing 30 minutes in that 29 Underrot is terrible for them, but then they also probably need to go into Nelth Slayer at some point.
Look at it this way, right? Direwolves essentially evened up the score mark between them because we're assuming that this 29 Underrot should be doable for Skyline, right? This should be a +2 score boost for them, which would put them at the same 142 mark that Direwolves is at right now. At that point, it would be a tiebreaker that they'd have to go to, which would be based off of time for them because they'd have the exact same keys. Now, of course, Skyline does have that 30 Nelson that they could technically go into and somehow time, but that's obviously proving to be a very difficult key and not something that you're just going to walk over, especially with just 2 hours or so left in the day now.
In big news, mandatory top left-hand corner of the screen, I think they're going to be able to time this Underrot, bro. Look at it.
Oh, plenty of time.
They got 6 minutes, 5:30. I mean, this is a boss that's probably 4.5 minutes, maybe 5 minutes if you're really slow. They have 2 battle reses available. They have lost. There's a lot of things that sometimes can be a bit finicky on this boss, but generally it's not too bad. With the 2 battle reses, they have a lot of levels of safety that with a team of this caliber, they should be able to take this one down.
Yeah, this Sport Collar split for mandatory is about 30 seconds faster than what we saw from Perplexed. So they're on a really, really good pace right now. They've even, also synced up their cooldowns to be able to pop everything on pole, which is not something that Perplexed was able to do. So all things considered, this should be a faster time than we've seen even from Perplexed. And like you said, yeah, it's about a 4:45 5-minute boss kill. All things said and done, if everything goes well, could maybe be a little bit faster with good RNG. So mandatory is on pace to very easily time this key. Same thing as Perplexed. Just got to make sure you don't get JB spored. Make sure you're baiting your frontals on the right spot. Make sure you're really paying attention to when you're getting those cleansing fields.
I can't believe we still call it that. The guy is not even here.
It's just his legacy on the game, man. You got to give the guy respect.
And if they bring back Toldagor, what?
I don't know. Just give him the JB spore, all right? That's all.
All right, fair enough.
He's also got pedestals too, but that's never coming back as far as I'm aware. So, and the angel form, he's got a lot of good bits. I miss JB being in competitive play. He was always one of the more interesting competitors to talk to.
So how bad it was pretty much terrible. It is terrible for Skyline to have depleted that 29 Underrot 29 minutes in, right?
Yeah, I mean
does that eliminate them?
That could eliminate them. at this point. Like I said, they were ahead. They were ahead of Dire Wolves on score and time until that wipe. That has put them neck and neck with Dire Wolves. So, well, actually, it's put them neck and neck about 20 minutes behind.
If they would have timed that, they would have been they would have both been 142 points. Yeah.
They would have both been 142 points, with the caveat that Skyline could technically go get a +2 in the Nell Slayer, but that's not a given, as we've seen at this point. That's a hard key to time. So, yeah, they're definitely very behind right now.
There is always the chance that Perplex gets stuck in Nell Slayer, but I think that Perplex should be fine. Because they have like world records in like Azure Vault and stuff like that, right? So it's like they have a lot of points up on the field in other areas. If they get the Nell Slayer done this dungeon or this run, I think that Perplex has a decent chance of even finishing today at first, even though they pretty much have played the whole entire of today in fifth.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're still in a good spot to do so too, right? If you look at the actual scoreboard for them, right? Mandatory's only at 142 score, right? Perplex has been collecting those extra points across the board. And, even though Mandatory has the 30 freehold down, Perplexed has higher scores than every single other one of the keys, which is not something that Mandatory can do very easily. Mode does go down to that spore that we were talking about. That is a staple of the fight. Sometimes they can just spawn on you. Fortunately for them, it only kills off one person, and they have the amount of group utility to keep everyone topped without him. The Master Spell came out to help with the debuffs. This is a spot that Mode's going to have to recover from. The damage going on in the group here is very, very dangerous here, especially when the Protector is dealing with those Blood Visages and not putting the cleansing field on the group, but they do get a cleansing. They do get rid of those debuffs, and everything should be back to normal here.
Yeah, so I mean that's one of the reasons that so this comp is actually really safe on this fight because of what you said. So just to explain it a bit more clearly, whenever you push the boss to 100 energy, the Titan is the person who puts the cleansing field on people. He's also the person. Titan Timmy is also the person who zaps the ads. And if there are ads for him to zap, he's not going to be putting the cleansing field up. So you have to use a Master Spell more often than not, and it kind of messes with like the sequencing and the cast sequencing of the boss. So. Mm-hmm. RX having that MD there was really, really safe for Mandatory. Made it recoverable. I don't know if they would have been able to recover without it.
Yeah, no Shadow Priest is a certain death for the group there. There's no way that they can get rid of those debuffs and keep everyone top easily enough.
Sometimes you get up to 5 and it's you die.
On this key level, I think a 4-stack is a one-shot on this key level without a personal up. The damage scaling is so ridiculously high. But of course, Mode, now that he's back up and safe, able to keep everyone topped off, just have a little bit of that blood bar to fill back up here. And it is coming down. This time is not going to end up being as good as Perplexed, but it's going to be a breath of relief for this Mandatory team after spending about an hour in here. Getting this +1 score should be nice and safe. Now that the blood barrier is pushed, all that's left for them to do is finish off these 2 blood visages that spawns. Titan Timmy, as you called him off in the corner, has finished off the other, and now they're finishing off the last one, and that's going to be 30 Underrot completed for Mandatory. Very much needed +1 score for them.
There we go. Like a breath of fresh air, just like you mentioned. And speaking of breaths of fresh air, it's time for Tettles and Zyronic to leave. And we're going to bring in Nagura and Makes for a breath of fresh casting air.
These segues this weekend are out of control.
I know. I'm going to workshop it.
I don't know what's going on there.
Come back tomorrow. Work with what we got, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
And because I really enjoyed yesterday, I thought we should just repeat it. And I got a couple of questions from chat for you, Nagura. So, do you just want to get ahead? Yeah. Okay. So,
unless it
the
has
very
to do
first
with
question,
any comp-related thing, then I don't want to answer.
No comp-related.
Okay.
I'm also not going to ask you about any figurines and treasure chests or whatever that was earlier on.
Perfect.
But first question is, where is the Greg push?
All right. Well, the way this TGP works is that we have a group stage. This is Group A. And there are 6 teams that qualify for the actual tournament for the group. And then on each day, one team is getting eliminated. So yesterday was the first day of this group. And the last team, which was the Greg Push, was eliminated because they had the lowest score at the end of the day yesterday. And today's the second day, so the same thing is going to happen again today. the lowest scored team is going to get eliminated, and then tomorrow is going to be the last day, and that's when we choose the winner. And of course, the second team is also going to be qualifying for the global final.
Oh, thank you so much for that elaborate explanation. I do want to shout out Greg Push again because I think they showed up really well yesterday. But today, the field seems to be extremely open with who could be on the chopping block. After that Underrot wipe from Skyline, they've scooted back online with the Wolves, and I'm just very nervous for them. Both, honestly, because obviously I don't play favorites. But yeah, it's really close in this group particularly.
Yeah, it's very like today is. I don't know who gets eliminated, right? I think there's some favorites, but then Perplex, for example, they do seem to be the last team, but that's because they have not done freehold at all, right? So they have a lot of points to get in the dungeon, but they're cutting it a little bit close, right? They're still not in freehold at all, and we've seen the other teams there at the very start of today, and they took at least an hour, a little bit more than an hour actually, to get all the way up to that highest key level in the freehold. So if they are cutting it too close and they have some sort of deplete or they have to reset because they're, I don't know, had a wipe or something and they're not rechesting, then that could cost Perplex too. So technically speaking, Perplex could get eliminated today, even though they obviously do have really high keys done already in the other dungeons.
Yeah, we are already in a field where they're not fine if they just get like the 25 done. Like they need to get higher than that. So it's going to be very, very scary. That was actually another question I had on my list because it's freaking me out personally how they haven't gone into that dungeon. But I do have one more question that chat keeps asking, and we should definitely tell them about this, and that's where can they see the gear and talents of the players? Because we all know soon you have the gear and the talents, you can do the same damage, right?
Yeah, that is exactly how it works. And you can see that on Raid.io, right? Like if you go to Raid.io and you go to the TGP page, then you can see whatever they were running whenever a run is completed. And you can see their trinkets, their talents, and just basically you see everything that they have done. It's a very nice tool to inspect whatever they were doing. You cannot quite see like locks, but everything else you can see there.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're interested in that, chat, go check that out. It's really cool. It's on the Raid.io page. If you just go to Group A, and you can click on the runs and see the characters. So that should tell you most of the stuff that's going on there. All right, looking at our teams. We do have Skyline back in that 29 that they unfortunately failed before, but in the run where they didn't have enough time, they also had 9 deaths prior to wiping and giving up on the key on the Unbound Abomination. I think this time it's going better. We only have 1 death so far. Obviously, I would like them to have 0, but we kind of take 1, right?
Yeah, 1 is definitely fine. Looking at their time, they're not as fast as we've seen Perplex earlier when they did. Oh, and we do have a death there as well. No. Their Evoker actually does go down. They committed Battle Rest, even though the boss is on 10% HP already. But they just want to make sure that they're not wiping here at the end of this Kragmaw fight. That would be disaster. So they're using their Battle Rest for another 7 minutes. They're not going to be able to get anyone back up. And yeah, I mean, technically speaking, they shouldn't need a Battle Rest. But if they do some crazier pulls later on, and Sancha can be a boss that can cause some issues, then they might have a problem. But we'll see. I believe in them.
I believe in them as well. And I also believe in running it back in the Azure Vault. And as soon as we get that dungeon on the screen, that's going to mean we'll have questions, because people always wonder, why is there Azure Vault? And that's because we bring back one of the Season 1 dungeons for each of the TGP group weekends, meaning the groups have different dungeon pools. And for this one, it's just the Vault. And we're seeing Mandatory go back in here and try and get a 30 on the board, which we've seen Perplexed already do before.
Yeah, so we do know that the 30 is definitely doable, because Perplex has already run that dungeon, but it's definitely scary. Like, even this first boss, Laymore, if you take a look at how much damage the Stomp does, it does a lot. Now, if they don't have any defensives available, they're probably even get one shot. So they have to make sure that they're really like lining up the defensives, making sure the Augmentation Evoker is using the Obsidian skills. Whenever there's no other defenses available, we can see Mace Team pressing it right there. But still, look how low RX dropped there. That's insane. Yeah, so much damage coming in at 30 Tyrannical.
It hurts a lot. That's all we know. But we know it's doable. Like you said, Perplexed already has done that dungeon, so we're going to stay faithful and mandatory. They did get that 30 Underrot already, which tied them with Perplexed on the Underrot. They're looking to do just the exact same thing on that Assure Vault. And I think after that, they might even go back into that VP and try to tie in there, which other teams are already in. Looking at Fat Shark, yes, bottom right, we had a quick death there for Perplexed, but we'll pretend it didn't happen. Fat Shark, yes, bottom right, on their way up this little, I mean, it's not stairs, but it's like flat stairs.
I love flat stairs. That's what I'm going to call it from now on.
What do you call it? I have no idea.
I don't actually know.
The
like
upward
a ramp?
Round
a ramp?
thing. Yeah, but ramps are usually not curved, no? I don't
That's true.
Chat will correct us, I'm sure. I have faith.
I just looked at Perplexed, like in the top left side, and the amount of damage that this tank smash does, like the strike, the tank ability, is crazy. Like Swag went down, which was fine. Like they rest him up immediately, but as soon as Swag died, Divine Field probably was the one resting, like spending rage on the battle rest, and then the tank smash came in, and he dropped from like 100% to like 10%, and I was really worried that the tank's gonna die there. But all good, they did survive. I'd say now gathering up another big pool. Divine Field dropping low again from one of these shatters from the Grubmaster here, but looking good. This is another big pool. I think in Nelflayer, generally speaking, on a 30-40 fight, most of the trash is really dangerous. But yeah, here you have to watch out for the avalanche, because you do have a breaker in here. And then on top of that, you also have to watch out for the shaper and one of the pelters. If you don't have interrupts for the shaper, you can for sure get one shot by one of those casts. And the disc, if it focuses one person like multiple times in a row, which can happen, then you're also very much in danger, especially the cloth people like the mage and the priest. Cauterize is actually proccing there from Wolf Disco after he had already used his ice block there. So Wolf Disco definitely a little bit in danger here.
Does manage to stay alive here for now. I'm glad the Metamorphosis was brought under control as well. For a second, that cast looked like it might be finishing. Avalanche coming out here, but once again, casters are all spread out. We can see the Bob coming out there all the way on Swag, making sure that he can tank whatever he has on his back. But yeah, I think they're doing a fantastic job. I really like this poll. I think it's super efficient with the way they set it up, and they're seeming to chew through it just fine.
Yeah, definitely looking good. There's another big pull coming up in just a second. And then, of course, Naraxa's also a very dangerous boss. Even though it's not tyrannical, it is a plus 30. And a plus 30, it doesn't matter if it's for the tyrannical, everything just hurts a lot. So they do have to be careful about that. Yeah, very heartbreaking what happened to Perplexed in that 30 Nell flare earlier. But I do believe in them. They can do it. After depleting the 30 Underrot as well, and then depleting that Nell flare at the very, very end, really costing them a lot of time. And what do you think? Like, why do you think they're not doing the freeholds? Do you think they have some like special tech they want to keep a secret until the end? Or do you think that's just their strategy that they want, like maybe they're fresher at the start, you know, like maybe they have more focus early on and they want to do the hierarchies early, and then later when they're tired, they just want to do the lower keys? Like, I don't know. What do you think?
So it does make sense to me from a planning perspective, right? Going into the TGP, the teams do not know the dungeons that they're going to be faced, except for that Azure Vault. Like I said earlier, we told them that ahead of time. So after day one, what happens is they sit down, they look at the dungeons, they look at the affixes, and they make plans for what they're going to do for the next day. But what they don't know is the dungeon that we give them the next day, which in this case was the freehold. So maybe what they're doing is just like, oh, we had these plans and we know we can do that within like 3.5 hours, which leaves us with 1.5 hours for that new dungeon, whatever it is. And maybe they're just really kind of greeting it out a little bit. But of course, I think it could also be that like they have some secret sauce in that freehold. I'd be curious to hear what chat thinks, but I'm not sure what the secret sauce could be because we're quite locked on comps. So
I would love that. Man, I wish they bring out like a different comp or like a different. Oh, that'd be amazing. I can't wait. And it's just gonna be. It's probably not gonna happen, but one can only hope.
I mean, what could you do differently? You could route differently, which is something I think we've even seen already, kind of like going to different bosses. You could bring new classes, which I think is highly unlikely.
Yeah, it is pretty unlikely. I was thinking that like maybe they have some snapping tech going on with the Wernstone from the Evoker. Like maybe they're snapping some stuff onto bosses. But on higher key levels, snapping stuff onto bosses is not necessarily like a very viable strategy. So I don't know. I think it might just be what you said. That they just knew exactly how to do those dungeons that they already knew from yesterday. And they know that for the freehold, they only need a certain amount of time. And whenever they reach that moment, then they just go there. Like, let's say they practice the freehold on Tournament Realm and know exactly, okay, we need an hour or 1.5 hours to level from 23 to 30. And that's it. But Direwolf's actually having a death there at the top right corner as Holo does go down. They do have Battle Rest available, but Chompy is the one that has to rest.
Long.
Yeah, the Guardian Druid has to rest, right? And he has to spend Rage. And all of these mobs were doing so much damage to him. He actually ended up releasing.
To be fair, the walk is not really long, but still, that's a long time for Chompy to be without a healer, and he's just showing off that Guardian Druid survivability, handling this entire pull without help at all, and the rest of the team obviously also doing a really great job at that, as Holo's now back with the team. I like that they did this. I like that they got away with it, because it leaves them with 2 more battle rests should they need them later down the line. And I'm always in favor of doing that.
Yeah, I like that a lot, especially because this dungeon, on the 29, we've seen that the timer is not that close. Like they do, as long as they don't have any major mistakes, then it should be pretty fine. So not like wasting a battle rest, quote unquote, there and making sure to have it for bosses later in case something happens is a good choice. Patrick, yes, on the bottom right side, now at the end of their 28 Vortex Pinnacle, bosses on 56%, looking really good. They for sure have enough time. They just need to execute this boss properly, which is for sure difficult. This boss is very, very hard, as you have just so much damage coming in from these sparks. You need to make sure you kill them fast enough before your healer runs out of juice. And then on top of that, you have these lightning bolts coming in that if it goes on the same person multiple times in a row, you can just run out of defensives and it can be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, we saw that key be so scary yesterday already. But, of course, we also know that the 28 is well within the possibilities and capabilities of these teams here. We already saw Perplexed completed. And Fat Shark, yes, would be the second team to get that done here once they finish this dungeon. Also think the timer's looking good. 2 battle rests. They're not getting that Bloodlust back. Had a little bit of different timing. But 40%, 4 minutes... I think they can do this. I think this is, Thratnus would be saying, this is so free. No way they wipe here.
I can't believe you're caster cursing them like this. But yeah, Lofist does have Obsidian skills ready, and another charge is coming up in just a second. So they do still have a bunch of defensives available. Giga also has that dispersion available in case something does happen. So yeah, AM is running right now, or AM was running for the previous Skyfall Nova. And now on this one, we'll see what they use. Wow, just hold.
Ooh, so much damage going out on that Holy Paladin and the combination of Nova and Spark. But they should be fine. 1 jump as it comes in. Nova is going to die and they can get into that unstable grounding. Really, really well played. And the SAT is melting in front of her eyes. They're doing great on the timer per percentage stat, I guess. Now lower than 30. 3 minutes to go. I think they have this easy.
And so while we were watching Fetchak, yes, so apparently Mandatory did have to reset their Asher Vault, unfortunately. So they're going to have to try that key again, costing them a little bit of time. They are our number 1 seed right now in the standings. So all the other teams probably happy that they had to reset their key. And Perplexed on the bottom right side, They are done with Naraxis. Now it's up to that last boss again. Let's see if they can do it this time. They have 2 battle rushes available. And we do know that they're skipping those scorpions. But the last time they accidentally pulled it into the boss. And they, of course, also did not have a crystal spike for that magma wave. So let's hope the same mistake does not happen again. But, of course, such a veteran team is probably going to do everything correctly the second time around. They're not going to make the same mistake twice.
Exactly. They learn from their mistakes so quickly, which is also one of the reasons why they're so good at what they're doing. But I just quickly want to note, as it is finishing for Fat Shark Yes, comparing their 28 timer to the 28 timer of Perplexed, there is nearly a full minute between the two teams that Fat Shark Yes took longer than Perplexed, which is going to tell us a little bit about how that dungeon might be looking in a potential 29, if that is doable, question mark. But we for sure know that Perplexed has a better angle at it than Fat Shark Yes for tomorrow or later down the line today. But like you're saying, Perplexed now on their way to their goal, finishing up on that percentages, and I don't think they switch comp. I think they stay with what they're doing. They're not going to play those Scorpion Breakers, and they have to be very aware of that little space that they have.
Yeah, Skyland on the bottom left. They are on the last boss here in their 29 Underrot. And the timer is looking fine, for sure, but they don't have a battle rush. So if something happens here, if we get one of those JB spores, as Sarah likes to call them,
the assassin spores,
then that might be a little bit of an issue. They have 3 minutes left, and they're about to spawn the second set of visages. So timer is definitely good. But yeah, they do have to worry a little bit about those deaths.
Yeah, so this time around, 3 deaths. Previously, we were on 9, and you can see that reflected in the timer as well, like you're already saying. That we did see them redo this key, so if anything should go wrong here, that would be devastating, because this is already their second go on it. They wasted 29 minutes in that previous one, which they weren't able to complete it in. They need this one to go right, to be on the safe side, to try and get a little bit of an edge over the Wolves in the end of day, because we are approaching the final rounds rather soonish. I want to say it's like 1 hour, 40 minutes to go before the teams can start their latest run or last run. It is going to be very close for both the teams.
Yeah, definitely. I do want to take a closer look on at Perplexed on the top right side, because they are now on the last boss in that 30 Nell Flare. They apparently even waited for their cooldowns to be ready before they pulled this boss, because the timer is not the problem here. They have more than enough time for this boss. This boss is incredibly dangerous on a plus 30. It's not tyrannical, but still, there's just so much damage coming in on this fight, both on the tank, because this boss does a lot of magic damage, and also on the group. And then on top of that, you have to handle that ad really, really well. And sometimes you even have to worry about using too many crystal spikes onto those ads, and then not having a crystal spike to hide behind for that magma wave, which happened for them earlier. And of course, this killed both of the scorpions, so they only have very little space to work with here. And there we go. This is the second ad that spawned. The boss is already pretty low. So we'll see if they can nuke this within the second crystal. They're full focusing it because it just does have so much HP on a plus 30 key.
Yeah, like you're saying, it's going to be, I think, the 4th ad where they don't have enough crystals, so they need to get around it differently. I think we've even seen teams kind of optimize and use a bop to kind of let a player tank it for a little bit and get that damage out that way. But you can see they're like getting closer to the area where the scorpions are, and really, really nice little rescue tech, getting everybody out of that smash there as the magma wave is going to come in once more. And you can also tell that the cooldowns should be coming up soon, because there was not much damage going out in the last couple of seconds. Will speed up now again, and they also have freed up a little bit of room towards the end of that area here to the left-hand side, where the vine field is baiting all of the frontals, and they're going to get a new ad quite soon. Need to be very careful with how to handle that one.
And actually holding Combust here a little bit, and Breath of Eons as well. There we go. Breath is coming out by a Shine, making sure both the ad and the boss is getting hit by that to get that extra damage onto the boss as well, which is really nice. But yeah, just so much damage coming out onto the group. from any of the movement from the boss. They're trying to move the boss as little as somehow possible. Look at how much damage Swag is taking because the boss was moving there for a little while, and then you also have the magma puddles just shooting out those bolts onto the group. So much incoming damage. Another crystal spike coming up. The ad is that, so they are safe from this magma wave. The next ad is where it's going to be a little bit dangerous. They have Bloodlust coming up in 30 seconds, which should be lining up exactly for that ad. But they don't have PI or Breath of Aeons available, so they're only going to have Bloodlust plus the Combustion, which has to be enough.
It definitely has. One more time, the crystal spikes. We're seeing the scorpions to the left-hand side. Those are not to be brought in combat. And I'm just looking at the timer because it's getting closer and closer to those 33 minutes that the timer has overall. I think they can do this, but keep in mind, they still have to DPS down the ads, which also have massive, massive health pools. So this fight is just taking a little bit longer overall. It comes in. Charskin is here. You need to be so careful with not pulling there. And I think they can do it. Charskin is getting blasted down. We see Sevi standing there, tanking it just a little bit. And it has died exactly perfect from Perplex this time around with that Bloodlust. It was enough. Combustion doing lots of work here, and our goal should be keeling over quite soon. One more time, the magma wave. Look at that trapper, mind soothing, making sure we're not getting into danger territory. But I think they have this.
I wonder if they're committing. Yeah, they have to commit for sure. They have PI coming up. They are just sending it. I think Ashan is waiting maybe for the ad. But no, never mind. The Breath of Aeons has been used. So that means they're definitely committing on this boss. They're not going to kill another ad. So they do have a timer. So the next magma wave is basically their timer before they wipe. But the boss is dropping so fast. There it is, Perplex timing that 30 Nell player. Very well done after that heartbreaking wipe they had earlier on that last boss.
And I think that is another world record that we can put on our little leaderboard here, which is really, really cool to see those teams racking up these first keys on those 30s. I'm kind of like just looking at this, doubting that the 31 is possible. How do you feel about that?
It's hard to... I don't think so. Like, the difference between a 30 and 31 is so high. And even though I don't think the timer is a problem, like, I think a 31 is totally doable from a timer. But it's just so difficult. Like, it's so much damage coming in. I would love to see them attempt it, but I think that would be something for tomorrow, for sure.
But they go to freehold now.
Yes.
We're not going to let them get away with it. I really hope our admins were like, you guys know, right? You know about
it's another dungeon, yeah.
No, we can see them, of course, already ported there. The green dot has changed regions. They're into that freehold. We should be seeing them shoot up on that leaderboard in just a little bit.
Oh yeah, that's another thing about the breaks, right? Like, these teams have to take 20 minutes of break per day. That's mandatory. Well, every team has to take it, not just mandatory, but yeah. Oh, Chess actually going down for Direwolves on the top left side. They do have a Battle Rush available, but yeah, I think they're fine. It is still at 29 Dark Rule, which is very dangerous, but I think they are alright. They're definitely fine on the timer. But yeah, this boss, so many things can go wrong. But yeah, Perplex still has to take 10 minutes of break, apparently. So that means they have to do all of the freehold runs, plus that break as well. And as I'm saying that, Fatshark, yes, is almost wiping on one of those Pelter and Breaker pools. They did have to commit some battle rests, it looks like, and procced a lot of cheat deaths.
Well, you know, those cheat deaths, you need to proc them, else why are you running them, right? So I think that's just good tech. I think that was planned. No, of course, not ideal, but at least they could recover it. Doesn't mean they have to restart. It is a 29, and like we're seeing from the Wolves, it has a little bit of leeway. Teams are not looking to two-chest this one. I don't think it's possible. So with just one chesting it, I think that's okay. We can take those two deaths and we can move on. Chaz down once again. We have him though. Battle Rest coming out. Magma Wave. And I think this is where we also kind of sent that commit down the road. They have a little bit more space than we saw previously from Perplex. Molten Crash is going to come in. But Afflicted's
This
in the
was actually
background. Make
super
sure
dangerous. Like
you're
they
not
almost
getting
went
hit.
there because they had an ad up, right? And the crystal spike was there, but they needed the crystal spike for the magma wave. So what happened was that they ended up like tanking it. You see the bob has been used by Holo there, so they had to tank the ad to make sure they can kill it because the damage dealer was dead, and they just didn't end up killing it within the crystal spike stun. So that was actually very dangerous, but really well recovered by them, making sure they're not destroying that last crystal spike that they need.
And we do have to kind of add an asterisk to the break conversation that we had on the side of Perplexed earlier on, because there is a rule to the breaks that says you cannot take the mandatory breaks in that first or last hour, which for Perplexed means they have to really speed through that 22, 3-chest it, and go immediately into those 10 minutes of breaks, because otherwise they could be facing a -5 points penalty.
-5 points is the penalty. Oh my goodness.
That's a lot of points.
Ooh, that is a lot of points. Yeah, they want to make sure they're not gonna get over that timer. Then, yeah, that's a good shout out. Yeah, they are in the freehold now. Unfortunately, looking at the comp, I don't see anything crazy. Unfortunately, but maybe we see some crazy tech. I'm gonna keep an eye on Perplexed a little bit just to see if there's anything they do, and that's why they saved the ski for so long. But yeah, it's also possible that they just did it because they can.
If you squint really hard, you could pretend that like the mage is a shaman or something like that. If you squint really hard, maybe we see something.
Tiebreaker could be a windwalker.
An out of range monk, is it?
Out of range monk, yeah.
No, but they are speeding through that dungeon. Maybe we can look at the split timers again for freehold just to get an idea of how fast Perplexed is looking into that freehold right now. But I do think 3 minutes 9 on that 23 is quite fast.
Yeah, they're definitely super quick. Looking very clean now. Of course, it's 23, right? So I don't think it's going to be any issue for Perplexed. But as we talked about, if they have any problems and they're not 3-chesting, they probably even want to reset the key, possibly. Unless they can 3-chest at 25. Yeah, that was super fast.
I mean, obviously we're showing 29s and 30s in comparison to that 23. It's going to be a little bit of a disparity, but I do think it's quite a good split that they have on hands right now. We can see them chain pull just a little bit. We have that rat trapper going down into the ads here in front of the shooters. Euphoria is waiting for us, and she's been taking some really hard shots onto some of the players. Shadow Priests are suffering.
Yeah, Shadow Priests and mages do not want to get hit by that shot multiple times in a row. If they don't have any defensive available, then they might even get one shot on some of these hierarchies. So that is for sure something to watch out for. As mandatory in the top left is in that 30 Usher Vault again. They had to reset the key earlier because they did have some issues. So lost a little bit of time there. Let's hope nothing goes wrong this time around. But it is looking pretty clean. They had this one death on their board. They did commit a battle rest for it as well. So they only have one left, and they are now engaging Usher Blade. That boss actually pretty dangerous on such a high key level. Like in a 30 Tyrannical, the intermission phase does so much AoE damage to the whole group. And the ads, of course, also... Mason actually dropping really low from some of those casts going through.
Yeah, I mean, now, the last time we saw Azure Vault, it was in the MDI, and of course, MDI just very different in terms of, like, comp orientation. Mason taking so much damage. Holy! But we saw a lot of DKs being played, actually, and they help so much with the draconic images here without trying to get that DK copium in. Now you actually have to move the boss there instead of grabbing everything. So that's going to cost you a little bit more with moving around and like shifting focus, which generally classes and specs do not excel at. It's kind of like totem damage. You don't want to be swapping off of targets, but they are in that intermission phase here and doing really, really well. I like how they're sticking together, making it easy for Moat to actually get some healing out and protecting the team. And we have Skylark on the other side doing his part, so they're going to meet again on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the good thing about this full range comp for this boss is that the range can just stand at one spot and kind of just get healed there, and you know where they are because they don't need to move around. While in Season 1 MDI, we had a lot of like melee players in those comps, right? So they actually had to move around, and they had to make sure that they're keeping up with the Preservation Evokers as well, with their lower range. But yeah, no problem for this comp now, as Mandatory is in the second phase. They do want to make sure they're not getting too many phases of this boss, like too many intermissions, because this intermission phase takes a long time. They were in there for a long time, so they definitely don't want to get any extra phases that the other teams didn't get, because on a 30, it is still a very, very close timer in this Asher Vault if anything goes wrong.
It is, and this boss, I mean, it is tyrannical 30, but it seems to take forever. It's just dragging out so much, so they need to be super careful, like you're saying. I think, especially towards the end, other teams did have a very close phase coming in, so you kind of try and beat that last intermission and not get in there, which, again, we're very familiar with from the MDI last time around, but we'll see once it gets to that. I give it another 2 minutes, looking at how slowly she is dropping here on the top left-hand side. But Perplexed, bottom right, is dealing with their freehold. They finished the Council of Captains. Captain Jolly is apparently still somewhere, according to an overlay. I don't think he is. I think he already died. But we'll see. Maybe in the backhand side.
Yeah, sometimes you're still in combat with this boss, because obviously Jolly is the one. The way this boss worked in BFA is that you had 3 different bosses, and only 2 of them were actually like the ones you had to kill, and they rotated each week, kind of like the events in Lower Karastan as well, like the first, like the Opera event. But to make it fair, in Dragonflight, they did just have the same bosses every week. So Jolly, unfortunately, is never a boss. I don't even remember what Jolly did. Do you remember?
He's doing something. I have no idea. I only remember Euphoria because she kills you. Oh no.
Eudora is her name, but Euphoria would be a nicer name.
I don't know why I'm thinking Euphoria. Eudora, yeah. So Eudora, she shoots you, so you know her.
Yeah.
And then the other one, you get a buff, right? So for DPS brains, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I also only remember Eudora's abilities. I can't believe these casters don't remember what Jolly did.
Can't believe she doesn't know Eudora's name. Yes. So Skyline, with that wipe, is actually in a really, really bad position. Of course, it was the beginning of a dungeon. It was the beginning of a 30 Nels layer that they were in here. So not too much time lost, but it's going to cost them a couple minutes, right? And every minute that they're losing right now is going to be bad for them. Because if you're looking at this leaderboard, you kind of get baited because you think, oh, Perplexed is at the bottom. But Perplexed is going to shoot up as soon as they push up their freehold. Whereas Skyline, Fetchark, yes, and Direwolves are kind of all around the same time. Breakpoint of like 142, 143, and Skyline is currently 1 point under everyone else. So if the tournament was to end right now, Skyline would be the one team to get chopped.
Perplexed would be, right, if the tournament ends now.
Yes, we're yes.
But
you're right.
Yeah,
I'm
I know
ignoring that because
mean.
they're pushing the freehold. But yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is actually incredibly interesting how close these teams are. I mean, as you said, we call it the group of death because there's just so many good teams in there. But today it really does show. Like looking at the score, having 3 teams at 143, 1 team at 142, and Perplexed, of course, after being done with this freehold, getting some easy points there, they're going to be shooting up as well in points. So yeah, incredibly close between those 2 teams right now. As you said, it does look like Skyline is going to be the team that does get eliminated, but looking at the keys that they have available to them, they have that 30 now flare, right? So if they go in there and get that 30 key, while another team is not, getting other dungeons done or other points, then they would be at 144 and the other team's at 143. So there's definitely still a chance for Skyline to not get eliminated, but yeah, just super, super close.
We have to keep in mind that the 30 Nels layer is not really easy. We even saw Perplexed wiped in there, and they're currently looking like a really dominating team, so it's not an easy pickup by any means. And while it is one of the first tiebreaker is highest key, if teams are tied in points, we're going to check who has the highest key, which in that case would be a 30, I think, for today. I don't think we're going to see a 31 coming out of today. Then that would be really good to have. So I think it makes sense to do that. But on the other side, it is going to be very hard to get that extra point.
Yeah, I think they're even considering if they should go back into the 30, right? Because I think for them to not be eliminated, they have to do the 30. Personally, I think so.
Yeah.
But they just attempted that first pull, that first trash pull, and they wiped. Right? So they're probably thinking, okay, if we can't do this 30, maybe they didn't practice it, maybe they don't know if they can do it. And yeah, it looks like it's 2 easy points, but maybe it's better for them to just get some other points here and there and hope that the other teams cannot get their points, or just do the 29 or something, right? I don't know, it's hard to tell.
So the question is what should they do instead, right? The easier dungeon, I think, would be the 28 VP, but that would not be enough to actually give them...
I think the easiest dungeons for them is the 30 Freehold, and the 30 Asher Vault, and the 30 Underrot.
Oh, just do everything.
Those three I think are definitely doable. Much easier than a 30 Nell Flare, in my opinion. And also easier than a 28 VP, I think.
All right, maybe they will do that. We're going to see what they're up to once they come back on screen. We do have 1 more hour and 20 minutes, and I did see a question in chat that I kind of want to pick up on, and that's, if we're calling this the group of death, what's the Echo group called? And that's a very easy answer, because out of the 6 teams that participate per group, 2 get sent to the finale. So while we kind of expect Echo to be one of the 2, the other teams have a little bit of an easier shot at the second place, whereas in this group, it seems like every team that's in here today could actually make the top 2 cut.
Yeah, exactly. Just because Echo is in one of the groups doesn't necessarily mean it's a group of death, because getting second place might be a lot easier than getting second in this group, right? Technically speaking. So yeah, we'll see how that group looks like, though, as we're gonna come up to their weekend. I think they're in Group C, so it's still gonna be 2 weeks for them to actually play. Yeah, Skyline did decide to go into that 30 Nell Flare. They do believe in it. So on the bottom left side, you will see Skyline attempting that 30 Nell Flare. We did see Perplex time it, but Perplex also wiped on the last boss earlier. So Perplex did lose 33 minutes, or around 30 minutes in this dungeon, as they were attempting the 30 after time, and then timing it afterwards.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, but we're going to see how they fare with this dungeon. We already know that they had a wipe right at the beginning. There's a suspicion that maybe it had to do with some connection issues, so hopefully it was that and they have it fixed now and they can move on, and it actually wasn't any trouble with coordination or survivability. We're going to see how they do once they finish this massive pull here that they do every single time they load into Nell Flare, and we're going to see them port down to Mora and go from there.
Yeah, and Perplex on the bottom right is now on Harlan Suite. Remember that they still have to take 10 minutes of break timer, of the mandatory break, and they cannot take the break within the last hour or within the first hour of the day. So we are approaching the last hours. In 18 minutes, it's going to be the start of the last hour. Therefore, Perplex has to take their 10-minute break right after finishing Harlan Suite here, because they would not have enough time to do the 26 after 3 chesting this. So Perplex has to take the break now. Maybe somebody has to remind them. I'm not sure if they know.
They definitely need to take it, because otherwise it's going to be bad. But it seems like they know, I think they just loaded into that winning screen and nothing else. Went AFK right away, making sure that hands are off the keyboard, probably.
Patrick, they just sprinted off the keyboard, off the PC as soon as...
That's exactly what we wanted them to do, so that's good. Patrick, finishing off their Naraxas here in 29, trying to get closer to that 30 that we saw other teams already attempted. They didn't have that extra chest, so they have to run this extra dungeon, which is going to cost them eventually 30 more minutes. But if they can come back and actually do the 30 in one go, they're back without a time loss. But before they can get there, they of course need to time this 29 first. I'm going to see how they do as they are approaching Dark Groll in a little bit. They still have to do some trash, which I think is going to be the Scorpion here.
Yeah, I think FSY actually playing a Scorpion on a 29:45. That is just so crazy. It looks like they're pulling the breakers atop as well. So we do a sheep. We do see a sheep come out on the trapper, and I think Skufte is waiting. There we go. So the breakers are being pulled. That means there's 2 avalanches they have to watch out for, plus all of the damage the Scorpion does if they decide to pull it in just a second. But Skufte actually going down. Oh my god, dying to those 2 breakers. Now getting rest and popping Incarn immediately as soon as he gets rest here. And now the Dominator has been engaged as well. Bloodlust actually being committed for this pull here. This is the reason why Perplex has been skipping these Dominators, just because they're so crazy to deal with. Just so much damage going out onto the group here.
Absolutely is, but I think now they can handle it, and they do have some more battle rests, so while it's obviously unfortunate, it's going to give them a couple seconds less on the overall timer. I don't think it's too much to be worried about. Scorpion is going to fall eventually, lots of damage coming out once more, but I think the team has it. Breakers now need to be handled. We know this team does really well at getting them done. We can see them move around, make sure they have the trapper back, and I think they're going to finish this off easily. With the extra space that they have, I'm also not too worried for their goal.
It's still
Well,
29, so it can be dangerous, but I trust in Fat Shark, yes. Hashtag blood in the water. Hashtag keep it sharky.
They are keeping it sharky, but more importantly, keeping it alive right now. But what is also important is that we make sure we do our proper caster rotation. That's right, which means it's time, Nagura, for you to take off for the day. You're done. So thanks, congrats.
Goodbye.
Go enjoy the rest of the stream.
Wait, Nagura, I have a
from
question.
Twitch chat. Oh,
Yeah?
okay.
What do you think about the FSY route? Do you like the fact that they lost that Dominator?
I don't like them pulling the Dominator.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's fine for the 29.
risky.
I just don't think they can do the 30 like this.
Uh-huh.
Maybe they don't plan on doing the 30, right? So
Okay. That's all I wanted to ask.
Fair enough.
All right, goodbye.
Yeah. Oh, well, welcome back, Tettles.
Hi, Tebbles.
Hello, Makes. All right. Okay, so in the time that I've been on break,
Yeah,
Flex timed their key, correct?
they did.
Skyline made it and finished their Underrot after a second attempt, and now Skyline is in 30 Nelth Slayer. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what's the other situation? What's the situation like for the rest of the team? Is Skyline's the team that's probably on the chopping block for getting eliminated? Them and Direwolves, yeah.
Exactly. So what Skyline needs to do is finish this, which is not an easy dungeon by any means, the 30 Nil Slayer. That would give them the additional point that they kind of potentially have right now, because they're the only team that's still here other than Mandatory. We're not worried about Mandatory, but other than Mandatory, they're the only team that actually got a 2 chest on that 28. So that's an easy pickup for points where they can get out of the chopping block situation. And then for Fetchark, yes, and Direwolves, the question is kind of what do you attempt? I think for Fetchark, yes, it makes sense to also try and push up that Null Slayer, because it is the dungeon that seems the best to push up right now. Like in the Underrot, they could potentially go for the 30, but I think the 29 in Null Slayer is easier, and we are seeing them on that right now. They'll be finished in just a second. I think they might even run it back. And then for the Wolves, they're trying to get some extra points in that VP.
Okay. I think that something that you hit on there about FSY going into Underrot makes a lot of sense. FSY's Underrot was like they had pretty good time in the 29,
Yeah.
so I think it's possible for them to be looking to do maybe even a 30 in that place.
I agree. I heard from their tank yesterday, so that was before the freehold came out. He basically let me know that they're actually quite happy with the dungeons and the affixes. I was a little bit worried for them because it's the first time they are competing in any professional dungeon running format. But they said they really like the affixes and they think they got a good group pool, dungeon pool.
They've been blasting. I feel like not a lot of people really expected them or knew how well they were going to do because they weren't people who had pushed a lot on live or had like a lot of TGP experience. But it seems to me like FSY has really been a team that if either Perplexed or Mandatory make like a lot of mistakes or end up losing a lot of time to a dungeon that other teams are able to kind of finish off pretty fast, it could be a spot where FSY is able to sense the blood in the water and then kind of chomp their way in a second.
Sense the blood in the water. Are you making shark references on this broadcast live on air? How dare you?
Yeah, I was. I'm glad they picked up on it. Anyways, so bottom right, Direwolves. Direwolves finishing off that. I actually think that trash pull that they do into the dragon, even though it is tyrannical, is very scary on the 28. But at the same point, it allows Direwolves, I think, to have a pretty free timer, all things considered. Just whenever they were taking all those assassins and all of those caster mobs into the boss or into the mini boss there.
Mandatory finishing the 30 here, which is really, really good. Brings them online with Perplexed. So both teams now have a 30 in the Azure Vault, which is really, really good. And looking at the timer, they were even a little bit faster than Perplexed.
Oh no, they got rid of the mandatory screen before I could update my chart with the splits. It's okay though.
Oh no, do you still need them? Wait, I got them.
Well, you got
it's
the
9-6 for Laymore, it's 20-30 for Azure Blade, and it's 28-29 for Telash.
Okay. Yeah.
That was a lot of numbers in a very short time, but I got you, Tels.
That's a lot of numbers in a very short period of time.
I know we're both not good with math, so I'm confident we have the right numbers now.
All right, anyways, FSY here, top left. I think if they finish off Dargirl here, I think it puts them in a position where they're probably safe for today. It's not like
what would
they're not
have
like 100%.
to happen for them to not be safe? Like they still have a little over an hour. That's
so Direwolves
enough time to do 2 more points.
Yeah, but they have tiebreaker time over Direwolves, right? So they would have to time. Direwolves would have to time this Vortex Pinnacle that they're in plus 1 more. And FSY would have to not time anything because of
first tiebreaker is highest dungeon. So if Petrarch does not get a 30, but Direwolves does, then Direwolves wins that tiebreaker.
You're right.
So it definitely depends on what they do next. I think they're not out of the sharky waters or whatever that was earlier on just yet.
Perplex has to finish up the break time, yeah?
Yeah, they are finishing it right now, and then they have it done, because they can't do it in the last hour, so it's good that they got it out of the way now. And they're just going to rerun that freehold, which should be easy enough to get them out of scary danger. Here they are. I think they're back now. I think the break timer is over. I think we should see them attempt that 26 in a couple seconds.
I think this is the first time we had a chance to talk today. What did you think about Perplex sitting in Neltslayer for as long as they did, trying to time that 30? Did you think that was unnecessarily risky? Did you? I think that we kind of all hated that. It felt really sketchy.
It did, but they now have it. So I would have really, really hated it if they were unable to finish it. Yeah. But they have it. So they kind of have the rights to brag and say, like, oh no, it was worth. Yeah. Obviously, there was like one very unfortunate wipe, which cost them a lot of time in the overall. But I think if they can get this freehold done now, and it looked really good on that 23, I'm not too worried about the 26 now, then they should be fine. I was kind of hoping that there was some secret tech to the freehold, which was one of the reasons why they kept it out so late, but it was just great.
I feel like there's no way. There's secret tech. I mean, maybe
it would be cool.
It would be cool. I'm down for secret tech. I mean, if they have anything to show, I'm down to watch.
What would be a secret tech you would like to see? Like a routing tech or actually a class tech?
Well, the people of chat would love, I think, new classes. I think that's what the people of chat want. They want their...
Okay, but I asked you. I know what chat wants. Chat has
Well,
been very vocal about their wants.
I'm a man of the people. I also side with Chad on this one.
Okay.
The people's champion, they call me.
So they should bring a boomkin.
I didn't say that, actually. I don't think that's what Chat's saying, but I think that they should bring...
No, but I'm asking you.
I did not say that. I think they should bring one of every single specialization, especially the ones that are played by you, the viewer at home.
Oh. That's good.
Except for
like
Unholy Death Knight. Not
hunters.
Not that one.
Oh. Why not?
Not that one.
Why not?
No reasons.
Okay, that's mean, but all right.
Yeah, I mean, you asked what I wanted.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I did ask. I'm going to remember how you answered and never ask again.
Oh, okay. You know, that's fair. All right. Getting away from this topic of conversation, we can look at Skyline here. So the Ularog Cragshaper split that we are looking for, whenever Perplex were able to time this dungeon onto 30, they killed Ularog in 16 minutes and 18 seconds. Now, there is a lot of time that can be made up on Ularog based on phases. If you're able to skip like one full shell game, I think that Skyline would be in a great spot. I don't believe that they're going to get one fewer shell game over where Perplexed are. I think they're, in fact, going to get the same amount, and then they're going to be, I think, a little bit behind time-wise where Perplexed were on the Ularog split. But this is their first time running this dungeon, so I think it's kind of to be expected.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible, to be honest. The 30, even though it's fortified, it just takes so long to get through those bosses anyhow, that I don't think there's going to be like a massive discrepancy between how much damage teams can conjure. I think if Echo was in this group, maybe, because they're just crazy at that, but I don't think so. I think just because of how it's set up, like when he goes into those phases that we're seeing right now in the top right,
so
it's pretty much impossible to skip this.
I actually think they kill it before this. I think that you need you want 28% on the boss if you have your CDs up. I mean, looking at them, they don't have Void Eruption or Power Infusion, but they are going to have Combustion. So I mean, maybe it's not doable because lacking Void Eruption and Power Infusion is actually a pretty significant amount of damage. But like the number you're normally looking for is like, if you have like your offensive CDs, it's like 30-ish, but that's not for a 30. It's for like a reasonable key, 25.
But okay, wait, I need clarification. We're talking, so I think all of the teams have skipped the one that's coming up next, right?
Perplex had 2% on the boss.
Oh, did they? Okay, I missed that.
Yeah.
I thought all of the teams were, and I thought you meant the one that comes at like 28%, and I was like, of course you're gonna skip that.
Perplex had like 2% on the boss, something. Okay, so 1630-ish. Skyline's looking pretty good in the top right. I think it's just going to come down to like how consistent they're able to play out the rest of the dungeon. But just looking at where they are right now relative to the rest of the timer in this key, it's definitely within the realm of possibility for them to be able to time this.
I think so too. We're going to see how they're doing. I really like the pull that's going to come up for Skyline on the top right. But that Shark, yes. In the Azure Vault 30. How are we feeling about that? Oh.
Everybody was pretty fast in their AV, right?
I would have preferred that Underrot, to be honest with you.
Okay,
like, they
why?
were slower. They were slower in their 29 than Direwolves in the Azure Vault.
Okay.
They were much faster in the Underrot. So the Underrot is a dungeon that I think plays into their play better. Okay, that's terrible wording. I'm sorry, but it's a dungeon that they're naturally better at, I think, other than the Azure Vault. And so them going in here first, it's kind of saucy.
They had a lot of time. Okay, so Azure Vault is a dungeon that, so whenever it got buffed to like 3330 or whatever it is, or actually 3530 on the timer, the amount of time that Fat Shark Yes had, while it wasn't as much time for leeway as like other teams, they finished the 29 at 3143. So I think that's like budgeting enough time for them to be able to do the 30 if it's clean. I do agree though that I don't think it necessarily plays in their strengths. I think that they were very, very good at Underrot.
we're going to see if they get this done quickly, they can still go into the Underrot, right? They could do both. So in that case, it makes sense to do the harder dungeon first.
So technically, if Fat Shark Yes one-shots this dungeon, the Azure Vault that they're in right now, and then they one-shot the Underrot, which is a 30-minute timer, that leaves them just enough time to be able to start another key at the end of the day, which could be any dungeon, whatever they're feeling the most comfortable with. And I think that they were. It seemed like, this is just speculation here, but I think that they would maybe go Vortex Pinnacle because that was the dungeon that they started, that they went second yesterday after the Azure Vault. So it was something that seemed like it was pretty comfortable for them. So I don't know.
Those are both hard dungeons.
Mm-hmm. So Fat Shark Yes is in a great spot time-wise, yeah? They
are, but the 30 Vault is not easy. We saw Mandatory restarted today, who are currently like the favorite team of the weekend, I kind of want to say.
That's true.
I think I say that. And I think the Underrot 30 is also really, really hard. We saw several teams fight in Underrot today. So for them to actually do both of these dungeons in one-shots without any problems would be incredibly big.
So I think Perplex to finish up their required breaks for the rest of this session. Is that correct? I think it has to be.
I think so. I think all breaks are done, no?
Okay.
Yeah, I believe they did. I think Perplex rather did theirs a little bit earlier, and Mandatory is just finishing up theirs now. Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
It better be.
Yeah, otherwise you lose 5 points. Okay, so something that's super interesting with the routing that we didn't that I actually hadn't seen before this weekend is a lot of the TGP teams are killing off only half of these Skyfall stars and then just leaving a few of them, and then just keeping themselves permanently in combat. I'm interested in seeing what Direwolves does, but it looks like Direwolves is going to drop combat or kill off all of these Skyfall stars. Like with how Holy Paladins are right now, they don't need mana. Mm-hmm. So they don't really require you to drop combat. And so you can actually just kill off half of them and then move on towards the later parts of the dungeon.
Yeah, a big part of that is how this dungeon is laid out, because in Vortex Pinnacle, you can basically only skip one pack. And you have to do everything else. And usually people skip like one of the Skyfall stars. But if you just do half of them, then you don't need the full count. You just do a little bit extra. And then you get that extra resources out of it.
And then it also allows you to skip like a dragon or something like that, as opposed to playing two of them, you only have to play one of them. Which I think those are the least efficient mobs in the dungeon.
If you play them by themselves, yeah. We did see teams play dragons with other stuff, which I think is dangerous, but
it's something.
We did see it. Lamer going down for Fat Shark. Yes, I'm going to ask for the split graphic on this because 7 minutes 19. Not sure how that's doing against the other 30s that we have here.
I think it's the fastest for all the 30s that we've. I think it's the fastest for all the 30s we've had so far.
Okay, I like that. They've been cooking overnight, huh?
We got a lot of chefs here.
That's true.
But I think there's like a large discrepancy in their route because Fat Shark, back pulls the beginning of the dungeon, and they like actually skip a large portion of the beginning for their like lust timing. I think that's like the big difference. So Perplexed and Mandatory were 834 and 906 on boss 1, but Fat Shark I think skips all, if not all, it's most of the lashers and the elementals, and then they pull it at the very end of the dungeon. So I think there's like a pretty significant difference in routing.
They're also the team that does the frog tech with standing on top of the pillar, right?
Yes, yeah. They were.
I like that.
So in their 29, for example, so since it's difficult to compare versus other teams, in their 29, for example, they were at 643 whenever they killed Laymore. So 719, I mean, that's not that bad. I feel like the split timing on that is pretty consistent with like whatever going up a key level is for here.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we're going to see how they continue. Direwolves in that 28. They're finally on Assad. They have the 100% count. This boss takes quite a long time, but I think with 6 minutes we should be okay.
Six minutes should be more than. I think that 6 minutes should be more than enough time. How long do you think this boss is on 28 Tyran?
It is so long because
Like
you always have the novas that you need to
30?
switch to. I think it's like a 35 minute. It's pretty long.
Yeah. Oh, we have Lust in 15 and 12. That was Mage Lust that we, or maybe Breath of the End's Lust or something like that. Yeah. It's one of the other sources of lust that we had here, but we have the real lust in the 15 seconds.
The actual lust.
Yeah, that'll at least be able to speed up things a lot. I think that Direwolves here, Deathless Run, looking really, really solid. I think that they should be able to time a 29 in this dungeon as well, just looking at where they are timer-wise. But again, they're going to need like a really good run because this is like a pretty clean Deathless attempt in a dungeon that is very easy to make just like minor mistakes that lose you a decent amount of time.
Yeah, it is. But like you're saying, I'm not so sure, but it will come down to how that's looking at the end of this fight, like the overall timer, because we know that with the new scaling in Dragonflight, it definitely is going to cost them a lot more to try and go up one key. And I think it's going to be kind of close, but we'll see. Do you think Perplexed might be able to get a 3 chest in this freehold?
Oh wow, that would be a big deal, wouldn't it? 3 chests of freehold is 18. I mean, Trothak can get pulled here in a second. Looking at their count, I don't think so, but because the other teams were off by like 45 seconds on the 3 chest.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's going to be a team that's done it, it's going to be Perplexed, but I just don't think so. Okay, so
see.
looking at
fight
Skyline,
with Trothak, and they're finishing off some of the count still, right? So they shot up a little bit. I think we're gonna get to like 81, 82 once all of the Bilgewater friends are dead.
Skyline in the top right hand corner of the screen, really getting after this 30 Elf Slayer. They're probably at the hardest part of the dungeon right here, which is unfortunately enough for them, 25 minutes into the key, they have this Dominator double breaker pull where if you take any bonus damage from those avalanches from the breakers, you're going to die. You see the Trapper is off to the side, he's polymorphed. They do actually get that Dominator dealt with. They didn't have to commit Bloodlust. So we saw Fat Shark earlier having to commit Bloodlust to that Dominator. Probably the most dangerous mob in the dungeon. Once Skyline is able to get this pack dealt with, I think they're going to be okay to time this. Like looking at where Perplexed were timer-wise, Skyline is going to be very close to that 33-minute timer, but I think it's doable for them just to be able to get Dargrul dealt with. And I think makes if they kill off Dargrul here and are able to time this 30, that probably saves them from elimination today? Question mark?
Does it?
I think it does. I'm not okay. It's not like 100% set in stone, but I think it gives them enough tiebreakers, right? Because it gives them the plus 30 tiebreaker over other teams.
But we are also expecting that Shark, to get that one. And Direwolves could start a 30 and get it.
Yes.
Like, they could all be on a 30 at the end of the day.
Okay, so Skyline has 5 minutes and 50 seconds to kill off this boss. That's more than enough time. We got plenty of time. We just need to make sure that we don't mess up this skip on pulling the boss. And it's going perfect. And now we just have to make sure that the 4th ad dies. Okay, so with this composition, the 1st ad and the 3rd ad are really easy. The 2nd ad and the 4th ad are going to be super hard, especially with where we're lusting. So we're lusting for... With this lust, we've seen a lot of people actually lust the 4th ad. But with the lust that Skyline is proposing here, they're doing it for... This is going to be a lot more boss damage. Which
is first ad is down. It has been defeated. Chartskin on the floor. Boss is dropping significantly. Bloodlust now also on, but particularly the 4th ad is the one that's giving us all the headaches, right? Because you don't have enough spikes for that one.
I think 2nd ad is also pretty scary here. They might have a recombust and they're going to be able to dump like a double shard into it. But that's definitely one that with a bunch of 2 minutes in your composition, really starts to create problems. But like you said, I think the fourth one is the one that wipes you a lot of the time because of weirdness in spell queuing and how much damage you have to be able to kill off that char skin.
All right, next char skin is going to come in a couple of seconds. First the spikes.
Okay.
Then the ad. That's going to be the second one, right? We're already on the second one on 50% boss. Is that correct? Did I miss you?
It's good lust.
It's correct, right? It was a very good lust.
Yeah, we had insane lust timing. I wish we could see the HP on this char skin, but we're very close to the mob, and this mob's health bar is infinitely high. Yeah. Okay, so we get the rebate on the second stone spike. Now we're focusing all of our damage into this char skin here. We don't have any offensive CDs, so looking at our combustion, looking at our void eruption, we just don't have anything. Now the mob is active and we've bubbled. Okay, so we were actually really lucky here. You can commit bop there, but you really want bop for the fourth ad, or the fourth ad that is summoned. But since it went on RJZ, he was able to bubble it off and just stand there, and instead of moving the ad, he was just getting meleeed while standing in bubble. That's great for Skyline, and I think that's going to... As long as they're able to get the fourth ad killed off, we're fine here. We're easily timing this dungeon.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that should be determining factor, but I'm always worried. This dungeon, this boss in particular, is just so volatile. A lot of damage going out just from the magma puddles alone. The boss moves, you take so much extra damage. You can see it going out onto the group. Third char skin coming out here. And while they do have a lot of battle resses, they need to be super safe here. And this time around, char skin is instantly melted, like you said. Third one, no problem here. They are going to get that fourth one, though, I think.
So fourth one is really dangerous with this composition with a bunch of 2-minute CDs because you're not going to have any offensive cooldowns for it. But typically your Holy Paladin and your Guardian Druid are going to be running like Beacon from the Beyond in this dungeon. And so this is a situation where they're going to be saving that double Beacon on that 230 cooldown for the ad. And then they're going to bop whoever gets fixated or potentially even sack that player. They actually can commit to the boss here, I think, Makes. Look at the boss. It's only 10% HP.
It's so low.
I think we're just committing boss here. I actually don't even think we have to kill the fourth ad. Like to shout out Fortified.
I think you might, but that's the first team that we're seeing do that in the third, I think we had the fourth ad on all the other ones where they actually had to play it? Question mark? It's not even going to spawn?
It's the Skyline Mage. It's the Skyline Mage Gap. That guild, well known for having some of the best mages in the world, and it's okay. I mean,
you did tell me that the Shadow Priest was the best one in the entire region, so I now believe it.
That's true. That Shadow Priest is allegedly the best Shadow Priest in the world, according to them. It's self-proclaimed, but it is.
I'll take self-proclaimed any day.
Okay, so 3107, the fastest Nelf player 30.
Perplex missing out on that 3 chests we were talking about a little bit earlier is not going to come into fruition for them here, but 2 chests very much on board.
Okay, Makes, talk me through tiebreakers, and does this save Skyline from elimination?
See, that depends on what everybody else does, no? So the very first tiebreaker, which is not the very first rule, is score. So if you're looking at the leaderboard bottom left, score is going to be first determining factor. The team that has more score is above the team that has less score. And after that comes the first tiebreaker, and that is going to be highest key run. Now, I'm not sure if that adds up, but if a team, for example, let's say if we were to cut right now, Skyline would have a 30, Petrick, yes, and Direwolves would have not, and even though they're all on the same points, Skyline would definitely win out on that tiebreaker. But there's still more time left. We're like around 45 minutes to start the very last key for them to actually to finish this day. So they could still get 30s, and then third tiebreaker is the time taken in each dungeon compared.
Correct.
Which is the time tiebreaker.
And so look at FSY and Direwolves right now. both FSY and Direwolves have a 28 in Vortex Pinnacle and then 29s in the remainder of the keys. And so then, like you were saying, the third tiebreaker comes into effect where it's time, which Fat Shark, yes, looks like they have the edge in currently.
Oh, I'm not doing math on broadcast. You're not going to bait me into this one.
Well, according to our leaderboard, it is. I don't know. I'm gonna trust the leaderboard on this one. But Fat Shark, yes, is in a 30 Azure Vault, where Direwolves are also in a 30 Azure Vault.
Oh, but they restarted. So their 30 did not go well. And that also means that they need to be very careful now, because even if they finish this, their last run is probably going to be their last run for the most part of it. Because they cannot restart once we hit midnight in Europe or whatever time it is in Freedom Land. Sorry.
This is 6 Eastern. Freedom Land. Yeah, I guess that is the only country that encompasses those time zones. That's a really good point that you're making there.
You have like 4 time zones, and one of them is called Mountain Time. Come on.
That's not a real time zone.
It's because there's mountains there. What do you want us to call it? Like,
can you even name one mountain?
That's why I'm calling it Freedom Land. There is freedom there, allegedly. Anyhow,
we don't have a freedom time zone, though.
Mandatory. Well, you should. Mandatory had a death here on Crims. But there should be fine. Sorry.
I'm
you
broken.
Good?
Yeah, I'm good. So,
did you see what? Do we maybe?
How did he die?
Goa knows what happened to Fat Shark? Yes, in their Azure Vault, because I'm not sure I saw what went wrong. They look to be pretty good and pretty nicely on pace, and now we see them redo it. So I kind of want to know what went wrong there. Maybe someone knows. Well, I'm gonna.
I do not know, but I'll try my best to find out.
It's probably like an Azure Blade mistake, if I had to guess.
It's usually
maybe.
what it is. Yeah.
Let a cast go off on Azure Blade or something like that, perhaps. Okay, anyways. So, I think basically the teams that we're looking to see, are they going to get eliminated today, I believe are going to end up being Direwolves or FSY. Because at this point, it seemed with Skyline having that 30 done, they're also able to go now do 30s of other dungeons that they previously needed, such as 30 Underrot, which I think would be a bit of a challenge for them, but it's definitely possible, just looking at where their timer was. Or they could probably dip their toes into the 30 Azure Vault as well, if they're feeling super confident in that one. I think that those are the two that I'm looking at. They also have easy points from 28 Vortex Pinnacle, I believe.
I'm sorry. Our head of show just brought up an excellent point, which I'm going to reiterate, which is when are we going to see a team go for the 31? Because you're definitely winning second tiebreaker with that. I am cooking over here.
Well, I hope they win first tiebreaker with a 31. What dungeon's even doable on a 31 right now? Azure Vault? I don't know. So it'd have to be mandatory going back into Azure Vault. So how we see a 31 is mandatory times this Neltharian's Lair first try, and then they go, okay, great. Instead of going 29 Vortex Pinnacle, what if instead we played for fun and we went 31?
Yeah.
I think
timed
that's
that.
it. Yeah, and we timed that.
That would be actually so sick, though.
It would be the play for the people. They would be the people's champion if they did that.
I think, too. I think we should... Can we get an admin to actually relay that to them? Be like, hey, I know it's risky, but hear me out.
We'll give you a platinum win con. We'll give you a platinum win con if you do it. Don't ask what it is, but we'll give you a platinum win con. Okay. Makes look in the top left. This is what I was talking about earlier. Mandatory, 33% on the boss. I don't think that this is doable. I think they need it to be like 28. I think that they're going to push this boss to like 2 or 3%.
We'll see. You're absolutely right. It looked so easy on Skyline's end.
I don't know how they did it. It was they were very far.
Well, that was
the boss.
The region's best Shadow Praise you're looking at. So
it also might be a lust gap. I didn't, because they were doing a different lust timing than everybody else. Because Mandatory and Perplexed went for a 4 lust strategy, where Skyline went for a 3 optimalist strat, but I don't know where their second one was.
I'm going to be honest. Lost timing seems like math to me, so I'm going to let my tanks handle that. But I think we've seen both strats viable in these Nels layers from teams thus far. So it kind of depends on like where you want to use your cooldowns and whether or not you care enough.
5% on the boss.
Okay.
That's my final guess. Direwolves are wiping, by the way.
I think they can do it. I'm just going to trust. Yeah, we're not going to look at direwolves wiping. That's a sad picture. 12%, 11%. Boss is melting.
It can die to dots during the intermission. It can die to dots in the intermission.
Definitely not going to be stuck at 5, 4, 3. Come on, 2. No. That's unfortunate.
Okay.
They even kind of committed with not taking care of the idols as much and just focusing boss.
So 31% would have been what they needed it at to be able to push it there.
Yeah.
They were they're quite close.
It is dropping still, but it's only dropping like 1% in the intermission, so they still need to do all of this damage here, which is going to cost them like 10 seconds, right?
I think it costs you 45. I think the shell game is pretty long.
Yeah, it is pretty long. I was just looking at the damage you're doing right now, but yeah, definitely. All of the movement part accounts into it as well.
They died!
Mode! No!
We don't be
Okay, good thing is, he can release here, and he's right with the team, but it's going to be another death against you on the timer. Within the 30, it kind of being close.
Okay, Mix, I'm really worried. So,
I don't
Perplexed in their 30 did their Ularog split in 16 minutes and 18 seconds. And they were under by nearly a minute. It was a bit over a minute that they were under on the timer. Now, mandatory is at 16:55, which it's possible, right? Like I think that's something that we have to factor in. It's possible relative to the Perplexed splits if mandatory has the exact same damage and runs at the exact same pace, but it's not free by any means. And any more mistakes, and honestly, even another 5 seconds worth of deaths could be the end for mandatory. They need to have like a perfect run from here on out.
It's going to be extremely close is the big point here, right? And even they could be faster on like the next split, right? Sometimes we see that where one team is like really good on the second split and then another team makes up for that time in their third split. So I wouldn't count them out just yet. But I think general that 30 is just pretty close overall. And if you're having a couple of deaths, if you're losing sometime somewhere, then it's going to come down quite to the wire. Perplexed was, I think, even waiting like 20 seconds in their run when they completed it for cooldowns before they actually pulled their gruel. So they could have been even faster. Gonna see. Skyline now also in the 30 Azure Vault. Fat Shark, yes. Back in the rings. We're seeing Perplexed in the bottom left in that 28. Do you think... Okay, for Perplexed, I know they're not on the chopping block, but do you think after this 28 they actually run back the freehold again? Like as high as they can?
So they were the first team to time a 31 freehold on during time trials, right?
Okay, we're not going to count that. I'm going to veto that right away.
They're old, and they've done freehold a lot of times. Is that valid reasoning?
That's more valid than cannons, to be honest. Okay. I'm not going to count cannons.
Gamers are really great.
So more valid than cannons is being old. I see. All right.
Yeah.
I think that Perplexed is probably the team that has the most experience doing this dungeon. And I think if there's a team that's going to be slamming a 30 in this key, I think that they're probably going to be looking to do it right now, while they're running this dungeon back to back. I don't know how everybody feels about this, but whenever I'm playing or whenever I'm pushing keys, if you have multiple attempts at the same key, and especially if you have like 3 attempts at the same key, one of those is likely to go correct. And so whenever you're just like you're practicing, you're doing the 26, then you do the 28, you already feel super warmed up with your cooldown timings. You know about how things are supposed to look. You have a good feel for like where you're supposed to be popping your defensives and that kind of thing if you're Perplexed. And so I think they're building a lot of really good momentum and probably should be able to do this on the 30. I think that it would be expected from my end to see them do it.
I really wish that was an option on live, by the way, to just run back the same dungeon once you've completed it. It would make my life so much easier.
There is a level of practicing keys that I'm not super fond of, but at the same point, I do understand why it's appealing for some.
I just have very bad short-time memory. That's all there is. I'd enjoy running the same dungeon again because, like you're saying, it's just easier. You have the timers and just feels like, I just did this. And yeah, maybe one day. Maybe some devs are listening, making my dreams come alive.
The TGP format and like tournament realm format versus like how you play stuff on live and like how key rerolling works, it's definitely like a different experience with like how you practice keys and how you perform just like on broadcast. It's definitely a different experience.
It is. Dude. Skyline is going to finish up on Laymore, and I'm just looking at that timer in comparison to what we're seeing out of Fed Shark. Yes, they seem to be so slow here.
Why are they so slow on Laymore?
I think they did a little bit more trash, if I see that correctly.
I feel like, so like 10:30 was like a good split during season 1 for this boss.
Oh no.
That's fine. It's fine. You really see it. You really see it.
I mean, I was more worried that more drama was going to happen, but one death is okay. I'll take it.
Mix, I have a question. You're like in tune with the Warcraft chat and channel. Why do they keep spamming this Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker thing?
Have you ever heard of Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker?
Yeah, I have.
That's why they're spamming Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker.
Why did they turn Twitch chat into trade chat randomly?
Because they're WoW players. It's in their blood. You cannot split these two.
They're RPing.
Are you going to try and stop them? Why not? It's fun.
I would wish they would stop.
You're just going to make them do it more. You don't understand Twitch chat.
By telling them to stop
spamming Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker.
No,
it's not funny.
You have to tell them you really
hold on. I figured it out. Tettles is using what's known as reverse psychology. He's trying to tell people to not do it because he actually wants them to do it more.
Okay.
So there you go.
I don't know.
You're a clever
man. I think you
though.
just confused Twitch chat.
I don't have a psychology degree. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't need a psychology degree to understand reverse psychology. Don't worry.
I don't have one, regardless.
It's like psychology, but reverse.
Yeah, exactly.
See, by telling us he doesn't have a psychology degree,
did someone say Kettle Seeker, blessed Mike of the Boomkin?
I don't have a psychology degree, much less a reverse psychology degree.
You could just turn it around and look at it in the mirror.
I feel like not having a psychology degree is actually having a reverse psychology degree.
Who let this guy talk?
I can unmute myself anytime. I have control.
He actually has more power than us.
Yeah. See, look what you've done, Tettles. You're just playing right into Tettles' hand. This is what he wants.
Well, to be honest, this is a very good technique. If chat is talking about something I don't want to read, I'll just ask them for a Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, and off they go. That's great. That's great tech.
See, he feeds off of spent channel points. Like, that energy goes into Tettles. He's just growing stronger by the moment.
Excellent. I love it. Every other second, somebody comes through with like an actual message, and most of them are like Tettles.
Yep. That's not going to work anymore.
That's so great. I love it.
Ooh, mandatory 24/17 to Rax. I'm getting away from this Blessed Blade of the Windseeker stuff. I've aggravated a hornet's nest that is Twitch chat.
Started it.
24/17. I think that timer looks really good. Like, if you compare it to where Perplexed were 23:49. So mandatory, I mean, a bit slower, but at the same point, it's like they're within the ability to be able to time the key. And I think that that's the most important thing to be looking at here. They do have this Dominator pull, which Perplexed elected to not do. This is tough. This is probably like the last really hard part of the key. Dark Rule by itself is difficult, but I think that this has a decent chance to wipe mandatory if they have any mistakes. They do have battle reses, but I don't think that they can afford really any deaths.
I don't think so either. They did have a couple more deaths since we last spoke about them. Two more to be exact, but they do have their battle reses preserved, which is really good. And just Look at the damage that's going out on the group in this pull here. It's massive, and they cannot allow themselves to have any mistakes here. Look at RX, so much damage going out. And if they stand in any of these avalanches, that's going to be a very, very bad situation for them. They're going to kill off the Scorpion here, and as soon as that's killed off, they're actually going to chain in the Trapper, which means the avalanches are going to continue. You can see them deal with this by spreading out as much as they can. All of the casters are very far away from each other, and even Mode and Skylark are like kind of on opposite sides of the pack, trying to get as much distance between the two of them to not have their avalanches spawn in unfortunate ways.
Mistine popped his cheat death. RX pressed everything. Crim's got lay on hands at 1% HP. The Dominator goes down, which is great for Mandatory. They do still have the Trapper left to deal with, but the Trapper, fortunately enough, can get CC'd with things like Hodge. It can get knocked up by Upheaval. It can get Incapacitating Roared. So it's much less deadly than that Dominator. So Mandatory in a great spot here. Now, the only thing they have left in front of them is Dargrul. And they don't have great lust timing on Dargrul like we saw from Skyline. RX going down, it's possible, Makes, but RX is going to cost them a few seconds because now he has to get rezzed, and then Crims has to pull the Dominator off, and they have to invis this off, and it's... Mentor's going to be quite close up against the timer. Maybe they commit a battle res here?
No, I think they should have, but they're not gonna, which is going to cost them even more time now. And if you're looking at the time, I mean, they still are within the timer.
Yeah.
They have like a little less than 6 minutes to finish this dungeon. And I think their goal needs like 5.5.
4:30, I think is the timer for the boss.
Well, that's even less.
That's great.
See, that's why I don't do math.
It depends on where you lost. I think with their loss, it's gonna be about 4:30.
We're gonna pick up RX. We're gonna preserve those battle rests, and we're gonna go into Dargrul, the Underkin. They do have the room. You just need to make sure they're dealing with these char skins as much as they can. And if you're wondering, maybe we should re-explain the Scorpion tech there, because people might not be familiar with how it was in Knockhood.
Sure. So it's kind of similar, yeah, like you said, Knockhood. It's similar to how it works currently in Freehold, where if you pull the Trapper and the Dominator, and then you use a combat dropping ability such as Shadow Meld or Invis or whatever, you're able to drop combat with those mobs. Typically, they get pulled whenever the boss is pulled, but if you pull the boss and then use a combat drop ability on them, they don't combat with the rest of your group. They just reset and then they stand there, and so it saves you the unfortunate reality that you would have to kill two of them, because killing two of them is incredibly slow. So it's good tech. I think the downside of utilizing a mage is if they don't press GI, then they can get broken out by the Dominator spike in the air. But if they use GI or they time their invis perfectly, it shouldn't be dangerous at all for them.
All right. Thank you so much for that explanation. I'm sure people could take something away from this here, as they did after the MDI and Knockhood as well. But in the meantime, Mandatory is on Dargrul. They have finished the first chart skin, and the second one should be coming in after the next magma wave. So we're going to deal with that first. Spikes are coming in. The team is pre-positioning behind these. Ooh, no, wait. That's the second one. Okay. So Skyline did a lot more damage here because they had Bloodlust Pump by that time. And their Charskin came in at 50% boss HP. Oh. Which for Mandatory for sure means they are going to get that fourth one.
I just pulled it up and Perplexed. Okay, so Skyline killed Dargrul in 410. Perplexed had it dead at 450. So the difference in strategy is actually a pretty significant boss discrepancy. And so Mandatory is playing the strat where the boss is 450.
Yeah, so that's even longer, and that's also kind of in line with what we saw from Perplex, but that also means they have the really scary ad later down the line.
Yes. But they do have Lust for him.
They do. But they also take a lot of damage here. I'm so scared, man. Third one should be easy for them.
Yeah, because third one was on all of their 2-minute cooldowns, right? So they have...
Yeah, that's this one.
Yeah, they have breath, and then they also have void eruption plus PI plus combustion, so that should be able to just be dealt with purely with offensive CDs. They don't get the spike baited perfectly on top of the char skin, which is kind of unfortunate. But the char skin does take one step and then gets restunned immediately. It's okay to do it like that, but ideally you kind of chain the stuns into one another, especially whenever you're popping all of your offensive CDs. If you didn't have your CDs popped, maybe there's a world where you kind of let it take that step and you like really extend it out.
All right, magma wave coming in, and after that, there's actually going to be the 4th act quite soon. And that's the one we're so worried about because we do not get enough spikes for them. So normally you get 2 spikes for the at, you get 1 spike to hide behind for the magma wave. For the 4th one, it doesn't really work that way. You get 1 spike for the ad, and then the 2nd spike you need for hiding. So they're gonna get the ad, I believe, now. Molten Crash comes in. Magma Sculptor, there it is. That's the Bloodlust, and we need to blast it right away with that lust.
Oh, we actually used Breath of the Eons on this, so we saved it. Ah, I see. We didn't pop it with all of our CDs. We actually are using it with Lust and then triple Beacon. Mason's actually running Beacon himself.
Melt it.
Okay.
Melt it. Okay, very good job. Ad is going to die, but boss is so high.
The boss is so high.
We get a 4th,
No.
5th?
No.
Oh, you have a new command in chat. Oh, no.
Why is it only... What? What are these? Why are they saying that?
It's technically 2 new commands in chat, if you notice.
No, it's Teddle's approved chat message. What else is new?
But I think there's a not approved as well.
Oh, I don't have that one. I only have the approved.
Can they? Okay.
Oh wait, no, never mind.
Back to Dark Rule.
It was there.
So, please pay attention to what we're seeing on screen. Dark Rule is dying.
I'm trying.
Well, he's not really, though. He's taking so long. Get it over with.
We're fine. We win these. We win these.
This is concerning. I'm not gonna lie.
Was this a one shot? Is
20
this the first attempt at this dungeon?
Yeah.
We landslid!
All right.
Oh!
We landslid! Oh!
I told
10
you.
seconds. Come on.
Get the boss.
Come on.
I think they.
Troitskin is
got
there.
it.
Do not die here.
Oh my goodness.
5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3.
Oh my god, please!
That was so close.
Okay. That was too close.
Yes.
We procced. I'm gonna shout out Augmentation Evoker having a cheat death. I think that we just got bailed out by having a bunch of cheat deaths.
I think you might be right.
Oh my god.
I think you might be right. And after that, I think it might be time to bring in Dratnos to close out the day with Makes and Tettles. That was an exciting end, but you get to take a break now. You get to chill.
Goodbye. I need
You
it.
can enjoy the Tettles approved chat messages that are coming out for you.
Go redeem yourself in chat. Literally.
Wait, what happens when Tettles posts a Tettles approved chat message?
What happens when you put a bag of holding into another bag of holding?
It is a mystery.
I'm glad Dratnos is here to explain this one for us. Dratnos, what do you got?
I got nothing. I was still recovering from that landslide to the face there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Valid.
That was rough. But 2 seconds to spare for mandatory. Pretty good there. 147 points for them as well. And they still have a 2 chest that they can improve. So potentially going to be on 149 if they can do a 29 Vortex Pinnacle, which would be pretty impressive. Perplexed, on the other hand, working on that freehold, they also can get up to that 148 point level if they can get up to a 30 here in freehold. But if Mandatory can do that 29 Vortex Pinnacle, they'll actually be ahead of where Perplexed are at and much faster than them. There are about 23 minutes left in our day, though, so teams are going to have to start. They can only really start one more key at this point before the clock is over, because once we get to 23 more minutes from now, keys are going to stop. They'll be able to finish any key that they're in the middle of, but they won't be able to start any new keys. So most of the runs that we're looking at right now are either the last or the second to last run that each of these teams will be able to do today.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of after that, I'm just checking in with all of the teams to see what they're doing. Fetcher, yes, actually about to finish their 30. They still need some trash, so don't be baited by that. Or they're not perfect, really close on the timer to a 2 chest, they still need a substantial amount of trash to do after they finish out an Umbral Skull. And then the Direwolves are in that same dungeon also attempting that 30.
Yeah, this would tie up basically all of our teams with a 30 Azure Vault, except for Skyline. Well, yeah, I mean, Skyline's also in there, so it would be if all of these Azure Vaults work out, we will have every single team on a plus 30 Azure Vault. But Skyline, FSY, and Direwolves, wow, I mean, it's going to be so close between them for who can come out of today, because right now they are all at 144 points. So Skyline are in the worst position here. Even though they actually have the best tiebreakers right now, if they only have time to finish this key, whereas both FSY and Direwolves have time to start another key. So if FSY and Direwolves can both complete this 30, and then they can both do any upgrade on any other keystone, no matter what Skyline does, they're out of it at that point. The Skyline's fate is no longer in their own hands. But of course, that's a big conditional, right? There's a big chance that something goes wrong in keys of this high of a level, and that would give Skyline the opportunity to stay alive.
Wait, why does it say plus 557 on Direwolf?
So FSY and Direwolves have the same keys across the board, which is our
that's
first
just
tiebreaker.
the discrepancy in time.
So yeah,
okay.
Direwolves are behind FSY right now by the timer tiebreaker, whereas Skyline are ahead because they have the better tiebreaker, the first tiebreaker, which is the highest key.
Yeah, on the highest key.
They've done
okay.
a 30,
whereas
everybody else has done a 29. So
I thought they had like an extra penalty or something I missed. I was like, huh? Why are we giving them 5 minutes? But no, okay. That's just how much more time they have. Okay, so that's actually a lot of time.
It may matter. It may matter as well, especially if FSY and Direwolves end up doing the same keys as each other here. Direwolves are definitely in a worse spot. They're 3 minutes slower in the Freehold and 2 minutes slower in the Underrot is the big disadvantage for Direwolves against FSY, and those are going to be pretty tough for them to overcome. But on the other hand, of course, if they can just get one more point than FSY, then that will be enough to save them as well. And both teams are in a position to get one more point than Skyline as well, because they can both start another key before the end of the day, whereas Skyline cannot. Skyline only has time for this key that they've just started. They will get a couple of retries at it if they want, but they won't have time to finish this and then start another key.
Exactly. So 20 minutes to go to start that very last key. And Fetchark, yes, on their way to finish theirs. And I'm wondering where they go after this, because they're looking decent on the timer, right? They have like 4 more minutes, a little bit over that, to get the rest of the trash, which it's going to come closer than it is right now for sure. But I think it's well within their abilities to finish this and time it. So what do you think they do after that?
I think Underrot makes the most sense. Underrot is a key that is front-loaded in terms of difficulty, so they would actually get to Underrot with 15 minutes or so to do the first part of the dungeon, and they could reset it a couple times if, excuse me, if they need to. You could also go to Freehold. That's another option, but I think I would be tempted to head to Underrot. Looking at they got their Freehold with better time than their Underrot, so maybe there's some more flexibility for them in Freehold. Maybe that means that they'll be faster there. They'll be more likely to time the 30. But looking at it, I would want to go to the Underrot.
I agree. I think I was saying earlier to Tuddles, I really like how they looked in their 29 as well. I think Fetchark, yes, was super fast in their Underrot and looked incredibly clean. And I think it's just a key that's really to their strengths. Maybe they practiced it more. You know, sometimes you have these keys where it's like, oh no, we're really good at this one. So it does feel like that kind of key for them, with like nearly 2 minutes faster than the other teams.
Yeah, it does seem like a strong point for them. Although, you know, once you get to the plus 30 level, of course, that time is going to go away because the mobs are going to have a bunch more health. But yeah, it seems like an advantage for against some of the other teams that are in danger of elimination, at least. We are going to see FSY starting up their final pull of the dungeon. They actually need to go bigger here than some other teams do, because they need to get all of this trash. You can see they're using Bop on Krona as they're getting this pull set up. Lofus, on the other hand, is getting up to the book here, and then will be rescuing Giga up just in time, who will then life grip Krona up, also just in time. And now with these 3 range players up here, Lofus, of course, can't stay. He's got to go Breath of Ian's. But Krona and Giga can stay up here, and the frogs can't reach up here. Their legs are powerful, but not powerful enough to reach all the way up onto the top of this book.
Yeah, you know that wait for me, I have little legs meme? That's the frogs right now. They cannot get to Krona and Giga. They just can get to everybody else, which means they're not going to jump very far. The rangers don't have to move, allowing them to press their DPS buttons, which is really nice for them. And it's just going to be everything else that will do AoE damage to them, and they are finishing out on that damage. However, I am going to ask to bring back the 4 box, because if I saw correctly, mandatory is on a 28 VP instead of the 29 that they could go
Interesting. That would be
I need to see it again, because I only saw it for a split second, but I think so.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. So this is we rarely see this. They 2-chested their 27, so they have the right to go to a 29 if they want to, but they have decided to go to the 28, collecting that 1 point instead of the 2 if they can time this. But of course the trade-off is it's much easier to time a 28 than a 29. It's not easy to time a 28, but it's easier than timing a 29 by quite a bit. And at this point, Mandatory don't have any easy keys left on their board. The only option aside from Vortex Pinnacle would be a plus 31 in one of the other dungeons. So they've decided that 28 Vortex Pinnacle is what they're aiming for. I think I like this because this kind of frees them up to then, even if they think they can do the 29, realistically, if they can do the 29, they can probably do the 28 in a small amount of attempts. And then they're kind of freeing themselves up to do like progression on the 29 tomorrow without risking being stuck with the 27, right? Put up the 28 on the board, and then if you think that the 29 is the next easiest point, you have kind of the freedom to chase it without worrying about missing an easy point on the board.
I mean, so this is definitely still a hard key, I think, the 28, just looking at how it looked for other teams. So I don't think it's super easy. And I think with having that 2-chest, maybe you should just try and get that 29. Mandatory is not in a position where they need to be worried for elimination today. They have enough points overall. The other teams, they're in the lead. So for them to say like, oh no, we're playing it safe, I'm a little bit sad. I would have liked for them to go in that 29. And even though if they weren't able to time it, they would know what to work on for tomorrow. So it would give them a good idea, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It is weird. It's rare to see the decision going to like let the 2-chest go. We have actually seen it before, but usually it's been more of a desperation play rather than a something that is done by the team that is currently leading. But I think it makes sense, especially for the end of the day here. You know, you're probably only going to get one run in, so you can put this thing up at 28. There's a chance you can just leave it at 28 and collect your easier upgrades in some other keys over the next little bit of time. I mean, there's not really much more. At the start of the day, we thought 31s were possible, but I think Azure Vault is the only place where Mandatory maybe has a 31 that would take less than a couple of hours of Brog.
Sorry, I'm laughing because I read a very, very let him cook kind of take in Twitch chat. They said they're trying to 2-chest it in time to go and get a 30. No shot. Maybe we should reply to that. I like the idea. I think the idea was fun. Okay.
They did 2-chest
it's definitely not going to happen.
They 2-chested the 27 so with 18 seconds to spare on the 2-chest timer.
Yeah.
When you go from 27 to 28, you add 10% health to every mob, though, which, you know, a rough estimate for that would be 10% more time, which would be 2 extra minutes onto the timer here. So yeah, I mean, they would need to be going dramatically faster than they did in their 27 to be able to actually 2-chest the 28. However, we are going to swap over to Dire Wolves, who are working on Umbral Skull in their plus 30 Azure Vault. They also will need to go and get all that trash after doing this as well. But this is a big, important keystone for the Dire Wolves, because right now, they are in 5th place. And at the end of the day, the team in 5th place is getting eliminated. But if Dire Wolves can time this key, they will put themselves in a position to potentially guarantee that they won't be the team to be in 5th place. If they can time this key, and the next place they go to, they definitely won't be in 5th. That'll be locked in for them. So their fate is still in their own hands here.
It's going to be so close for all of these teams. I'm quite worried. Where is Skyline at? Are they restarting? What's going on? Yeah, they're restarting.
Skyline, and this is actually free for Skyline. It's free for them to restart this for the next 12 minutes, right? Because they weren't going to have time to start another Keystone after this anyways. So Skyline definitely needs to put a Azure Vault on the board, and even if they do, they still then also need FSY and or Direwolves to screw up and not put up another upgrade after this. But Skyline should keep resetting Azure Vault until they get a good opener. That is absolutely the best play from where they're at right now.
I like that. I think that's good. And I really like the Underrot out of Fat Shark, yes. I'm quite confident in this one, but we're going to see how it plays out. Mandatory top hand right are in that 28 that we spoke about, and I'm just looking at their timers. I think the 734 is quite good on Urton.
Yeah, this is pretty good for Grand Vizier for timing the key. We're hoping to see the second boss go down sometime with a couple minutes to spare before the 20-minute mark, and they are already nearly at that boss. Of course, on 28 Tyrannical, the boss itself is going to take quite a while. Be interesting to see where they decide to send their Lust as well. Looks like right now is the answer. And that means their Lust is going to come back at 21 minutes as well, which it gives them a lot of flexibility to use it whenever they want on the last boss fight. I like this. You can see where they're fighting this pack. When you fight here, those assassins actually don't do damage to the people that they jump on. Those the mage and the priest that are under that pillar over there. Those assassins bump their heads when they try and teleport under that little spot, and so aren't able to actually connect with their damage. Maystein, on the other hand, is actually baiting them a little bit closer. That's letting a few of them that target him stay in the flame patch for more damage. But once Maystein actually took some damage there, he fled to under that pillar as well so that he wouldn't get killed.
I also tend to fled so I don't get killed. I think that's a valid strat, to be honest.
Oh yeah, 100%. Wow, mode there. That's interesting. It looked like that was the Ward of Faceless Ire trinket that was active on him as well. I imagine that's him that's playing that. Maybe we can get an investigation from that's the it looks like the Neltharion trinket, the kind of weird one that is, it's very situational. It's on use to put a shield on anybody in your group. And it does a little bit of damage when the shield actually gets broken to the target that broke it. So, but mostly it's just there as a defensive thing. Maybe something that they're going to use to... I think in this dungeon, it's a really good tool for the chain lightning on the last boss, but you get some extra value in the rest of the dungeon as well.
I think particularly that makes it very valuable, and I think we were even speaking about that yesterday, where it's like, you know, at some point in this dungeon, they're probably going to be using trinkets that will make them extra tanky to actually be able to live these, or that help nuke down these Novas back there.
Okay, we have confirmation. Mode is indeed wearing that Ward of Faceless Ire trinket alongside his Rashok's Molten Heart. So not using that Beacon of the Beyond that we've seen some healers using in some dungeons, and instead going for a little bit more of a defensive option. And that might be one of those things that, you know, that means that you're going to have a little bit less damage. But as you start getting to the higher keys, you get this rough situation where you need more damage to time the key because the mobs have more health, but you also need to start playing defensive trinkets and stuff because the things are going to one-shot you otherwise, and that might be part of the reason that they've chosen to go with the 28 instead of the 29.
I really like this tech. I think it's always cool when it's mostly the healers, let's be honest, when we get a little bit of variety in like niche trinket choices that make sense per dungeon. I think that's super, super cool. Direwolves, though, about to run out of time soon, and we're seeing them do the same pull that we saw before from Fat Shark, yes. However, it seems like something didn't work out with their pillar attack. I see all of the ranges down. There was an evoker that was up there for a second, but it seems like maybe it didn't really work, or the priest wiggled off, or something like that, as they're now trying to do this naturally, as we say, without the pillar tech.
Yeah, they're doing it the old-fashioned way. It looks like it's going to work out for them, and they've still got a few minutes here, even if things get a little bit bad. 2 more minutes left on the clock for Direwolves. They have that incorporeal spawning. Ooh, Equibus, no block available, ends up proccing Cauterize here. Does still have a few other defenses, but not much more. They're barely able to get through here. No more Ebon Scales charges to give the whole group some extra health either. But they have gotten most of these enemies dead.
Dying off.
There it
the
is.
rest is spiteful. We have the Team Kai. The key timed. Wow.
Yes.
That was hard to say. I don't know why, but the key was timed, and they have that 30 on the board now.
So there you can see on our leaderboard in the bottom left, Skyline are now the team that is in the most danger of elimination. If Skyline can time this plus 30 Azure Vault, however, they will be move to 3rd place. But they don't have time to start another key after doing this Azure Vault, whereas both FSY and Direwolves do have time for one more key. So the way it's going to work is, first of all, if Skyline just don't time this Azure Vault, they're out. If Skyline do time this Azure Vault, then it will come down to whether FSY and Direwolves both time the next key that they go to. Looks like FSY have gone to Underrot, and Direwolves are heading to Freehold. If both of those teams time these keys, then Skyline's out no matter what happens in their Azure Vault. But if one of them depletes and Skyline times the Azure Vault, then the team that depletes is going to be out. And if both Direwolves and FSY deplete, it's going to be FSY that have the time advantage in the tiebreaker over Direwolves. So that would be the edge case where both teams fail their runs.
So what I'm hearing is Fat Shark Yes is for sure safe.
Fat Shark Yes is they would need to deplete their key and have Skyline time their key and have Direwolves time their key to be eliminated. Direwolves having an immediate reset in the bottom left, but this is free for them. Again, there are still 5 more minutes for keys to be started here. So do that first pull a couple of times, and you can start the run once it actually works. As long as that happens in the next 5 minutes, it would, of course, be pretty nasty for that timer to hit 0 and then immediately wipe and just know that it was over. Although, of course, both of those teams can also hope for a Skyline deplete as well.
I mean, Skyline has been restarting this dungeon quite a couple of times now, and that's not unusual because they know it's their last dungeon, like you're saying. They're kind of redoing this until they get a really good start into the dungeon where, like, everything's perfect, they're really fast, then they're going to use that one. But of course, that also means you have less options later down the line for any errors or mistakes because you're stuck with this run now and you need to complete it. And I mean, this is probably going to be a redo, but you cannot have that happen many more times. Time's running.
Yeah, this is not good. And at the plus 30 key level, it's not like there's room for a wipe like this, right? Once in 5 minutes, if they have another wipe, starting from then, it's going to be over for Skyline. So they've got to get this figured out soon. Meanwhile, FSY already on Kragmaw in their Underrot down in the bottom left.
Dungeon.
Yeah, they pulled Kragmaw before their Lust was even back up. Looks like they're not even pressing the Lust on phase 1 of Kragmaw here. Holding it perhaps for after this first tantrum. I don't think you want to hold it much longer than that. The problem with Kragmaw is that every single tantrum moves up the speed of its abilities in the next main phase, and so you actually get less and less free DPS time. By far the best time to Lust on Kragmaw, if you have it, is right on pull, but looks like they probably are going to end up just sending it right about now. Maybe they're just going to hold it for Xancha at this point, though. Maybe they think that's more valuable. Nope, there it is. There's the Lust, and there is the Breath of Eons. Here comes FSY with their big damage, trying to just get through as much of this tyrannical boss as possible. A lot of ticks are out as well. Luckily, Scoped is pretty safe against that kind of damage. Is gonna that's actually not ticks. That's Guardians, but Sanguine Healing lands on Kragmaw there.
Yeah,
that's not good.
They're gonna get healed just a little bit, but I think they should be dying off soon. Team, of course, has good organization with how they're going to deal with all of these maggots that are now spawning. Classes are kind of ordered, tank stays back, so Kragmaw doesn't run all the way too far, and they have a chance to bait him back to the walls. But I was kind of hoping we'd get a little bit more damage out of that Bloodlust, to be honest.
We Sanguine healed the boss. The boss got a tick of Sanguine Healing, so that's like 5% of the boss's health just immediately healed back up there, which on a plus 30 Tyrannical, that is millions and millions of hit points. in a single second there. So, unfortunate turn of events for FSY. By no means does that deplete the Keystone, though. This dungeon has flexibility. If you have a 0-death run, you can have quite a bit of Sanguine Healing and still time this key.
Absolutely. I think with how fast they were in their 29 as well, I'm not so much worried about the overall dungeon timer. I'm just more worried about something big going wrong as the timer is approaching the you cannot restart keys area. That's the kind of fear I'm having for not only Fat Shark, yes, but all of the teams that are still looking to kind of get out of the chopping block area.
Yeah, we have Perplexed up in the top left, working on their 29 freehold. This is the easiest, in quotes, key that we have on the screen right now. It's the only one that is multiple levels below the highest, or I guess is at least below the highest done this weekend so far. So they have a fairly likely point that they're going to pick up here to bring them to 147 overall. Still going to be in second place behind Mandatory, though, especially if Mandatory can hold out in the top right and time this 28 Vortex Pinnacle. Looking at their timer right now, they're going to be making it to Assad with like 7 minutes left. That is more than enough to deal with that boss, so it's just going to be a question of if they can do the boss cleanly. They are going to have Lust, and they're going to have 3 battle reses as well. So I like Mandatory's chances as long as they don't make some kind of oopsie on that fight.
Yeah, let's not speak it into existence. I'm kind of looking for Skyline. I think they're still restarting. Yeah, here we go. So once again, Skyline, they now have 47 minutes to actually start their last key. We've gotten a little bit more stringent on how we're approaching that rule. So of course the admins have the last say, but they need to be in the key once that timer runs out. And I don't think there's a restart within that. So this one has to be the key for all of the teams that are running right now.
Yeah, we'll get official confirmation when the runs are like the guaranteed
locked
final ones, but I think you're probably right. This is very likely to be Skyline's last keystone here. Mandatory actually pretty close to being able to finish this and start another one, but they are not going to have time for that either. So this run up in the top right, it's going to be a little bit of unfortunate kind of timing for Mandatory that they're going to be finishing right as the day ends rather than getting kind of one of those bonus overtime keys to be done. And Perplexed up in the top left also are near the end of a dungeon. So pretty quickly here, we're going to be Mandatory and Perplexed are going to be done for the day, and we're just going to be watching those 3 teams, all of which could be eliminated, which are FSY, Skyline, and Direwolves. Depending on how their keys go, one of those teams is going home, and it could be any of them from right here. These are now all final runs. We have the official confirmation from the admins. This is these are it. There's no more restarting keys, so hopefully nobody's about to wipe right now.
I'm glad you said, because if I had said it, they would call me a jinx if something went wrong now, but we're gonna see if everything goes to order. Last tantrum for Fat Shark, yes. You're still playing some of the maggots here, playing it kind of safe, making sure that they don't have too many of these spawns knocking Skrefta out of his boots, but Krakmaw is going to keel over and they can move on to Spore Caller. Of course, we know they already did some of the Guardians, but I think there is, the second pack is still here, and so is the Worm.
Yeah, there's a Sleepwalk going to land on that Worm, then Krona is going to run next to it first, and then he's going to invis it off after everybody else has run through. Those worms we don't see very many of them fought in this great push because you have to just stand and fight where they are is the thing. You can't move forward with them. So they often kind of slow you down and stop you from being able to move forward through the dungeon, set up chain pulls, and keep things going. Not to mention they have a very deadly cast that requires somebody to be looking at it and instantly kick or use a stop, which that in and of itself wouldn't be a problem. It's mostly the fact that they're just rooted and do not cooperate with you very much.
Yeah, they do the same thing for the worm that's before the porting area. So not the one that's in between the 2 faceless guys, but the one prior to that where you kind of just sneak by. Don't want to play that one, super inefficient, so same tech gets deployed. But as we are speaking, they are finishing off this pull. They will be on to Spore Caller next. Right of them are Direwolves, just finishing up Sky Captain Crag. You're going to move on to the Council of Captains in a little bit. timer is actually looking pretty good, I think. 7-minute 1 is quite fast for a 30.
Yeah, they're definitely in good shape here. Their 29 was pretty slow, but I think that if things go cleanly for them, they'll be in good shape in this freehold. A lot of difficulty is ahead of them in this dungeon, as we can see. Chompy already getting started here with a pull. Actually going to be a different pull than we've seen some of the teams do. A lot of teams like to head left there, but Chompy and Direwolves are grabbing those right mobs and taking them down into this pull. This is a lot of count, but it's also a lot of danger, adding the Sea Spout to this pull in particular, and the Duelist that they're going to need to either interrupt or dodge.
And I
Top
think
left.
we're seeing, even though it's not the right-hand side from us, we're seeing a similar pull size on all of them. Jack going down here for the Wolves. They do have that battle rush going to come out right away, making sure they're not losing too much uptime. These are the last runs. There is no do-overs for any of these teams. And Direwolves and Skylar in particular need to make sure they get through this fast and efficiently to save themselves. Mandatory on the side is close to finishing out as well, and for them, that will be the end of day.
Yeah, Mandatory 30% left on Assad up in the top left. They are in good shape here. They're going to be getting back to their next set of 2-minute cooldowns very soon as well, so they'll be able to use that probably on the second ad of this phase. Every kind of phase except for the first one will give you 2 of those ads that you need to kill. There's the first one that they're kind of making their way towards, and actually their 2 minutes are up now if they want to. They're going to send them and start taking this Nova out. There's the combustion and the power infusion as well. Maystein going to hold on to the Breath of Ian's, however. Save that for actually just using it on boss for boss damage. They're going to get 1 more of those ads to kill, and I think if they can kill off this next ad, they're going to be able to take out the boss rather than killing any further ones after this. So you can see they're going to swap over to it. Alter time used by Crims here. Be able to get back up to full health in a bit. Does alter back for a pretty small amount of healing, but it looks like they're all pretty safe. And yeah, this boss is getting very low here. They still have 3 minutes left on the clock as well. I think you might be right. That 29 does definitely seem possible. On the other hand, this run has been so clean from them. 0 deaths for Mandatory. What a performance.
Yeah. I think it's definitely doable. I think the biggest pain point has to be this boss with just the damage of these chain lightnings. Yeah. And how you need to survive them. But if you are using trinkets like modes, for example, I think you can do it. 28 is definitely locked in for Mandatory as they shoot up in score once more. 148. Took me a little bit longer to get that number together.
Oh, Dire Wolves, on the other hand, while we were busy looking at that, have had tragedy strike up in the top right. And this means that Skyline in the top left now have the opportunity to save themselves and make it through to tomorrow. If Skyline can time this Azure Vault, they will have better tiebreakers than Direwolves, and Direwolves will be eliminated for sure. FSY have also become safe as a result of this. Even if FSY deplete this Underrot, they will make it through to tomorrow. But they would very much like to time this Underrot so that they can have a better chance of competing for first or second place tomorrow. Perplexed, speaking of second place, are going to cement that position for themselves with a timed 29 freehold, advancing to just 1 point behind Mandatory. The exact same keys across the board, except for that freehold where they're still 1 key level behind.
Yeah, so Mandatory still in the lead by 1 point. Could change tomorrow. I'm glad for Perplexed. Your kind of greedy strat turned out to be kind of good with doing the dungeons that you prepped for first and going into that new dungeon afterwards. Kind of relied on them being really good in the freehold, which eventually came true. And we're going to see Skyline here try and fight for their lives. And Fat Shark, yes, try and get another point up on the board.
Yeah, Skyline now have the opportunity to try and save themselves, and if they can make it through this dungeon, they will make it through to tomorrow. But they've been resetting this dungeon for the better part of the past hour, and it's often been right after or right on this boss that their problems have landed. So hopefully they're able to clutch this run out.
The stomp.
Yeah, the stomp is nasty.
Ooh.
Good dispersion there. It's going to keep the priest very high on health. Everybody else in a little bit more danger. Their mage actually looks like they're running regular ice block rather than the new 70% DR version as well, which is nice. You still have that full immunity. A lot of mages in a lot of dungeons are playing the other one. You can see Krona, for instance, is playing the 70% DR version of that. It's situational. It depends on if you want to be immuning certain effects or if you're just happier with that big damage reduction that you don't have to stop casting for.
I'm so stressed out because this next pull has also gone quite off for Skyline before. They're by no means safe yet. This needs to go right, and then there are still more pain points in this dungeon later down the line. It is a plus 30 Tyrannical after all. Their split timer, I think, is kind of slow still, just comparing to what we've seen previously, so we're going to have to see whether or not they can survive this one and make it out. Meantime, we are going to look at the dungeon splits for the Underrot in the bottom right.
Yeah.
And I think Fat Shark, yes, is one of the teams that's just super fast in this dungeon.
So they got Sporecaller down at 21:48. Now, need to do a little bit of math, but I think if we add together the boss times for the first three bosses for Perplexed and Mandatory, it is right around that 20, 21, 20, 30 mark. So actually,
I'm going to leave that to you. I don't do math on podcasts.
Hang on, I'm a little bit worried here for them. This is, I guess, so they probably need 5 minutes for the last boss. And they are going to get 5 minutes for the last boss, but it's going to be close. This actually is going to come right down to the wire for FSY here. I think they are going to need to be very, very optimized to time this keystone. Oh, and they've lost a gamer here. Their healer has gone down. One battle res is available. Are they going to send it or not? They are going to send it, and I agree with this. You just got to use that battle res here. Now they are in a lot of danger, and 20:45 was the split from Mandatory on Sanchez, so they're about a minute behind,
Production
but
coming in clutch.
Mandatory had about a minute safe on the timer, so FSY, it's going to be right up against that 30-minute mark here when they complete this dungeon. They need to have no further deaths. They're not going to get any more battle reses this dungeon, and I mean, they're going to pull the boss with 4.5 minutes left. This is going to be unbelievably close. And they're missing count. They have to run on top of this worm as well. Maybe not missing count. Maybe this is all part of the plan. I haven't actually been... I don't remember if this is something they've usually been doing. I think it's part of the plan. I
think this is actually their route. It's a little bit wild, this one. But it worked in the previous dungeon. So I think they should be fine here.
They have less health than the Corruptors. So
yeah.
It kind of makes sense to drag onto them. It's like annoying. It makes the pull more difficult having to have this rooted mob. Usually you're pretty happy when you kill the first one that you don't have to deal with it anymore. But yeah, they are going to finish that one off here. But look at that timer, 25:10 now. They have 4 minutes and 50 seconds to complete this dungeon. That is a plus 30 tyrannical unbound abomination that they're going to have to try and kill here. And Krona's not going to have cauterize for it.
Yeah, unfortunate that still came through, but they are going to port down to the boss now, and I think we're going to see them pull just instantly. We're just going to hope there is no assassination spores coming for them, as they don't have any battle reses available going into this. Makes it much, much harder. On a positive side note, though, they are safe from elimination for today, but of course they would like that extra point going into tomorrow.
Yeah, they have the tiebreaker over Direwolves, as it stands right now, at least, but they would really like to not be in a position to use that. So here comes that boss. They have exactly 4 minutes from now to finish this boss. Now, their Lust is available. Breath of Ians is available as well, so is Power Infusion. They're going to send the Breath of Ians right now. Actually, this is a little bit of a misalignment of cooldowns. That Breath of Ians probably should have waited for the Power Infusion to be up and to be used. With exactly 4 minutes on the clock, you're only going to get 2 presses of those 2-minute cooldowns anyways, so you can afford to delay them a little bit to line them up with everything and to get those multiplicative benefits. So I think they're going to lose a little bit of damage here compared to what could have happened if they lined everything up correctly. But it's very hard to call all that out on the fly, especially when you're an Augmentation Evoker and what you do is based on what other people are doing in your group as well. That Lust is still active for a little while longer, but the first phase of this boss has already taken more than a minute, and it's the one they have their cooldowns for. I think they're going to be short here by about 30 seconds. It's going to be really
I think
close.
you might be right, and I'm really sad to say that, but we are going to see how it plays out. Of course, first Visage is there, and that is going to drop the boss a little bit lower, but they still need to do so much damage, and the timer is running relentlessly against them as they are going up. But of course, Skyline are also still fighting for their lives there.
Yeah, Skyline moving towards that Azure Blade encounter. You can see they're kind of working their way around and grabbing that trash. Soon they'll be pulling that boss, which was one of the nastier bosses throughout Dragonflight Season 1. It took a series of nerfs throughout that season, and is now a pretty reasonable boss in terms of difficulty, but then of course you ratchet it back up to plus 30 Tyrannical, and all of a sudden it's a very, very, very hard fight again. So Skyline are going to have a difficult boss ahead of them. We'll see if they're going to be able to survive it. But here are FSY, 2 minutes left on the clock. They're going to get one more power infusion, and actually, you know what? They are going to get one more Breath of Ian's, I think, because of that Evoker cooldown reduction. Oh, but it's maybe not going to pop before the 30 minutes are up. Oh, no, okay, it will pop, but it's going to pop on the Unbound Abomination, which isn't going to matter at that point anyways, because it's the Visage dying at that point that's going to matter. So that's it's going to be rough here for FSY. I think it's going to be too tight. They'll have 1 minute or so left to deal with this last phase of the energy of the Abomination. I think... Oh, it's going to be right down to the wire. I changed my mind. It's going to be closer than 30 seconds, that's for sure.
It's going to be close. I'm pretty sure that we're going to be within, like, seconds. But let's see how it goes. Next Visage should be coming up. There it is. And that will take the boss down even lower as we are entering that very last minute in 5 seconds. And then that will be it for them. Visage is dropping the boss to 33. They need to make sure they get it up now. Yeah, this is the spot where your mage to go. Really wishes there was a Demon Hunter in the group. If there's a Demon Hunter in the group, then the Abomination is at 29% instead of 33 here. You get to cast Scorch. Much happier to be a fire mage in that situation. But they're going to try their best anyways here. 35 seconds left. They need to not only fill up that bar at the bottom of Abomination's below its health, right, that energy bar. They also need both of the Visages to get killed. It's going to be so tight. They're going to have... That takes a few seconds for that to happen. They're just doing everything they can to try and get the damage in here, but I think it's just going to be a little bit too little, too late here. 15 seconds now as FSY are in the corner. One more Breath of Ian's lands. This is going to pop right at the end of the timer, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a little bit too slow. They definitely don't time this, unfortunately. Ad doesn't spawn, and they still need to kill it. They're not going to be able to get that extra point, so they're relying on their time tiebreaker up against the Dire Wolves, and all eyes on Skyline, on whether or not it is going to be them or the Wolves that will get eliminated today. They need to get through this fight here, which is a massive one, a very hard one, and they need to play at least one more intermission here that they need to get through. And then there's more bosses later down the line. I'm quite stressed out about that timer here as well. Yeah, it's actually going to be very important that Skyline get as much damage as they can in here. 47% on Azure Blade, one last Arcane Cleave is going to nearly murder their tank. 42% and dropping. This is really good, actually. A 40% health amount on the boss here. I think they can do this in one phase once they get out of this intermission, if they use their cooldowns. The problem for Skyline is their cooldowns still have a little while left on them. So depending on how quickly they exit this intermission, they may not get back to those 2 minutes before Azure Blade enters the middle of the room again. It looks like the intermission is going to take long enough, though, that they'll be able to get another set of cooldowns here. That's going to... I think they can do this. Yeah, I think they can get this Azure Blade down before it gets one more phase in. It's going to be close, but I think they have the damage from 38%. That's a pretty low amount for the boss to be here. They've been doing a good job of landing that single target on the boss. That is the dungeon they need to get that extra tiebreaker in. Azure now back in fight, and they have until that mana bar at the bottom runs out to kill her off. That is when she would go back into intermission, and Corporal spawning, Draconic Images spawning out of the way of this orb, but she is dropping quite significantly, which looks good. I think they have this one.
Yeah, there's the 2 minutes Breath of Ian's being used. Power Infusion and Combustion still a little ways away, but they will be able to get those in before Azure Blade finishes the phase here. They're a little bit behind the push that they would need, just looking at it at face value. They started this phase at 40%, and the boss has lost less than half of that health and is much more than half of their mana. But they are going to get back to that Power Infusion. There's the Power Infusion being sent right now, and there's a Pyroblast entering Combustion for their mage. They are going to do as much as they can. It's also, they get a little bit of extra time, right? You have the time while the boss runs to the middle of the room, and then you get some time in the middle of the room while it channels. That being said, there's still so much of this boss's health from here. 9%. It's about to reach the middle of the room. 8%. Casting is overwhelming.
This is not.
And no, it's not done. All right, so 7% on the boss. Now, the teams that have completed this dungeon at plus 30 have done so with a minute or two to spare. This is going to cost Skyline about a minute, but it's not the end of the world. They have that to give. They're on a 0-death run right now. As long as they can survive this phase and kill this boss, they have a lot of count already. They just basically go boss, boss, boss from this point. They can definitely still time this keystone, but that is going to bring them a lot closer to that 35-30 dungeon timer than they'd like.
I'm quite positive on them being able to conjure a lot of damage just based on the Neltharian's Lair we saw from them. Where they did massive amounts on both their Gruul and also Olarok. But I'm a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to get this push on Azure Blade here, because I think they really would have liked to have it just to have a little bit more wiggle room in this key, and I think now it's actually going to get close because of how Talash is and how Umbral, like both of these bosses take quite a lot of time. And we still need to do some trash, and the timer is already pretty high. I don't think it's a lot of wiggle room they have now.
Yeah, they need to get through 2 bosses, which are going to take... Oh, their Paladin has gone down as well.
No.
Their Druid, too, dropping pretty low, although that's just regular cat form fall damage, so that is part of the plan. The regrowth comes out, but their Paladin, it looks like, had to release, which is going to cost them some more time here. They're going to have to wait for the Paladin, and at this point, yeah, I'm extremely worried now about the timer here. This is going to be nasty.
Yep, there's a grip.
So, looking at Azure Vault, the time between the third... Yeah, I mean, the last boss is going to take probably about 5.5 minutes. This boss, maybe you can do in 5, maybe a little bit less. It is, it's going to be tight, so you add those 2 together, and then you have trash as well that they need to do. I think it's going to come right down to the wire here as well.
Where they snap trash down?
No,
save time?
I don't think that they can do that, because I don't think that that's something that they've, like, practiced or prepped. I think that would be something where, like, hypothetically, if they knew they were going to get to this position with this little time, maybe they would plan that. But I think from their position, probably their best bet is still just executing their existing game plan and doing it quick. Because I don't think they're, like, mathematically dead in that situation yet either. It's just going to be very, very close, right? They'll only have, like, 2 minutes for trash if my napkin math is working out here.
I will trust you, because if I do not, we're just going to be in a very bad situation. So I will take your word for it. We are going to get another Bloodlust, which I think we're just going to slam on Umbral Skull then, right? Yeah,
Umbral Skull Bloodlust is usually what we're going to see here. Obviously, it would be nice if we could get an extra lust in this dungeon, but unfortunately... the lust CD is a little bit too long to get the bonus lust that this timer can offer you if you take some slightly suboptimal lusts. But they're not going to have access to that, and that's okay. In a lot of dungeons, it's better to lose 1 lust to make sure that those lusts are in the right places, especially in a dungeon like Azure Vault, where you have bosses that are this difficult. Especially if you could use that to skip a phase on Azure Blade, which of course they weren't quite able to do, but if that had worked out, it would have definitely been worth it.
Oh, this is taking so long.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tyrannical plus 30, right? You look at the timer and you're like, oh, they've got so much time. You know, there's only 2 bosses left. Don't. But each of these bosses has 70 zillion health.
That's like half a raid boss.
Yeah, I mean, this probably has more health than like normal Kazara. That is something you normally fight with a raid group, not a party. Not 100% sure on the numbers.
Definitely going to take a long time. Frost bump here coming in. Oh, that was cute. Because of how, what's the name of the talent that they're spec'd in, where both of them get a shield when he rescues?
Twin Guardian.
Yeah, so Twin Guardian is skilled on the Augmentation Evoker here, which he's using right before the Frost Bombs to make sure that the Priest actually has an extra shield to go into these Frost Bombs, which is really, really cool tech, just like niche stuff.
Yeah, Twin Guardian Shield is very useful. You're almost always going to see the Evoker rescuing the Priest as well. Usually the Priest gets rescued because the Priest is the one that needs the most mobility help, and usually the one that needs the shield as well. So whether the rescue is for mobility or for a shield, it's usually on the Priest. Sometimes then the Priest does the life grip on the Mage afterwards as well for the ultimate chain combo.
I love when that happens.
Yeah,
it's like, oh yeah, nice we're synergy. All moving, but we're not losing DPS.
That's the best part about rescue as well. Sometimes people get flustered. Ooh, there's the cheat death, actually. You can see that little, that gold dragon that just died. That is the Augmentation Evoker cheat death that has just been procced there. So that one's not going to be available again until the trash pull at the end of the dungeon. Pretty scary moment. A lot of defensives here being used. Zephyr and Aura Mastery both popped to survive this Absolute Zero cast. They have to get through this boss. Ideally, I guess they're probably going to get one more Absolute Zero. They're going to be pulling Umbral Skull at about 28:45 or something. And then they need to kill Umbral Skull. They'll kill... Makes, I don't know about this timer. I'm getting awfully concerned.
I've been saying, these bosses take so long on Tyrannical 30. It is going to take forever to chew through them. Of course, they do have a Bloodlust, so Umbral Skull is going to be a little bit quicker than Talash, but I don't think it's going to work. I'm glad that they're still, like, trying, so, and we're going to see whether or not it works, but...
It's heartbreaking here. They're so close to getting this boss killed and skipping this Absolute Zero that's about to happen, but unfortunately at 7% health, that boss is going to go into the middle there again. And this now is another 10 seconds of just casting and AFKing. And you can see, look at the Priest, just AD. They can feel it. They know that the time is slipping away, and there's just nothing they can do while they are watching the boss taunt them from the middle of the room there. This timer is just getting so tense. We've all been in these situations in Keys where we're just like, let me damage you. But it does not allow it. Lay on Hands even used there to keep the Evoker alive, and everybody is going to jump down now. And yet 28:45 almost exactly is going to be when they get this combat started with Umbral Skull.
So we do have Bloodlust for this, which means we consume a little bit quicker, but because of how Umbral Skull works, the way that, it's not an intermission, but her crystals always proc on the HP mark, you're not actually going to be able to skip anything here. They're going to happen regardless, and you still need to DPS them down regardless. So definitely is going to help a little bit in getting that first one, which is why they're using that Bloodlust right from the get-go. They do have cooldowns for this ready. We saw PI also coming out here, making sure all of the buffs are aligned to give us as much DPS right from the get-go and get those crystals started as the boss is now approaching that first mark of 75. But that timer, Lord, it's going to be rough.
You can tell that they know their timer is bad, because if you knew you had infinite time on this fight, you would not lust pull, right? You wouldn't even CD pull. You would just kind of be chilling, and then you would lust and CD to take down the crystals. But they know that they need to get this boss killed as quickly as possible. They need to even do as much damage to the boss as possible here. And those crystals are actually getting reasonably close to finishing their fracture cast. Hang on. Crystal in the back. Is this one going to go off? It is going to go off. Oh, no. Immunity is being used here, but that is the end of Skyline's tournament, that crystal. And that looks bad. It looks really bad, but that was actually them making their best percentage chance play of working. They needed to focus boss there. Obviously, they should have shifted a little bit more onto the crystals, but they made the right play to try and time that key. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them. That does mean Skyline is, despite having that 30 Nelf Slayer first, going to be getting eliminated here, leaving FSY and Direwolves to fight another day. But wow, what a close end of the day here.
That's right. That does bring us to the end of the day, and it was a nail biter. And yeah, it, like you said, you have to go for it, right? You can't just play it safe when you know the timer's not in your favor. And they went for it, and I think Skyline has put on a pretty impressive performance. They made it this far anyway. That's where it's going to stop, but had some fun runs at least for us anyway.
It definitely had. I am so glad that we saw them again, to be honest, because I was kind of missing them in the MDI. So it's great to have seen them, and I just have to reiterate how close this group is. Like, all of these teams are so neck and neck that it comes down to like triple tiebreakers down towards the end between like the last three teams is so intense and big gaming to all of the players here this weekend.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be pretty crazy, and so my question then is we take a look at some of the tiebreaker rules that we had to kind of bring into, well, I guess we didn't need to bring them in for this day in particular. FSY and Direwolves both a point ahead of Skyline, but Dratnos, I think we may have to use these tomorrow.
Yes, I think there's a very good chance these tiebreakers are going to come into play because the way that these keystones have felt, the 30s are doable in a lot of them. Outside of Azure Vault, I don't know if the 31s are doable in any of these dungeons, and I'm not even sure that 31 Azure Vault is feasible even for Mandatory or Perplexed, which means we might be in a interesting new world of the Great Push tomorrow where maybe the last few hours are going to involve teams going back to a key level they've already done and trying to improve their time for tie breaks rather than pushing a new level of key if they don't think that there's a high success chance of that. Or maybe we'll see some teams going for the key level and some teams going for the timer strategy, and we'll get to see which one works out to be better. As of right now, Mandatory and Perplexed do have a couple of points on FSY and Direwolves, but I think there's a very good chance that starting tomorrow, FSY are going to roll up, take out that 30 Underrot. Direwolves also, a good chance of doing that, and pretty quickly, we might see all of these teams in that 147, 148 point range. Of course, there is one more mystery dungeon to be revealed tomorrow that may throw a wrench into every single team's plans.
Yeah, I mean, I almost forgot. But yeah, there is a sixth dungeon way over at the end there, and that's going to take time, right, Mix? I mean, you have to bring that key level up and then see what you can do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting whether or not more teams are going to go down the route that we saw from Perplex today, where they go in and they rework the dungeons that they know they can do more in. For example, for Fat Shark, yes, it's going to be that 30 Underrot, it's going to be that 30 Null's Lair, that they can still up where they know those timers are possible. And then for both Perplex and Fat Shark, yes, I think the 30 Freehold is also on the line. And then we're kind of seeing, like, what is the new dungeon? Where does it lead us? What can we do with it? How high can we go? That's all something for the teams to figure out on the go tomorrow, as they obviously don't know that dungeon just yet, and we're not telling anything. So we're going to see where we're going and how high that dungeon can actually go.
So is the 31 doable in any of these dungeons?
I think the closest is the Azure Vault. I think that's where it's the closest to being possible, but that's kind of extrapolating from the timers that we've seen on some of the other teams. And the problem with that is I think the 31 maybe guarantees that Azure Blade is getting an extra intermission. And if that happens, I think that adds too much time for it to be possible. So it's going to be really tight. Like 10% more health is so much more health at this key level.
You not think the 31 Freehold could also be an option?
Maybe. So we saw Mandatory completing a 30 Freehold in 28:56. So they had 1 minute to spare. They would need to improve the speed of the dungeon by another, minute or so to make up for the extra health of the 31. It's not impossible, but I would bet against it. I would bet against it being possible within a few hours of progression. Maybe if a team decided to spend all day hunting that tomorrow, it could be achieved. I think it's just so hard. 10% more health and damage is so much more health and damage at this level.
It definitely is, but we don't know how other teams are going to look in that 30.
That's
so
true.
It could be that Mandatory's time is just a little bit slower, and another team is much faster, which wouldn't be out of the ordinary. So I wouldn't count Freehold out just yet.
It could be. I mean, we don't have very long to wait to find out, but before we close out the show for the day, any final thoughts on what we saw here on day 2 of the Great Push, Group A, Day 2. Makes?
Yeah, I'm gonna thank my mom and say Thunder Fury, blessed blade of the wind speaker.
Sounds perfect. That sounds very appropriate. Dratnos?
Yeah, I've actually noticed that. So those augmentation evokers, they don't look like they're doing much damage, but it seems like the other people in the group are doing quite a bit more damage with them in there. So I think that spec is maybe okay, maybe quite good even for this sort of thing. I'm starting to see why the teams are playing it. Yeah.
Maybe. I require more Wernstone shenanigans. That's what I want to see for tomorrow.
That'd be so cool.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure it's such a new thing. I'm sure people are still kind of figuring out the strats. Maybe we'll see that in future weeks. But anyway, that is going to do it for Day 2 here. We're going to see our lovely faces here one last time as we close it out. But that's it. Day 2 is in the books. Skyline and the Greg Push have been eliminated, and that means it is only Mandatory, Perplexed, FSY, and Direwolves remaining. 2 of those teams will make it to the Global Finals after tomorrow. 2 will not. Who makes it? Find out in just, well, less than 24 hours now, I suppose. We'll get started. So, see you then. It's going to be good. Don't miss it. Goodbye.
Bye.